Okay.
Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for June 11, 2019. We will be going into closed session. We will return for public comment, announcements, and the rest of our agenda. We'll begin with closed session. Madam Clerk.
Item 1, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization, Calaveras County Sheriff's Management Unit.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none?
Wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Since I'm the only member of the public, I feel it's my duty to say something. As you know, the Sheriff's Management Unit, I have a lot of contact with these people. I've always have all my life. They've been good people, and I hope you see it fit to treat them fairly and do what you can for them.
Thank you. Number 2.
Item 2, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, closed session with County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization, Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
As a member of the public, I feel it's my duty to come forward and say something regarding this item, item number 2. As you know, all my life I've had contact with these people, and they've always been very courteous, very nice, and have done their job, been very helpful to me. Do what you can to help these folks out.
Thank you. Number 3.
Item 3, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, closed session with County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization, Calaveras County Deputy Sheriff's Association.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item?
I don't know about these folks. No, these folks I have a great deal of respect for. They're the backbone of the sheriff department. Whenever I was in Valley Springs, only about a week, I think it was a week ago, maybe a week and a half ago, and I got to spend some time with one of the deputies, going over some not so much concerns, but just getting some information about what was going on. And he was very, very helpful. Later on that day, I had contact with the sheriff himself, as well as the new undersheriff. Great choice in undersheriffs they made in that department. Jim Macedo is, I've known him most of my life, and I can tell you that he's a real asset to the county. So do what you can to help these folks, make sure that they're treated fairly and honestly.
Thank you. Very well. We will go into closed session now. Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for June 11, 2019. If you are able, will you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Supervisor Toffenelli, will you please lead us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Announcements. Are there any announcements from the board? Supervisor Mills.
Yes, good morning. I have three. Congressman's representative is going to be at the library here in San Andreas from 12 to 1 this afternoon for anyone who's interested in going and speaking with him or his representative. There will be a meeting of the CSA, that's Community Services Area 4, at Copper Fire, 5 to 6 p.m. Tomorrow night. And the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Basin Authority is doing an outreach in Stockton, June 22nd, between 5 and 8 at Cabral Agricultural Center. If anyone's interested, this has to do with groundwater overdrafting and whether or not they're going to be charging you for the privilege of pumping water. So if you're interested in that conversation or you'd like to know more, you can contact me directly.
Thank you.
Thank
Are there
you.
any announcements from staff? Seeing none, we will move on to public comment.
No, we're not.
Excuse me. Put that closed session report out. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Item 1 on today's closed session agenda, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization Calaveras County Sheriff's Management Unit. There was no reportable action taken. Item 2, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, closed session with County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association. There was no reportable action taken. And item 3, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, closed session with County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization Calaveras County Deputy Sheriff's Association. There was no reportable action taken.
Thank you very much. We will move on to public comment.
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry.
Yes. Megan, I see Greg's here. If he's there for that one item, it's not on the agenda, so.
Public comment.
Madam Clerk. Did you have a question, Supervisor Hoffman?
No, the item that I'd asked for you to be here is not on this agenda.
I see.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning.
I'm sorry.
Greg,
Yeah.
we're moving on to the item. The item will be on the 25th, so I will talk to you about it later this afternoon.
Oh, okay.
Great.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk. Public comment.
Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Thank you. I want to remind everybody, but this is for items that are specifically not on the agenda. We have a very broad agenda today, so be careful. There's a lot of items in here, and I will cut you off if you're off. But let's be civil and kind, and Will, you may begin.
Yes, I'm Will Moore from Rancho Calaveras, and I'm here to speak about the hardwoods. I was raised in Hardwood, Michigan, born in the woods, raised in the woods, and the woods is still a major part of the economy in that area, is Upper Peninsula, Michigan. Anyhow, Hardwood's a big town. It's kind of like Railroad Flat. Population 400, still diminishing. More people leaving than coming. But anyhow, that country was a virgin pine forest years ago, and it was logged off around the turn of the last century, 1900 and so forth. And all that lumber went to build those cities, you know, Milwaukee, Green Bay, Chicago, Gary, Indiana. Those were all wooden towns to start with. I mean, they're all masonry now, but they were built with lumber to start with. But what's left of the woods there is still a major part of the economy. And that hasn't happened here. I mean, the timber companies came in and logged off all the saw logs and left it bare, and the timber industry is gone. But that isn't necessary. We can have a viable, sustainable timber industry here based on these hardwoods. We can build a biofuel economy. In this age of global warming, fossil fuels are disappearing. I mean, there's a lot of resistance to it, but that stuff is going. And this hardwood that has not been viable to harvest for a long time is coming viable. As time moves on, these oaks are becoming ever more valuable as a source of fuel and as a carbon sink to take carbon out of the atmosphere. And if this thing is properly harvested and properly managed, we can use this thing for its, a forest, for its scenery and so forth, and as a source of fuel. And purpose of presenting this is just to get the idea in motion, get the conversation started. I don't expect you guys to do anything about it right now, but and I've been thinking about this for a lot of years and haven't been doing anything about it. But as time moves on, I mean, this global warming is making things possible that were completely out of reach just a few years ago. So anyhow, hope you'll consider my good friend Sharon Romano for the Planning Commission. Thank you. Have a good day.
Well, cheated at the end.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Stewart, and I represent a group of retired people who still read. And we went to a concert on Friday night at Murphy's Park, saw Marita there. It was a wonderful concert. I knew all the words. It was great, and there were people there that they were dancing my kind of dancing, and it was a really wonderful time. I'm so glad that our communities are still able to do that kind of stuff. But the book that we're reading right now, we've read, is something we want to share with you guys. It's called Tell Your Children, and it's about the apparent correlation between potent marijuana and schizophrenia and psychosis and violent activity. So there's some copies here for you guys. It's a studious read. It's the first chapter and the introduction are riveting, and so are the last two chapters. So if you get kind of bored in the middle, just skip to the end. There's so much information about that. If you open it up, there's inscriptions to each of you. Anyway, what we have right now is the potential for violent activity because of our edibles that you just can't grade what goes into them. And sometimes it's instant psychosis with somebody who's never smoked before or never eaten before or eaten marijuana before. And it doesn't happen immediately, but after the second edible, terrible things happen. So just read the book and pay attention. Thank you.
Next speaker. Again, if you guys want to line up, it'll help me judge where we're at in the process.
Good morning. Excuse me. My name is Sean Lewis. I know some of you. I don't know others of you, but good morning. My issue here is with issue number 21.
Excuse me, sir?
Yes.
We'll be taking those items up in turn. These are for items, this comment period is for items not on this agenda.
Items just not on this agenda.
Items not on the agenda, correct.
Okay.
So item 21 is on the agenda. Just hang in there. We'll get to it. Bonnie?
Yes, sir. My name's Bonnie Newman. I'm from Double Springs, and I'm going to give you a history of the IHSS Advisory Committee. The The IHSS program was started in California in 1973. It existed for approximately 10 to 15 years until the unions discovered a source of income. They're a bunch of unorganized workers. Today there's about 500,000 in the state of California. And the purpose of creating an IHSS advisory committee was formed because counties were not willing to negotiate contracts with the workers. The workers, the home care providers, are hired and fired by their consumers, the patients that need their help. When the union began, it purported itself to be an organization to increase workers' wages, benefits, safe working environment, but over the years it has turned into a political institution whose main goal is to promote a political agenda. And I'm talking about SEIU 2015. In the beginning, there was millions of dollars available. The IHSS advisory committees collectively had about $2.5 million to spend. Today they have about $350,000. In the beginning, 2003, public authorities became mandatory. In the beginning, the public authorities sucked up over $100 million. Today, they only require funding of less than $100 million. Over the years, there's been additional layers of bureaucracy created that all take away from funding for services. I believe there's enough funding available if we eliminate the layers of bureaucracy to provide services for all the people in need. But we know now that they're creating another layer of bureaucracy called EVV, electronic visit verification, which will require millions of dollars. I'd just like to let you know that we need to follow the money, because that's what this program has turned into, a way of sourcing money. Thank you.
Next speaker. Sorry, sir. Mr. Stratton was in line back at the door.
Good morning. There's no R in my name. I'm going to speak to you about deference and respect today. And I'm going to do this through an example. On Friday morning, got up early as I usually do, 5 a.m.
Excuse me, from the audience. Closer to the mic. From the audience, we can hear him. Can you speak in your microphone, please, sir?
To the board. Today I'm going to speak to you about respect and deference. On Friday morning, got up at 5 a.m. as I usually do, took care of the 6 marijuana plants that the local growers from Calaveras County gave me. This has all taken place on Russian Hill in San Francisco, where I live in the penthouse. I went about my day, went for a run, went down to the Embarcadero, ran up Lombard Street. No tourists were around, but occasionally somebody would be standing at the door and I'd say hello, good morning, and occasionally a conversation would start, always very respectfully. There was always deference. Continued with my day, had breakfast, and did some exercises, and then it came time for a meeting down at City Hall. I drove down there instead of taking a lift because I had something else to do in the afternoon, parked in the parking lot, went up and across the walkway, and entered the building. Security passed me through. It was a beautiful day. People were getting married, so a lot of women in their wonderful gowns. Looked to the right, and I saw a dance class in one of the large rooms, and to the left there was a yoga class. Went up the steps. The door was opened for me by a deputy, and I went inside and took my seat. It was very nice. And during the meeting, nobody shouted, nobody interrupted the speakers. Nobody came up to contradict the speakers. It was, people showed respect and deference for one another. Admittedly, it's a more professional environment. Admittedly. We wore suits. The members of the audience or the public came dressed as they normally did, but they wore their finest for that day. And they spoke, some of them very eloquently, members of the community, members of organizations. Always respect and deference was given to them. There was no shouting, there are no interruptions. If somebody wanted to support another person, they were told, give a thumbs up or a thumbs down. That would be all that was necessary by the board clerk. I was very impressed. That whole day I was very impressed. So, respect and deference. Show it to each other.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. You guys don't look too happy. I've been reading a book, Tell Your Children About, by former New York Times investigator, reporter Alex Berenson. The truth about marijuana, mental illness, and violence. He starts out talking about how the British were making money off India's addiction to 3 different forms of marijuana by their regulations. The doctors involved in the asylums in India began to notice how addiction to marijuana were a big percentage of asylum's population. For some of it, it was irreversible, and others would come back to the asylum when they used marijuana again. He shows how marijuana causes psychotic breaks and causes schizophrenia. He uses 3 sets of researchers of 3 different countries. Today, the British are not drinking the Kool-Aid and are proactive against the use of marijuana. Back in the U.S., states with more people using marijuana tend to have more opiate overdoses. There is no doubt the marijuana connection to use of other drugs. KFBK 1530 or 930 on the radio will be doing a report on Jonestown and their Kool-Aid that killed 900 people, and how a person did everything he could to warn San Francisco's upper elite about Jones and how they ignored the messenger, which led to 900 deaths all at once. A country does not stay strong when they encourage their populace to be mentally unhealthy. Some people think that's okay. The means justifies the ends, they think and say. LA has 1,000 homeless. Stockton has I think it's 100,000 in LA. 1,000 in Stockton, and we in Calaveras have 100 homeless. Ours have even offered me a bit of the joint they were smoking within 60 feet from the market store. We are all knowledgeable about...
Thank you very much. Mike? Are there other speakers coming up after Mike, or will that be our last? Oh. Yeah, you'll be up next. Mike?
Mike Falvey, District...
Well, Mike was standing in line.
You gotta stand in line. Mike Falvey, District 2. In rebuttal to the last public statement, I will be kind and courteous. I have a confession to make. I started smoking marijuana in 1965, and for the next 20 years, 25 years, I smoked copious amounts of it. Never once did I wake up in the morning saying, I need a hit. Never once did I go looking for a dealer in a corner somewhere, in the shadows. A couple decades ago, I decided, I've been through that. I've had my fun. I quit doing it for, 99% of the time. Occasionally, doing it for some enjoyment. Never having the need, the urge, despicable behavior, the mental illness that is associated with marijuana, according to our last speaker. 10 years ago, I probably quit smoking it 99.99 carried out percent of the time. I haven't smoked it for years now. Again, never once have I had a need, an urge, a desire. I've grown the plant and never smoked it because I liked it. I was illegal. I like growing stuff. I like looking at a beautiful plant. But never once was did I have a need to go rip something off that plant and ingest it with a maddening reefer madness that is described by the previous speaker. So now I'm clean, free, and I'm mentally stable. Tax-paying citizen, have no problems, no desire for marijuana. I am mentally free. Thank you.
Our last speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gary Caldwell, Valley Springs. I wanted to compliment the Sheriff's Office for expanding the inmate work program. We use this in Amador County along the roads to remove brush and tree limbs that were hanging over, and so forth. And these people can do work that otherwise would probably not get done. And I really appreciate the sheriff expanding that program to make it more applicable. The other thing I wanted to ask about, just to confirm what you said, Mr. Chairman, earlier, items that are on the agenda are not to be addressed at this time.
Correct.
That means that the public will be allowed to comment on agenda items, is that correct?
Correct.
Including the budget item 22?
Correct.
Are you thinking about expanding that time for that comment period, especially since the budget is 471 pages long?
Not at this time.
Okay, you may think about it. Thank you.
Very well, this will conclude public comment. Move on to the consent agenda.
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Thank you. Are there any board members who would like to pull an item? Supervisor Kaufman.
Item number 8.
Item 8. Supervisor Mills.
4 and 5.
4 and 5, Supervisor Mills. Any others? Very well. Are there any staff that would like to pull an item? Any of the public that would like to pull an item? Seeing none? I'm sorry, that's on the regular agenda. So seeing no other items, is there a motion to move the remainder?
Move the remainder.
Moved by Supervisor Mills. Is there a
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Hold on a second. Is there any public comment on any of these items? Do we don't need to? No. And all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We'll start with item 4. Sorry.
Item 4 is from the Sheriff's Office to authorize the sheriff and/or undersheriff to sign the third performance year of contract number W9123817D0026, order number W9123819F0039, with the Army Corps of Engineers for law enforcement services for New Lake Hogan for May 3rd, 2019 through September 30th, 2019, in the amount not to exceed $64,993.40.
Thank you. Supervisor Mills, you have questions?
Yeah, I pulled the item just so I could hear you say all those numbers, Madam Clerk. No. The questions that I have regarding this is that will there be a need to true up the hours? In other words, are we capable of providing the 10-hour per day allocation that we have listed here for each of the weekend days that's being run, or do we have, in essence, a true-up that occurs at the end of the contract?
That is true. We can adjust the contract as needed. Staffing-wise, it is our plan to staff this based upon overtime, but if we have a critical event on a weekend and we need to pull staff to other locations, we meet with Hogan and work out an amended schedule and fulfill the contract in that manner.
Has a similar contract been considered for Lake Tulloch, considering that Tri-Dam does own property along the lake? They do have the dam, which I noticed in this contract we're maintaining security around the dam, as well as I know that Tri-Dam is in the process of putting together a day-use facility at Tulloch, which will require more support from your office. Is there a consideration that a similar contract could be put together and reached with Tri-Dam?
Yes, there has been consideration. The sheriff and I have attended meetings. You were obviously in attendance at one meeting we met at in Tuolumne County. As of this date, there is no funding source. I know that you have been speaking with Tri-Dam, and we've explored similar options with other lakes that have a budget to dedicate law enforcement to specific lakes. But at this point, there's been no funding source identified, so I've not been able to come to the board with a plan that doesn't involve a general fund request.
Yes, I'm not considering a marine safety element here. This would be for the land-based, which is what this contract is to provide additional services that will be required. When they put that day-use facility in by Poker Flat, that is going to require more land-use deputies being down there helping deal with issues, and I want to be sure that we reach out to Tri-Dam and try to get a similar discussion going if we can.
This is Hogan.
So, that's all I have.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
Mike Falvey, mentally stable inhabitant of District 2. My only question is, item 4, we're looking after New Hogan, law enforcement. Item 9, which wasn't pulled, we're looking after East Bay Mud's property, and now Supervisor Mills says there might be something down at Tulloch. As a citizen of the county who doesn't use any of these facilities, but yet when I've called the sheriff's department with issues, haven't had any response because they were kind of busy. Were they busy at Hogan, Comanche, New Maloney's? East Bay Mud has a lot of money in the coffers. You know the Corps does. Why can't they provide their own law enforcement in their own specific areas? That's my only concern as a citizen. Are the citizens suffering because we're covering these public entities, law enforcement issues? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none. Sheriff, you want to say something? And then we'll...
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Mike's questions. Comanche pays us to have a deputy down there, and we actually have a deputy in 3/4 at this time of year. Hogan, again, is paying us to have a deputy down there, as does Maloney's. The only lake that right now that is not paying us to have a deputy on the site, whether land or sea, is Tulloch. So there's no, if Mike's calling, he's not getting a response, he needs to talk to me because there's not a problem that we're having with the lakes.
Very well. Seeing no further Supervisor Mills?
Just an additional point of information that Tulloch is a federally operated reservoir. It does have a federal energy license that it operates under, so it does fall into a very similar category as Hogan and how it's operated. That's my point.
Any further, Supervisor Stopper?
No further comment. I'll move this item as is for Hogan.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Gary got it? Okay, moved by Supervisor Stopper, second by Supervisor Toffenelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Item number 5 is from the Sheriff's Office to authorize the Board Chair to exercise Second Amendment to agreement with Matthew L. Brown doing business as Dirty Works, dated July 15, 2018, and approve Second Amendment to the agreement for a term extension from July 5, 2018 through June 30, 2020, and increase the not-to-exceed annual amount of the agreement from $300,000 to $525,000, a net increase of $225,000 for the aggregate terms, amended initial term, and option 1 term.
Supervisor Mills, you had questions?
Thank you, Chair. On this item, it doesn't state clearly that these are general fund dollars that are being expended, so it is general fund money, correct?
Yes.
And to that purpose, then, we are not recovering any of these costs against the property owners to which we're doing these eradications. Is that correct?
That would be a question for, there's a member of County Council that's assigned to cost recovery and liens against individual properties. That would probably be best answered by him. I can tell you the Sheriff's Office is not engaged in the cost recovery portion, but we would certainly forward any police reports, search warrants, estimates of our time or materials to them if it was requested.
And there is no mitigation work that's done here. This is strictly just removal of plants.
Correct.
Do you think that would be something to consider in a future contract to include some type of mitigation work for this group, or for Dirty Works to do in conjunction with the work that you're doing?
I think that's part of a larger discussion. I'm certainly not against it. A lot of these are private properties. Therefore, the landowner has a certain amount of responsibility. We've had discussions about landowner behavior and landowner responsibility on inexpensive properties that aren't worth the amount that it would cost to clean them up. What I can tell you is that this contract was enacted in order to make the Sheriff's Office marijuana enforcement team more efficient. It also served to reduce the number of workers' compensation claims, and it allows us to speed up the number of eradications.
So where you were originally working to eliminate mostly outdoor grows under the current ban, where you're working mostly indoor grows. So the whole dynamic has changed as to how you're eradicating and what you're eradicating.
Not necessarily, Supervisor Mills. We're eradicating both indoor and outdoor grows. We do not utilize this contractor for small grows or small plants. If we can handle it ourselves, we do it ourselves. Also, I think some of what you're seeing most recently is, as it relates to our press releases from our eradications. We've just finished a kind of winter-spring period, which tends to push some of the cultivation sites more or less indoors or into mixed light. So as the weather changes, you'll see us handling more outdoor grows. You also have a size of plant issue, which directly relates to workload. So the smaller plants, we're able to handle that quicker with our own equipment. But when it comes to the larger operations, as a matter of efficiency, we moved forward with this contract in order to try and keep up.
Okay. Appreciate your responses. Thank you.
Supervisor Callaway?
Are these eradications being done on what were always illegal grow sites? Or were they for people who became were legal, registered, and part of the ban?
We are not differentiating that right now. We're going with current ordinance and current law. However, I can tell you that some of the recent cases we have done were people that had been denied in the past and were continuing to grow. They had applied and were denied for cause, and they continued to grow. If your question is, are we going around targeting previously registered people, the answer is no. We're not. We're trying to take the most egregious people that were obviously denied and not only ignored the previous ordinance that was in place that they're also currently ignoring the existing ordinance.
Thank you.
Supervisor Stopper?
So original agreements being increased by $225,000, correct?
Correct.
Is this because you've used up the $300,000 in just the work that you've done prior, and at this point, we're going to have to add that much more out of the general fund?
So we originally had hoped to have multiple contractors to pick from. We've made a run at this on 2 separate occasions. We were left with 1 contractor last year, which caused us to burn up the money quickly. We were doing a lot of grows, and they were very time-consuming. This year, the Sheriff's Office worked with the County Administrative Office, Ms. Bonnie Rich. They went back out again. They only received 2 bids, one of which was determined to be not compliant with the request that the county put out. So what we're doing, Supervisor Stopper, as we're trying to be versatile, we're trying to make sure we don't have to come back to the board when we're just being close to out of money. That happened last year, and what we don't want is to have cases stack up and for us to slow down due to, excuse the term, government red tape, because we need to renew and re-up the contract. Certainly if it's not renewed, the money would go back into the general fund. But we're planning for an increase based upon indications from the board that there's going to be additional cultivation this year.
Just a question to follow up on that. Have you reached out to our Public Works Director and sought consideration of if he could possibly work with you and stretch that farther and keep the dollars within the county?
Yes, well, let me clarify that. We'd worked with the previous Public Works Director and the Superintendent of Roads. They've helped us out during emergency circumstances. They've been great partners, but they made it unequivocally clear based upon their workload in other areas that they were not able to come in and act as basically an eradication team. They've been very helpful and very accommodating to us in the past in helping where they can. However, this is a big job, and I think it would probably be disruptive for that department to be on a project and have to start redirecting staffing or resources to, for lack of a better term, a new surprise location that was based upon the timing needs of the Sheriff's Office.
Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yeah, Jim, we have like, after today, 20 days left in the fiscal year. So you're asking for $225,000 in addition for the next 20 days? You plan on?
No,
I just want to get that clear.
Yeah.
So
This is a
because
multi-year.
we're going into budget hearings here shortly today. So can you clarify?
Yes, this contract has option years going through 2021. So there is a chance we could come back to the board and need additional funding, but this is a multi-year contract request.
All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Mills?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Very well. Is there any public comment on this item? Come on down.
Mr. Mills, you brought up an interesting point that I didn't realize. When they do an eradication, they just remove the plants? They don't clean up the pesticides and herbicides or any of the chemicals that are on the property? Well, we have an algae bloom down in Lake Hogan that is toxic. And one of the major problems that causes that is overabundance of nutrients in water, that's the inflow water. So if there's even organic fertilizers or abundance of nutrients, and if they don't take those plant or those great big tub things that have that super nutrient dirt, and the rain comes through there and washes all the nutrient down, it goes right into our reservoirs. Not cleaning up sites that have been eradicated totally is crazy. We can't even use Hogan. Kids can't go swimming in that lake right now. I'm very concerned that we're not cleaning up properties that they've been eradicated and not. This is scary to me. Thank you.
Come on down, guys. Bill, Vicki?
Good morning, Vicki Reinke, Angels Camp. I want to personally thank the law enforcement and Sheriff's Department for the work they're doing with the eradications. I know it's not something that they have a lot of staff to do, but they're working really hard at getting that done. Unfortunately, the taxpayers are footing that bill, which, you know, if you ask me, I'd say, well, you know what, we don't want it here, go for it. We're going to spend our money on doing that. And the other point is, we have a ban in Calaveras County, and this is what the Sheriff's Department is still finding. Please, do not go to regulation, because it'll just start all over again, and the taxpayers at Calaveras County are not going to want to pay to help get rid of all those illegal grows. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Bill McManus, Band Committee. Over the last 3 or 4 years, as we've debated cultivation and bans and everything else and regulation, one of the key elements has been what is the true cost of cultivating marijuana in Calaveras County. It has been the hardest number to try to find. The numbers are scattered throughout multiple departments. The auditor controller was not keeping track of it for some time. Department heads were telling their people, don't report it to the auditor controller, so that number seems to be lost. What I'm hoping for is for outfits like Dirty Works, which I believe Code Compliance also has a contract with Dirty Works. Is there some way that there can be a common flag for all expenses having to do with eradication, enforcement of the marijuana ordinance, ban, whatever, so that when we go to the auditor controller, we can say, what is the true cost of cultivating marijuana in Calaveras County, where we get law enforcement, code compliance, environmental health, whoever touches the subject, we want to know what's happening. And if the Sheriff's Department is getting help from the Road Department, is the Road Department putting in a request for reimbursement so that that hits the system? Or does that cost just secretly get passed on to the taxpayers via the general fund for work for the Sheriff's Department? I mean, it's great that they cooperate, but we want to make sure that that accounting is complete, so we know what the number is and we're not guessing at it anymore, because I've got a feeling this is all going to come up again, and we're all going to be talking about how do we get whatever new scheme to pay for itself if we don't know what the costs are. So I'm asking on all these issues that the board please request that the auditor controller have some way of identifying these items regardless of where they were spent, reimbursed, or whatever, so it's easy to pull that information, and it's accurate information when we need it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. Any further questions from the board? A motion?
I'll move the item. Oh, sorry. You want to talk?
I just want to respond to the hazmat. Sorry, Chair, I know you're trying to move through.
Sheriff,
The Sheriff's Office is not just arbitrarily leaving hazardous materials at sites. If there is a hazardous material there that needs to be cleaned up, we certainly contact Environmental Health or the State Department of Toxic Substances. I may have butchered their name. But we don't arbitrarily leave things there. We do leave things like drip tubing there, the material used to cultivate marijuana. We do not have the contractor haul that off because that would add to the contracting costs, which would ultimately be also borne by the taxpayer. So there's a balance there as far as what gets hauled off and cleaned up. If we ended up cleaning up an entire property, we would end up needing quite a bit more money.
Thank you. Supervisor Stopper?
Yeah, one other question, sir. This extra $225,000 put into this fund is reflective of the fact that people continue to cultivate illegally even with the ban in place, correct?
It's reflective based upon our estimated need upon workload from last year and continued workload post-ban.
So there's quite a few out there?
Yes.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mills?
No, I'll move the item.
Moved by Supervisor Mills. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Item 8 is from the Sheriff's Office, to authorize the purchasing agent to issue a purchase order to Sierra Office Systems and Products Incorporated in the amount of $20,569 for the purchase and installation of systems furniture for the Sheriff's Office.
Supervisor Toffenali?
Yeah, I just had a quick question here, Jim. What is systems furniture, and why are we paying somebody to install it?
It is a large cubicle type situation that's connected together. It's consistent with our existing office furniture. These are SLESF funds, so this is not an impact to the general fund. We've added staff downstairs. We have an intern program going on and some extra hires coming in to try and help us with workload relating to records requests. So the vendor comes in and actually installs them on site.
So you have an open area and it gives them their enclosed workspace?
It's
like a cubicle
semi-enclosed,
system?
yeah. For those of you that have been at our front lobby, it's very consistent with what's currently in the front lobby.
All right, thank you. That was the only question I had.
Very well, is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move this item, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenali, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We'll now move on to our regular agenda.
Item 19 is from the Air Pollution Control District to authorize the board chair to sign MOU with Placer County Air Pollution Control District to approve establishment of a special revenue fund for receipt of allocated funds and collection of interest, and authorize the Air Pollution Control Officer to sign associated requests for program funding. Requires a 4/5 vote of the board.
Thank you. I will now recess the Board of Supervisors and reconvene as the Air Pollution Control District. Brad?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. The FARMER program, FARMER stands for Funding Agricultural Replacement Measures for Emissions Reductions. I had to work at that one. The program provides incentive funds through the local air district for replacement of agricultural harvesting equipment, heavy-duty trucks, agriculture pump engines, tractors, and other equipment used for agricultural operations. The legislature allocated funds to the State Air Resources Board, which then entered into an agreement with the Placer Air Pollution Control District to manage this pool of funds. Placer Air Pollution Control District then entered into agreement with CAPCOA, which is the California Air Pollution Control Officers Association, to help select and rank the proposals that come in. The shared allocation pool was designated specifically for the 18 air pollution control districts that have less than 1% of the statewide agricultural equipment emissions inventory, so that those counties would get their fair share of this funds. Once a project has been selected by Placer Air Pollution Control Authority and CAPCOA with the Air Pollution Control Officers Association for funding, the project funding is provided to the local district. The local district then is responsible for notifying the applicant of the award, providing the applicant with a timeline for completion, and overseeing project completion. Mr. Sullivan has applied for funds for a grapple log skidder, which is a piece of equipment that is used for pulling cut trees out of the forest. Forest operations are considered agricultural. The project was selected by Placer Air Pollution Control District to receive the maximum funding because of the following criteria that were met. The project deals with a unique equipment type. The project is highly cost-effective. The equipment operates over 1,100 hours per year on average, and the project operates in a low-income community, which is the Mountain Ranch area. That's the same mapped area that was the wood stove replacement program applies to. Mr. Sullivan is here this morning, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Mills?
There's something on number 10 in the list. I don't remember, I think it's page 676 of the regular agenda. I can't get our board agenda to come up, but it has to do with public outreach. And it says that we're required to do public outreach within our area.
Okay.
In what way are we complying with that condition of this particular program?
Well, I don't think we've entered into that agreement yet. It would probably be through our website. In this particular project, Mr. Sullivan saw this funding in the State Air Resources Control Board's website. That was how he became aware of it.
Okay.
But, yeah, this is something that we could add in our website.
Because what it says is program outreach and solicitation located within outreach could include development and distribution of outreach materials, hosting public workshops or meetings, targeting. So it says that we have a responsibility to do this as a result of agreeing here. So I just want to be sure that we don't fall into some non-compliance issue because we're not setting it up correctly at the front end.
Good point.
That's my only comment, sir.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there further discussion or a motion?
I'll move this item, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenelli. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0. I will now adjourn
Thank you.
the Air Pollution Control District Board and reconvene the Board of Supervisors. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. We will move on to item 20. Madam Clerk.
Is from Integrated Waste Management to adopt a resolution adopting the Cal Waste 4.14% rate increase for contract year 2019-20.
Mr. Moss.
Good morning. There it goes. Thank you for entertaining this item this morning. This is becoming an annual board item, generally in June, as it is today. Consideration of the Cal Waste rate increase for contract year 1920. I have Jack Fiore here with Cal Waste joining me today as well to answer any questions that you may have of the hauler. There are also other members of Cal Waste in the audience, but thank you for joining us today. A little bit of history here. In 2016, on September 13th, the previous board voted to go ahead and enter into an agreement with Cal Waste for hauling, disposal, recycling, processing in Calaveras County. This was done by other haulers in the past. It's important to note that unless otherwise agreed upon and allowed for in the agreement, the current contract that you have with Cal Waste will not expire until December 31st of 2026. Very important to note that the agreement with Cal Waste is for voluntary curbside service. This does not affect self-haul to our transfer stations of green waste, yard waste, recyclables, and or refuse, and or obviously hauling to our Rock Creek Solid Waste Facility, including our material recovery facility. So as kind of previously hinted, service rate adjustments may be made annually. This is pursuant to Section 3.02 of the agreement. So what the agreement states is that on or before April 1st, the hauler shall submit an application for what is called the refuse rate index adjustment for the coming year. This was done by Cal Waste this year on March 29th, 2019. The board shall go ahead and approve such rate adjustments by June 30th, and obviously the adjusted rate shall not take effect until the board has approved such rates. So there's a couple of options here should the board not choose to increase the rates. If for some reason the board chose not to do that, and we'll discuss that a little bit more in further detail down the line, the county shall either include a surcharge on the rates that shall be effective for the remainder of the contract year to recover lost rates, or revenues, I should say, and or reduce the franchise fees or recyclable income share otherwise owed by the hauler to the county. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as well here in a few minutes. Those are revenue sources that do come into to IWM. As previously stated, last June, the Board of Supervisors went ahead and adopted a 4.23% increase for contract year 18-19 that is expiring at the end of this month. You'll notice that the new proposal actually is a decrease from last year at 4.14%, and it's actually based upon the following items. These are in your board packet, and again, I brought Jack here, or requested Jack be here to address anything as far as the board may have questions regarding percentages after this presentation. So again, these are the percentages. This is showing you the total rate increase. This total is rounded down. Yes, the math is correct. So otherwise, you would be seeing a 4.15. So Cal Waste has provided information to us. The monthly consumer cost, should the board approve the 4.14% increase, will increase the consumer cost for a 35-gallon cart by 95 cents. It was just that, or maybe just a few cents more last year, if I'm correct, Jack. Just for background, $149,956.32 was the total franchise fee payments for 2018, and $199,650.41 was the total recyclable reimbursements paid to the county in 2018. And that number actually represents 90% of the net income from the sale of all recyclables as collected by Cal Waste in the county. So adoption of the 4.14% increase for the current contract year will result in County Integrated Waste Management, IWM, realizing $349,607, and that's the projection. I would remind the board that, and Jack can speak to this more, should the board have questions, about the recycling market, which unfortunately is not doing so well, and I think we're probably all aware of that. So essentially that money is used for operational costs, it's used for infrastructural upgrades, it's especially in terms of recycling, but it's also used to address things such as notices of violation by the Regional Water Quality Control Board, of which many of you are aware. So, should the board choose not to adopt the resolution adopting the fee increase to the private parties, and I'll just remind the board that again, this rate increase actually affects the consumer that is in contract with the hauler for services, and it doesn't affect the remainder of the IWM program disposal. So the bottom line is revenue in the amount of the $349,607 would be reduced. You can see that number up there to $137,627, because this increase to Cal Waste is really $211,980. Obviously, this alternative is not recommended, as IWM is not in a financial position to absorb the resulting financial impact. And I would state just the board is aware that we are quickly coming to the life end of Phase 2 at Rock Creek, and we will be coming back to the board in the future for RFPs, contracts for the opening, actually the construction and opening of Phase 3 out at Rock Creek. And that's just one instance. One other item I'd like to share with the board is at one time Avery Transfer Station was the highest impacted transfer station in the county. Today, it's actually Copperopolis. And we actually have, I know, and they kind of run neck and neck, but that has been a significant change. And we actually, our engineer, our IWM engineer, Mark Davis, has actually done some preliminary designs for the improvements of that transfer station. Something else will come back to the board. I'm saying all that to say this, is there's a lot of expenditures and there's a lot of work that needs to be done in IWM, and we're just really not in that position to pick it up for the private parties. So with that, I will turn it back over to the board for questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Callaway.
For the record, I need to say I am a customer of Cal Waste. That being said, Jack, what's your last name?
Fiore.
Oh. Okay.
Fiore, F-I-O-R-I.
Okay, thank you. So I'm assuming Brian or you can answer these. I know we had a really hard, difficult snow year this year in the Evetts Pass corridor, but there was There was quite a few calls regarding the picking up of refuse by Cal Waste due to snow. Some Cal Waste did, some they didn't. Is there a way that Cal Waste is going to be managing this going into the future?
Looking ahead, we are going to attempt to be more diligent. It's a little bit of a difficult question to answer because of the unknown, the uncertainty of how much snow is going to fall and when it's going to fall. But we are going to work harder and make every effort we can to get to those people that we couldn't, as an example, last year.
Okay, so is it that you're going to be asking your customers who have it to do certain things, like they have to clear out the way to get to the bins? Or, I mean, because a lot of the homes up there in the winter are their vacation rentals,
Right.
and so the property owner or the renter is gone, and it's snowing.
We're going to need to be able to get in on the road, obviously, and
I'm not talking about the roads, we're going to get you in. I'm talking about getting to the collection sites.
if I understand the question you're asking, or so that I understand the question you're asking, are you asking, are we going to dig out the bear boxes in the event they are snowbound? Is that your question?
Yes, are you going to get to them?
No.
All right.
If we're unable to get to the collection container, to the can, because it's snowbound, we're not going to be able to service it.
So that could be for a week or 2 weeks.
Can I address that? My name is Dave Vaccarezza, owner of Cal Waste. Recently, we came out with an app and have asked all of our customers to sign on. And when we're not going to make it, we send out a text to all of our customers that we can't make it or the roads are not clear, whatever the reason may be. We're in touch and we're making phone calls on a regular basis. Jeanetta's here and she can certainly attest to that. But we've gone to great lengths to make connections with our customers. We do Constant Contact, which is a program that allows us to do email blasts that tell our customers, we have a storm coming tomorrow, we're not sure if we're going to be there. We have the app that will send text, the app will send a phone call. So the customer has to reach out and use some of the tools that we have. We're not going to put our haulers in harm's way of digging out every bear box that's out there. It is the responsibility of the customer to go out and do that. We've met with the property managers in the area for the vacation rentals, and we are making arrangements so that those are serviced on a Monday or a Tuesday. So we've made great efforts and great strides to upgrade the services that were being provided in that part of the county.
So that segues into the next question, that you talking about bears. At one point, Cal Waste was doing pickups like on Monday after the holidays, because we do have a bear issue up there, and it's now been changed to later in the week. Are you going back to Mondays for some
It's
of those?
actually, if you're talking about, are you talking about your area, you're talking all the way up into, I'm drawing a blank on
Into
above.
Bear Valley? I'm not talking
No,
about
I'm
Bear
talking about
All right, let's talk about Blue Lake Springs,
Blue Lake
Meadowmont,
Springs. Yeah,
Camp Connell,
right. Those are
Dorrington.
all on different, there are various service days. Some parts of Blue Lake Springs are on Mondays, some parts are on Tuesdays. What I'm also finding is what people refer to Blue Lake Springs is really a hodgepodge of several different, when we're talking about this subject, people tend to put Blue Lake Springs all into one category and say it's serviced on this day, when in fact there's several subdivisions that there's some variations. The majority of that is serviced on a Tuesday. The reason for it being serviced on a Tuesday is because when those customers, vacation rentals, are there on a Monday, they leave on Monday. And generally, they're not putting the trash out. The people who come in to clean come back at 9 o'clock, the truck has already gone by, then they put it out on Tuesday, and we have to have a Tuesday route that just goes out and picks up all of the vacation rentals. Well, that doubles the cost of providing those services. And if we're paid to go back, that's one thing. If we're not, then it's another. If you put it on a Tuesday, then on a Monday, then you got to have a route on Tuesday. So you're increasing the cost of delivering the services. So
you're saying the vacation rentals or the second homeowners are not putting their garbage out until
Yes.
late Monday after you've
Actually,
been
the
there?
people who go in to clean out, do the beds, the linens, whatever, that's when the trash gets put out to the curb. The person generally is not taking their trash. The last thing that they're leaving, they can say they are, but I can tell you it's not happening.
So do your drivers get out because those are bear enclosures?
If they pay for walk-in service, yes. If they pay for bear box service, yes. If they don't, no, they have to put it out.
Without the bear enclosure?
Correct.
Are your customers,
Pardon me?
are they cognizant of that? Because that's not what
Well,
I'm hearing.
if they have a bear box, we open the bear box and take it out. Now, most of the bear boxes, the new bear boxes, I'm not talking about a wooden enclosure, I'm talking about bear boxes. When those are placed, they're generally placed where we can access them, and they're doing a good job of that. So we have a bear box that we can access. The guy just goes up, he takes it out, and he dumps it. But if you got a bear box in the backyard,
No, I'm not
Okay,
talking about
right.
this. I'm talking about the ones that are
right,
on the
so yes,
street.
we do take care of those. The metal bear boxes.
Okay, so then my last question, which Dave seems to have taken over, the recyclables that are deposited at Rock Creek, I know Cal Waste is allowed to bring excess that you take the recycles out of county.
No. Well,
You don't
yes.
take them out of
Yes,
county
we do.
anymore?
Yes.
So the ones that are generated in county that you bring back, I mean, I go back to part 2 with the roll-off cost and all that. That's sort of what made me question it. Are those recyclables that come back to Calaveras County, that go into our landfill, are those Calaveras County recyclables?
They're equal in tons. They're not the same paper bags that you threw away.
No.
They're from
but
somebody else.
I guess what I'm asking
Yeah.
is, you take recyclables from other cities and counties. Are those recyclables, you, as a business, Cal Waste, does business with other entities besides Calaveras?
Certainly.
So when you bring the residuals back
Correct.
to Calaveras, because you can't dispose, and Mr. Moss said the market's not doing well, so I'm assuming we're getting more, are the materials that are brought back to Calaveras materials, or are they a compilation from other cities or counties?
If we bring 100 tons in, if we pick up 100 tons of recyclables in this county, and you have 30% of it is trash, okay? It comes to our facility, and it's based on the waste characterizations that are performed in the presence of the county staff, and if it has 30% of trash, then we have to put that into a landfill. And the agreement that we came to with the county was that we would deliver the equal amount back to the county. So if there's 30% of trash in the load, then 30% of it will go back to the equal of 30% will go back to the landfill. We can't keep track of Calaveras County over in the corner of the material recovery facility. It goes into the general pile, but it's all accounted for in terms of the total number of tons and what is subject to allow us to take us back into Rock Creek.
So let me just clarify the nomenclature. Trash, you mean garbage or recycle? I mean, I thought we
Okay.
were talking recycle.
When you take recycle in, okay, it's got trash in it, okay? 30% of it, let's say it's 30%. We do a study to find out on a regular basis how much is in it on
When you go through the table or whatever at your facility.
correct,
Okay, and 30% is trash.
right, so you get that back.
Okay, so the recycled material that you're not being
That's
able
trash.
to market.
That's trash, and it goes back to you.
So the trash that comes back to Calaveras is not just Calaveras and Amador, it's just a percentage of what you take out. You take out whatever, your example was 100 tons, you bring back 30 tons, it could be from anywhere in your customer base.
Yeah, chances are that 30 tons is going to be from 11 different sources, 12, 15.
So I guess, I mean, my concern, of course, is not only the price, but the filling of our landfill.
It's
You
yours.
made a consolid.
It's yours. It's your material.
But the recycling you just said that you bring back is a compilation of all of your
But
customer base.
it's still the same volume that you pawned off on me at my transfer station.
Oh, pawned off. I didn't read that word in the contract.
Okay.
So, I mean, I just feel like what should come back.
Yeah, and we
should be
paid you
finished that way.
$240,000 for that also, that went to the county, along with $150,000 in franchise fees. So in our negotiations, we requested that you take back the equal amount of material into the landfill, and it was in agreement at that time, and I don't understand why it's being questioned now.
It's being questioned because I think I have no problem with taking back what we generate. And what you're saying is that's not possible to do that.
I can give you
If you
equal
can't
amount.
dispose through the market of the recyclables of Calaveras County, then those recyclables
You know, we'll take them
will come
wherever,
back.
we'll take them wherever you want to take them. I have no problem taking it anywhere you want us to.
Well, I don't want it coming back into our landfill.
Okay, well, we'll send it to another landfill and send you the bill.
No, I don't want the bill.
That's what's going to
I mean,
happen.
Mr. Becker,
That will happen.
You have a contract that I have never seen as good as this contract. I mean, and I'm not saying your fault, our fault, what have you, but one, the contract that goes to 2025 or 26, I've never seen one like that before. And, I mean, I don't find the contract as being really beneficial to Calaveras. Okay, that being said, move that aside, we have it, that's the contract we have to live by, I understand that. My concern is I wanted it clear to our solid waste people and to my colleagues on the board that what comes back is from a compilation of all of your customer bases that's going into our landfill, not from just Calaveras.
Right, and that was
County.
clear when it came to the board in 2016.
I mean, I've asked my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Mills.
Yes, Dave, don't run away. You brought up some points about dollars. The county franchise fee is what?
Okay.
100 and,
Just shy of $150,000.
right, roughly 150K. And the recycling money that we got back in the county last year was how much?
Just shy of $200,000 additional.
So there's 350,000 roughly that came back to the county
Yes.
out of the services that you perform
Yes, sir.
in picking up the garbage and moving it around. And
Yes, sir.
how many of the supervisors have actually been to your facility in Galt and gone through it to understand how you're diverting the waste stream and how much effort is being put into that?
Over the course of time, probably about 12, but of this board, 2.
Okay.
2.
But understanding the amount of work and efforts being done, I remember seeing the tubs of batteries, for instance. What do you do? There is a certain amount of that waste stream that's going to have to come back to the county of origin. That's the premise that I see in the contract, is that you brought it from here, you can't use it, can't be recycled, it's got to come back. As long as we're adequately accounting for that total volume and bringing it back to our sites, it's no harm, no foul. But what you're helping us with is Cal Recycle. You're helping us with diverting that waste stream. And we're going to get into a corner in 2020 that it may not be pretty with green waste. And we need to start thinking about that piece of this puzzle as well. So I appreciate the concerns, but at the same time, you're providing a service that in no way could we stand up or begin to operate that level that you're working at right now from any other direction. I'll leave it at that.
Supervisor Stopper?
A couple of questions, just going off the part 2 or part 1 of the and part 2 of the cost increases or decreases. Here you have disposal tonnages. So is that a charge on ton when it's dropped off at the final source, those disposal tonnages? Why are we charging ourselves $28.39 for our own trash per ton?
I'm not charging you. I don't understand.
Well, you
This is
just-
this is our company that is being charged that.
Maybe I can
Yeah.
answer.
It's
that.
disposal tonnages. I just want it defined for me.
Part of our contract with Calaveras County is that we haul the residential and commercial trash tonnage that we collect out of county for disposal. So the residential and commercial trash tonnage we collect is not delivered to Rock Creek landfill and disposed of there. It's hauled out of county and disposed of in San Joaquin County. And
Okay,
that's
that's where
tip
that
fee
charge
there.
comes from.
Correct.
That's why I wanted that
And
defined.
that part of that, at the time that was agreed upon, that was to extend the life of Rock Creek by taking part of what was, about roughly half of what was going into it out of town to extend the life of the current cell.
So it's the other contracts from out of the county that are being diverted to San Joaquin.
It's the Calaveras trash tonnage from our residential customers and the Calaveras trash tonnage from our commercial customers that we are hauling out of county.
Okay, I think I'm more confused now than I was before.
Sorry.
The conversation, just to straighten it out, the conversation before that was having with Marita was the recyclable, when they bring and dump the recyclable bins out over in Galt and take the garbage out of what
There's
people
a
didn't all
separate
recycle.
one, yes.
This is the solid waste that was in the bins that weren't recyclable bins
Yes.
that they're taking out of the county.
Supervisor Toffenelli is 100%
Okay,
correct.
okay, that makes more sense. Thank you.
Because you get two bins, you get a recycle
Right.
bin.
No. When we're discussing equal parts trash, 30%, let's say, gets diverted back to the county out of the recyclables, for example, then that 30% is not part of that tonnage that we're paying on. This 11,800 tons right here is, or was number 8, 11,975 tons is what's diverted to San Joaquin County.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Supervisor Toffenelli, you have another question?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. on that same subject, I see the same amount of dunnage here for 18 and 19. That throws a little red flag at me as to how are we keeping track of this 11,000 tons, almost 12,000 tons? Are we going across scales as we enter into San Joaquin County and keeping track of that tare weight, and then we come out and get tickets for an empty load? And so we have records. If the county wants to see the records on these numbers, then we can go back to all those tags going across scales as you enter.
Absolutely. We have scale tags for every load that show the gross weight, the tare weight, and the resulting net weight. The reason we use the same tons for both columns is as the customer base grows, so will the tonnage. So in an effort to try and to make an apples and apples comparison, we're saying, for the sake of this calculation, all things are equal. We didn't pick up one extra customer in 2019 that we, 2019 that we did not have in 2018. So we're making an equivalent comparison, and the only thing that changes that way is the cost per ton.
Well, I understand the cost per ton. You have no control over that. San Joaquin County charges you what they charge you, and that's out of your control. It's just the comparison here, and we're not through 2019, so you're forecasting that you're going to have the same amount of tons. If you have less, how does that come back? Does that go in your pocket, or does that come back to the county in some way?
If we have less, it goes both ways. So if we have less, we're using last year's actual. So next year when we do this, then we would have this year's actual to become that.
So the increase next year would be reflect any savings that you. Okay.
And accordingly, if we pick up 100 new customers, we're not taking the value of their disposal, the expense of their disposal, and spreading it through this formula, because it's not appropriate to do it that way.
Okay, I have another question. This would be to Brian. Back when we entered into this contract, the thought process was, and according to this figures, at least we've averted 12,000 tons a year going into our landfill. However, do we have any documentation on any increased amounts from 2016 that have been coming to us because people did not agree to their contract, and so they're now taking it in by themselves and not using Cal Waste? Have we seen an increase or an influx, not only in solid waste, but in recyclables during this period, this 3-year period?
That is something that I would actually have to go back to the books to figure out, and I'm sure I can give you that information. And that would include not only just recyclables, it also include other items going into the MRF, as well as what's going to solid waste as far as the landfill. The other thing that we see a tremendous amount coming into Rock Creek, and it's the same idea, have we seen an increase, is the green waste that is brought down and shipped and used for alternative daily cover and or sold for cogen in Tuolumne County.
For now, it's being used.
Correct.
Next year it'll be different.
Yeah, and we have some ideas about how we're going to be dealing with the green waste as well. We're working with the planning department as we speak on that.
Well, again, when we entered into this contract, I thought that we would extend the life of it, but you're telling me rapidly coming to the end of it.
We're coming to the end of phase 2B.
Phase 2.
So there's actually 4 phases to the landfill. We have approximately 33 to 34 years of lifetime left on that landfill. Obviously, the more we divert, the longer the lifespan. So phase 3 is going to be a pretty large phase. Again, you're absolutely correct. We're coming to the end of life for phase 2. And we'll be bringing that to the board as soon as possible, because we are coming to that endpoint very rapidly.
And so thank you, Brian. And so what we're projecting here and what you're saying is you're asking for an increase and reflecting on customers that have a weekly service with you, it's going to amount to about 24 cents a week increase. Is that correct? 95 cents a month, or if you pick up weekly, it's about 24 cents a week.
Per week, yes.
$12 a year, less than $12 a year.
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Stopper? Supervisor Mills?
And the question then continues about Rock Creek. What would be your cost per ton delivered at Rock Creek?
You're asking buying,
Yeah.
what the cost per ton? I, again, would have to look that up, and I will get back to the board on
I
that.
think that would be a good comparison number to look at even in a future conversation. Now, what is it costing us for the percentage, 30% say diversion into Rock Creek from this contract, and what is that ultimate effect on the cost of the life cycle of the facility?
Well, there's two items there too, and it's a really good question. One is we have employees that are working out at the landfill for their shift. The weighted rate of the department is $220 an hour. No matter what we're doing, it's $220 an hour. So that's the easy number to figure out as far as, because we do track how many vehicles come in from Cal Waste for, let's say, residuals, which is what we're talking about. But I think the other cost that of course the board would be concerned about is the amount of airspace taken up. And that's the cost that's a little more difficult to nail down. And that's something that we've been looking at as well. But again, weighted rate is very easy. I can tell you relatively easy what that cost would be based on weighted rate. Airspace is another animal altogether.
Having been to the Red Hill site yesterday, it was quite impressive to see how much green waste was being stored there right now, to the point where it was impacting the rest of the operations. And then I had a tractor trailer, I followed it down the hill. They had already started shipping operations. So there's an impressive amount of green waste that's dropped at Red Hill, and subsequently then to Rock Creek, that I think we're going to have a separate discussion as a board as to what we're going to need to do to get a handle on that. And the pine needle issue that is up there in District 3 isn't going to go away anytime soon either. So this has all got to be vetted out. This contract, though, is helping us towards reaching some of those goals that we need to have in place. And if we lose that or they step away from it, that's a major hit in the overall result of what we're going to need to do. So.
Correct. And as the board is aware, that's 4290 and 4291 of CAL FIRE regulations for the clearance of properties. That's why we see on the Highway 4 corridor such the impact from green waste. We actually collect green waste up at the Wilseyville transfer station as well. That's correct. It's a very small fraction of what we see at Red Hill. I would venture to say that it certainly rivals Rock Creek. So we can go ahead and ship that entire pile, and in 3 weeks during the summer, we can have that pile just about back. So that was one of the things that one of the previous boards had approved was the tub grinder, which has been a real asset rather than running the old Peterson linear system. So.
Thank you. Any public comment on this item?
I thought this was the controversial issue today. Well, but it should be. This issue of a contract, and I'll pull up a little note I took here. In 2016, it was well publicized that they had increased their rates by a considerable amount. Well, because of a certain situation that occurred in the county and lack of early action. But time passes, and they may need an increase at this time. My concern with this contract, and my concern with the contract back in 2016, was that the money that they were collecting for the recyclables was not going to education. It was not going to the schools. It was not going for any direct public benefit. Instead, it was going either back into the general fund or specifically to the public works. And that kind of irked me, because in most places we do take that into consideration. We do take the public into consideration. Here, not so much. Here, we look at balancing that budget on the backs of the public. Another thing that concerns me, not so much, but it should be looked into, is that in 2016, I know a lot of those supervisors they received substantial contributions from political contributions during the campaigns. I'd like you to disclose if you've taken any political contributions from Cal Waste. I don't think you have, or they weren't substantial. I do have a great deal of respect for this man over here. He's trying to run a business. He's an honest man, and he's doing a good job. But oftentimes, you, the county, are the problem, not the vendor. And you guys both have to work together and work and look within and see if you're making mistakes, not just whether they're making mistakes or that they're taking advantage.
Bonnie?
Yes, a couple of things. We used to have burn barrels. Did outlawing burn barrels impact this in a big way? Could there be a way of reinstating, maybe during winter months or one day a month, that could be allowed to help extend the end of Rock Creek? Maybe, maybe not. You don't have to answer now because I have a couple other things. A couple of years ago, I gave up on a greenhouse. I had about 25, 30 aluminum windows that I had been saving, and I said, I'm not going to build a greenhouse. I'm getting too old to build anything. So I took them all to Rock Creek, and I thought, aluminum and glass, they're going to recycle these. No, it went in the regular thing. It all broke up, and they ended up, there was no recycling done with aluminum and glass. That really bothered me. It still bothers me to this day because they could still be sitting in my backyard up against the fence if I hadn't decided to do that. And then finally, my final comment is about green waste. When are we going to decide to build a compost factory or a way to recycle all of this stuff, put it in bags, sell it, or do a recycling that way? I mean, if green waste is taking up a big space at Rock Creek, when are we going to think about recycling, chipping or shredding or whatever is done to grass and trees and branches and bushes that can be used not to fill up Rock Creek, but to be used in people's gardens or on playgrounds or whatever the purpose might be. Anyway, those are my three thoughts that I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker? Is there other speakers who want to talk on this item? Chief, you're up.
Marty
Barris?
Crane. I've watched all of this for many, many years, and I just want to say that, first of all, I'm grateful that everyone asked their questions and dug into them to make sure they got the answers that they felt they needed, and listened to the public, because we always have great ideas. Sometimes they need to grow up a little bit, but, once we get it all together, magic does happen. And I just want to say that when you contract with a company, it's the same thing as when we elect people to represent us. The very first thing should be that we should consider is character. And I am honored for us as a county to do business with Cal Waste. They are people of character, and yes, they do have programs where they go into our schools. We're not in the schools, most of us, so maybe we don't see it, but they're definitely in our schools and teaching our children, and the next generation gets it. So thank you. I just want to say I'm honored as a person that pays my taxes to do business with Cal Waste. Thank you. Thank you.
Chief?
Rich Dickinson, not fire chief, taxpayer. Something I'd like to think about. I've lived here 27 years, and one of my fire stations is on Jenny Lynn Road, and it's litter. And the litter that's on Highway 26 and Highway 12. I think the state should be taking care of it, but they don't. We have a Adopt a Highway program. The Rotary's heavily involved with it down there. But if you look at the 26 corridor, It's a mess. My church is doing it. I'm trying to get into it, but I can't get into it because there's other people that have it, the Woodward family, and until they give it up, I can't get in. So we want to help to try to take care of it, but I think it's an opportunity, and I didn't really know how to go about this, and I might get kicked out of here for it, but I think Cal Waste should be part of it. Back in the day when I was a young buck, the garbage men would come by, they'd pick up the garbage, and when they dumped it, when the stuff that fell on the road, I watched them pick them up as a little guy, and they'd throw it in. Now with mechanized, I watch on 26, I'm trying to understand where all this trash is coming from. Because as soon as the church cleans it up, as soon as the Rotary cleans it up, the next day it's back out there again. So there's a lot of different stakeholders that are making this happen. But I have been watching the Cal Waste trucks and the blue cans that have the recyclables. And I don't advocate for on 26. I think it should be a garden belt. We shouldn't have homes on it, but they are. And there's rental homes out there. I have a term for that area down there. It's unfortunate, but I cannot on certain areas get on that highway and clean up because of the traffic and the safety of what goes on in some of those areas. So I've pushed Caltrans. They're not listening, but I think we got to come up with a collaborative effort because it's getting worse and worse. And my fire station right in front, I watch it. I watch the loads going to Rock Creek, and everybody and their brother goes there, but people aren't covering their loads anymore. I don't know why nobody cares. Again, 27 years here, I got 5 grandkids. I do care, but I can't fix this by myself. But I have watched the blue containers, and it's not their fault. They do a great job. But what falls out of it is blowing alongside the highway, and it's not getting picked up. So maybe there's a way that we can all collaborate. I'd be happy to be on whatever we can do to fix that. But it is what everybody from everywhere else comes to this area. The first thing your impression you look at is when you look on the roads, you think about I think I got time. You see trash, and you have a different opinion of what you think of Calaveras County. So that's 2 cents.
Chief, you can help. You can join the Rotary Club, and then we can give you a vest and tongs.
Yeah, I didn't say
that. You can help.
What did you get for stepping forward, Chief? Will?
Hey, the county board of supervisors could sponsor a annual or semi-annual volunteer campaign to clean up the roads. That would get rid of some of it. And as for the green waste, that's fuel. That's biofuel. It's getting valuable. Anyhow, I'm Bill.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment, I will bring it back to the board. Further discussion or a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
It's moved by Supervisor Mills. Second? Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Sure, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be back here at, what is that? All right, welcome back. We're on item 21. Madam Clerk.
Item 21 is from the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, the appointment of applicants to serve on the Planning Commission. We have 2 applications for the District 1 position, which is expiring at the end of this year, December 31st, 2019. We have 1 application from Trent Fiorino, and we have 1 application from Sharon Romano.
All right, do you guys want to discuss this up here or go straight to public comment?
Let's hear the public comment.
Very well. We'll go straight to public comment. I recognize that this may be a controversial issue. I would like everybody to exercise thought about what they're going to say. I'm going to expect everybody to be polite. You can make your point without being rude, and I will not tolerate any sniping from the audience against speakers or speakers addressing people in the audience. Everybody on the same page? All right. Let's go forward.
Chair, let's ask that only
I'm
5,
sorry, 1 second.
let's ask that only 5 people be in the back for safety.
Yeah, and let me reemphasize the rule. I really do appreciate you lining up. It helps me judge time. Only 5 at a time. Thank you. Sean.
I'm bleeding a little bit, got a little too much sun. Usually the way this works, and it's traditionally worked, and it works most places, is when you have an applicant from somebody's district, when it's going to represent that person's district, you defer to that person and that supervisor, and let that supervisor make the decision. Usually the votes are unanimous because nobody wants to cross the other person. You know, this doesn't have anything to do with a budgetary issue, so that, you know, you're not looking at impact to a budget. It has what's going on here. And while I've met both these applicants over the years, I find them both very nice people. And I'm very supportive of both of them, but I defer to the person that district, the supervisor that's handling that district. Because that district voted for this person, voted for that supervisor. And in doing so, yeah, please. And in doing so, they voted for that person to make decisions regarding representation. They voted for that person's views, the majority of the people there. And that person, while in office, is doing a balancing act, taking into consideration people that might not agree with him, but taking them into consideration. But he still was put there by the majority of his constituents to further his own agenda. Okay? So if you're looking for a vote on something in your district later on, you can't disregard the person, the supervisor who has an applicants from their district and their decision. Do not succumb to outside political pressures dealing with an issue that is very divisive, depending on how you pronounce it, just because those people want to further their agenda. I respect those people tremendously, but there's certain deference we give to the process, not only to people, but the process itself, and we must respect that. And lack of respect is one of the things that's really getting this county into trouble. It's really making things difficult for everybody. So I ask that everybody be respectful today and continue this meeting. I'll be very respectful and leave to give in case more people want to get in here. And I won't stay for your budget meeting as I have someplace to be. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Leslie Cullum. I understand how it works. I understand that each supervisor chooses who they want to be on the commission, and that's what's understood, and that's the way it goes. But I don't know if anybody knows of history when anybody was appointed to the Planning Commission that has such an obvious bias against people in our community. In this country, we have a separation of church and state, in spite of the fact that we use the word God in the Pledge of Allegiance. We have a separation of church and state. We are allowed to worship how we choose, and that's one of the great things in this country. But some people we all have bias. I know that's true. I have bias too. But a true Christian is open to all people of all kinds who love who they choose to love, and believe that everybody should be treated with respect. We shouldn't think about how somebody makes a living, what somebody believes is true. Again, how they can legally love in this country. Supervisor Tofinelli, I understand. And I also believe that Sharon Romano is a better person. From what I've heard, I hear from people that have worked with her and know her, I know she has bias, but she doesn't have such obvious bias that she is at a town hall in Moke Hill, telling people what's so, when they didn't go there for a church service. Set your ego aside, sir. Be a human and think of all of the people in this county. The people that are not like you, and maybe they're not like me, but they're human and they're to be loved and to be respected. And I'm getting off topic, but this is above and beyond in this county, that we're going to let somebody that believes that God's in charge of our government, he can have that belief, but he can't turn around and have any bias for how somebody appears before him or how they choose to make their living and who they choose to love. Thank you.
Let's start. Hello, my name's Andrea Vader, and I'm here today wearing many hats. They're invisible, you can't see them. I am a business owner in Murphy's. I'm a property owner in Angels Camp. I'm a mother of 2 children who go to Calaveras County schools. Most importantly, today I'm here as a founding board member of the Tri-County LGBT Alliance, and I'm also a community member of the LGBTQ plus community. I'd like to state my opposition to the appointment of Pastor Trent Fiorino to any capacity of service with Calaveras County, and I'd like to tell you why. I support his religious freedoms, as well as his First Amendment right to speak them in his role as a pastor and as a human. My father's a veteran, and I was raised in this United States military. I sacrificed a lot for my family, or my family has sacrificed a lot for this country, and I support those freedoms. However, as a representative of Calaveras County, I fear he's a major liability and a lawsuit waiting to happen. California SB 396 is a new anti-harassment training requirement, and I assume you're all familiar with it? Okay, so according to California law, management of all organizations must make sure their environments are safe from harassment and discrimination, including the coverage of gender identity, gender expression, transgender, sex, and sexual orientation. And I'll go ahead and read the description of sexual orientation for you according to California state law. Sexual orientation is a person's emotional, romantic, or sexual attraction to another person. Types of sexual orientations include, but are not limited to, heterosexuality, homosexuality, bisexuality, pansexuality, and asexuality. 2 weeks ago, Pastor Trent is quoted as saying, "How is defending God's word spreading hate? If a pastor speaks out against other sins like adultery, murder, and lying, he is not accused of hate. Homosexuality is a sin no different from any other." 10 years ago, I was a juror on a murder trial that lasted 6 weeks. It was brutal. But 1 whole week of that was juror selection. And Pastor Trent would be dismissed on day 1 if any of me or my community who is here also supporting us today were on trial for anything, and we are on trial for who we are. He not only believes we're sinners, he believes that who we are fundamentally is a sin. We are sin. He has already cast his decision on who we are as people. And if he would not be capable of sitting on a jury, he should also not be considered capable of representing Calaveras County. As a board, you must believe beyond a shadow of a doubt that he can remove his pastor hat and leave his deep-seated religious beliefs at home in order to even be considered for this position. Otherwise, it would be morally and fiscally irresponsible to appoint someone who would most certainly bring about discrimination and harassment in his wake while representing our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I don't know, Will, you tried to get one in on us earlier.
Yeah, I already tried this once, but I support Sharon Romano for the Planning Commission, and she's already familiar with my biofuel project, so I could be grateful for all the support on the Planning Commission I can get. Thank you.
Next speaker.
I'm going to try to keep this brief because I'm not good with public speaking. Calaveras County has been the center of scandal in the most recent years, and we're all pretty well aware of that. Just from the perspective of an average Calaveras County citizen like myself that's not emotionally or financially tied to cannabis, I was under the impression that scandal with our board of directors in our local government has been starting to slow down. Until yesterday when I learned about one of the two applicants for the position in question. I just couldn't believe that there's even a chance that we might be considering appointing a person who openly and frequently slanders an entire demographic of this community and potentially be appointing him in such a public position. Speaking out publicly against the LGBT community is discriminatory on every level. Living in the aftermath of the hashtag #MeToo movement and in our current cancel culture, we are all aware that when something discriminatory or inflammatory is said online, people get receipts, meaning they take screenshots and they keep those screenshots. And topics of this nature go viral really quickly. Calaveras County doesn't need or want that negative attention. You all must see that if this individual is chosen for the position, he is guaranteed to be recused for past public comments on many topics, including but not limited to his frequent comments regarding the LGBT plus community, comments that will affect the county if he's appointed. This individual will be recused, and he is a liability. Appointing this individual will result in an uproar from within the community and potentially outside of the community. If I were to apply for a job and it were brought to my potential employer that I had been publicly speaking out against any protected class, I wouldn't be considered for the position because it would be a liability for the company. Again, I repeat, speaking publicly against the LGBT community, is discriminatory on every level, and Calaveras County is, or rather should be, above that. And I just want to add, I didn't know until today how much work you guys do on like such a broad scope. I'm really impressed with everything, all the crazy stuff you guys have to know about. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Rob Byron. I'm a citizen of Murphy's. I have come today to speak about the appointee of Pastor Trent. I do believe that it is a grievous error to even consider someone who spews such hatred online. Someone who would compare me to someone who molests children, or commits murder, or adultery, or any of the other unforgivable sins. I think it is not only irresponsible on so many levels, it is a travesty that you guys would get yourselves into bed with someone so morally bankrupt. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Sean Lewis. I've been a resident of Calaveras County for about 15 years off and on. Like I said earlier, I know some of you I don't. Those of you that do know me know that I am a hard-working individual around here. I dedicate time, money, energy to the betterment of Calaveras County. And to find out that someone I respect and I thought respected me would nominate someone who puts me in the same category as a murderer and a rapist is completely disrespectful. It is 2019, and the fact that I have to stand up here and have this issue is disgusting. I'm like every other person in this room. There is nothing wrong with me, and we need that wall between church and state. And if this Board of Supervisors expects me to believe that this man will separate the two, you'll have to think that I'm not only gay, but dumb as well. So I come in front of you as a human being and a citizen of this county that I love so much to ask you, especially Gary, to make the right choice today and give human beings the respect and dignity that they deserve. Thank you.
Wow. My name is Carol Couchman. I live right on the border of District 1 and District 2, but I'm District 2. I understand Trent Fiorino is under consideration to be a member of the Planning Commission. This is quite disturbing, as he has shown himself to be a bigot, a liar, and a person who is definitely operating under an agenda. For a person who professes to be a pastor, and my son is a pastor, his Facebook page is full of hateful, bigoted statements. I was shocked when I read some of his posts about gay marriage and homosexuality. He has since removed those posts and secured his page. Why is this? Is it because he doesn't now, it doesn't suit his purposes, because he wants to be part of the Planning Commission? Based on what I read, Fiorino seems that he would have a definite prejudice against members of this community that don't follow his doctrine, which is, by the way, completely against what Jesus taught. Fiorini cites federal law on some issues to further his agenda, but then reverses his position on federal law when federal law doesn't suit his purpose in other issues that he has been very public and verbal about, including gay marriage, which is legal at the federal level. This man is a menace to this county, and he should not be a part of the Planning Commission due to this agenda, which he apparently is now very ashamed of since he has removed it from his social media. You should be concerned about legal issues if he's part of the committee. There are screenshots and videos all over the internet of his hateful comments and rhetoric, even though he has made it all private now. It would not be too hard to prove that he has an agenda and open the county up to a lawsuit, and that alone should give you pause. Once it's out there in the ether, it's public and can be used against you. I truly hope that someday soon we can all come together and learn how to coexist without the hatred and prejudice that Mr. Fiorino has displayed in public. He should be ashamed of himself. This is not the kind of person we need making important decisions for the county. Thank you.
Speaker.
My name is Joyce Teckel, and I'm a resident of District 1. I've known Sharon for about 12 years. I've worked with her professionally. I've watched her integrity. I'm aware of her honesty. I know how she cares about this county. She is now stepping up and volunteering to fill a very important position, and she really feels strongly about it. I hope you will give her true consideration. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Everyone has beliefs. That's part of being an American citizen. And I've been attending the Planning Commission meetings, and I notice the commissioners do not agree with a lot of things that I believe in, and they do not I just don't agree with some of the things that they are about. But they're the planning commissioners, and they were chosen by their supervisor. But District 1 has to be different. We don't get to have a commissioner on because we don't have one, because of this dissension that's going on. And I object to the person who ran against Supervisor Tofinelli being chosen as a commissioner, because I have never heard of a supervisor being forced to choose someone who actually competed in the previous supervisor's race. That makes me speechless. This is an affront to the majority who voted for Supervisor Tofinelli. We would be fortunate to have Trent Fiorino as commissioner. He brings a lot of important technical expertise to the table and is well able to do the work as a commissioner. And to be made to look differently, like I said, the commissioner should be chosen by the supervisor in the supervisor's district. And if you guys don't allow that, then I will be very disappointed. I don't agree with the commissioners and some of the things that they're doing. I've been attending the general plan meetings, and, you know, that's part of the way it works. And please, let Supervisor Tofinelli choose the commissioner that he wants. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Not good at this. Excuse me, my name is Allison Wright. I've known Sharon Romano for over 20 years, during which she has proven over and over again to be a caring, practical, knowledgeable, and extremely competent person. Competence is highly important to me, along with personal integrity, and Sharon truly defines those qualities. Her business background enhances her developed and natural skills. She is the reason I moved up here in the first place, and is the reason I get involved in community and county projects. Her knowledge of and commitment to this county are two of many reasons I sincerely hope you will appoint her to the Planning Commission. Calaveras County will be better with her on this commission. Do the county a favor. Consider the welfare of this county to be your primary goal, and appoint Sharon Romano to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ann Hill from Columny Hill, District 2. If practicing Christians aren't qualified for jobs or careers, then there wouldn't be pilots, machinists, bank clerks, business owners, ranchers, etc., carpenters, and even supervisors. There are employees in this county, in the county offices, that practice Christianity. Whether it's by going to church, Bible study, reading, or praying, people in all walks of life have religious practices. To say that one practicing Christian isn't qualified for an appointed position due to practicing Christianity not only is ludicrous, but it's illegal by the First Amendment. To not vote for Trent for the planning position because some people are afraid of decisions that may or may not happen in the future is very short-sighted, to say the least. No one in any position, in any capacity, makes decisions that everyone is in agreement with all the time. It just doesn't happen in this world. So a yes vote for Trent is in order. He's a good guy. I know him, and he will do an excellent job in this position. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Gail Fiorino. Nobody knows this man like I know him. He is one of the most honest, fair. He never speaks evil of anybody, and I mean that with my whole heart.
Hey, excuse me, ma'am, could you hold this? Excuse me. I will not tolerate anything from the gallery, laughing or otherwise, at our speakers. That is the warning. Next offense, I'm going to ask you to, we will ask you to leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. I have been married to him for 32 years, and I know him very well. He is very fair. He would never, ever judge a homosexual lifestyle. Yes, we believe what the Bible says about it, but he would never stand there and say somebody could not be in a particular position because of that. I know him. He will look at the character of the individual. He will not judge them by their lifestyle, other than if they're a murderer or something and really going out and doing things right away, right here, and we know that they are. But he would not ever do that with a homosexual lifestyle. I want you to know that. And I know I can't address them. They hear me. He will judge fairly. I hope that you will find it in your hearts to trust him in this, because I believe with all my heart he would not say, oh, we can't let this person develop here because they're gay or have that type of lifestyle. He wouldn't do that. So I stand wholeheartedly with my husband. And this is not easy for me to do, but
I know him very well. Nobody else knows him like I know him. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Chris John Colts, District 2. I wanted to speak about the norm of rubber stamping the nominee from a particular supervisor. If that were the case, that it's always that way, there wouldn't be a vote today. The vote is to ensure that there's a check and balance against this egregious nominations that don't serve the county. So there is some way to stop a given supervisor from appointing somebody like this that obviously has objections from a large portion of the population. I also agree that the planning commissioner for a certain district should primarily represent that district. However, they represent the whole county, including me, including everybody who's spoken today, as their vote matters and affects my life. So maybe I own 10% of it and District 1 owns 90 and vice versa in the District 2 case, but it impacts my life and everybody else in the county. It's not simply District 1. And again, if it were, then there wouldn't be a vote today. Supervisor Tofinelli would be able to nominate who he wants, and that would be the end of it. We don't do this at any level of government. The president doesn't get to do this. He has to nominate and have people approved exactly for this case. And when we're not in a contentious time and that person isn't egregiously out on one side or the other, they do get rubber stamped. We're not in that time anymore, and something is going on here that Pastor Trent was nominated in the first place. We've been here for 3 years. We know what's happened. We've heard him cast aspersions on us, directly at us. You can't pretend this isn't happening. And the Facebook thing is a prime example. He should be proud of what he wrote on Facebook. If he's so proud of what he says, why did he hide it? Why did he hide it when he knows that people are going to take snapshots of it and throw it back at him? He should be completely proud, have no problem with anybody who wants to look at his Facebook reading it. The fact that he hid it speaks volumes for the situation and what's going on. And this is a common thing that's happening in politics these days. Happens in sports now too. Young kids write stuff when they're 17, saying who they really are. And lo and behold, when they want something else, oh, that's not who I was. It is who he is. He said who he is, and we all know. So you can make the decision as you will, but the idea that it should be rubber stamped simply because that's the way it was is out the window these days. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Just real quick, I think there's at least one unexamined assumption here, and that is that these two candidates have been nominated by the board. They have not. They put their name in the hat. You have to consider them. But that said, you have a great deal of discretion. I think the other speakers have spoken eloquently to the fact that you do get to make a choice here. Now, regarding Sharon, I think she'd be a great candidate. I think she would do a fabulous job. She has a long history here in Calaveras. As to Pastor Trent, I'm sorry, this is not about his religious freedom. This is not about his right to exercise his religious or to even express his religious views. He, of course, has that right, and just because you are someone who is a preacher doesn't necessarily disqualify you from serving. However, this particular person has exhibited highly divisive, bigoted views. He has cast aspersions, and quite frankly, I take it personally. He has labeled entire groups of people here as evil. He thinks Democrats are evil. He passed around a flyer saying that said that the next election is no longer about the difference between Democrats and Republicans. It's about the difference between evil and good. He thinks Democrats are evil. These are his core beliefs. He has expressed them in public. He's expressed them in his sermons. He thinks he's smarter than Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson wrote a letter a long time ago, and he coined the phrase separation of church and state. And in one of his sermons, he actually read out the First Amendment, quoted Thomas Jefferson, then told his people there that it didn't say what it says. There is a clear separation of church and state. It's okay to have your views and but when you want to gain a seat, an unelected seat, in order to impose your view of other people's lifestyles and what they do for a living, that person does not belong on such a body. If he wants to get elected, if he has a base of support, let him get elected, and then he can serve. That would be perfectly fine. You have a choice. If you can't vote for either one, leave the seat vacant. That's all I can say. What is the message that you're giving to the community if you put that man all these people here. You going to respect those who have historically fought for their rights, or are you going to respect those who seek to suppress the rights of others?
Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Marie Wright. I have a business in District 1, so I have an interest in having a fair and unbiased representative in the Planning Commission for the district. I also own property here in this county. My husband owns a business in this county, and our daughter is currently on summer break from Calaveras Unified School District. Thank you for allowing me to state my opinion that Trent Fiorino is not qualified for the position of District 1 Planning Supervisor. I believe he is more interested in promoting his personal beliefs of alienation, prejudice, and bigotry instead of working toward a better future for all citizens of Calaveras County. So I would urge you all to appoint Sharon Romano as the Commissioner for the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley?
Hi, my name is Ashley Skeen, and before I speak, I would like to make it clear in what capacity that I am making this comment. It in no way is connected with any part of my professional life and what I do for a living, but I am speaking as the chair of the Calaveras Republican Party. My Central Committee has had no discussions of any kind regarding this matter. I have not been sought for an endorsement. I have not sent any letters on the subject to the board, but I feel compelled to set the record straight as to a few issues. I am in no way, I'm not endorsing Mr. Fiorino, and I'm not endorsing the other candidate. I do not really know, I have not really discussed this matter with either person. But what I am wanting to say is that this issue has been misconstrued into something that it is not. Over half of the signers of the Declaration of Independence were Divinity School students. Some of them were pastors. A lot of the Constitution signers were, in fact, divinity students, and some were pastors. Thomas Jefferson himself, while he was president, endorsed having a church service in the United States Capitol Rotunda, which he attended every Sunday. He also had a program where he had Bibles distributed to the Native Americans. The letter he wrote to the Danbury Baptists about separation of church and state was to assure the Danbury Baptists that the state would not be dictating to any church what was to be done in their walls. Now, my next point is, would this issue be brought up if Mr. Fiorino was a Muslim? I feel from all of the comments that I just heard, because I was watching online, I feel that he is being discriminated against because he is a Christian. Now, I would like to point out that we have several members of the House of Representatives and state senators who are Muslims, who were sworn in on a Quran instead of a Bible. So this tolerance needs to go both ways. If we're going to say that he is biased because of his religion, then we should say that no elected official should ever be allowed to participate in one. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Beth Whitkey from District 5. And I'd like to talk about representation and how important it is for the youth to see themselves in leadership. And I think that we have a nicely diverse, in terms of gender, staff. The elected officials, we have a lot of women representing people in leadership positions. However, on this body, we have one woman elected, and on the Planning Commission, we have one woman. Women make up 50% of the population, yet we are underrepresented and underpaid in the professional world. And so I would like for you to consider that as you make your decision, that we would like to see, as half of the community, ourselves represented in leadership positions. I recently was getting gas in District 2, and the man that is running that gas station is also a business owner in District 1. He's Muslim. He was very hungry. It was the first day of Ramadan, and he was fasting. And he was very sad that he invested all of this money in a Hawaiian barbecue in his variety store in your district, and he can't get it open. I know of so many businesses in District 1 that are struggling to navigate the county's permitting system. An area bar owner had to postpone his opening for a month because he needed inclusive bathroom signs. You can't have male and female anymore. You have to represent everybody. So he had to have custom signs made. So if we're requiring our business owners to be inclusive, if we're making it difficult for people to navigate the permit system because it's so complicated, I'd really like to see us work towards being more inclusive as a county to make it so that our Muslim neighbors are able to open after investing all of their savings into a business. I'd like to see you take a proactive approach in getting these businesses up and running. I'd like to see people not be forced to close their businesses because of simple bigotry. I would like to say that when reading the book that people gave you today, understand that over 100 scholars have come out against that as junk science. And I'd like to encourage that you vote for Sharon Romano so that we can have a more balanced planning commission in terms of gender parity. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello, Board. My name is Victoria Hall. I am originally from Mississippi. I am the daughter of a Southern Baptist minister formerly. I got my graduate degree at Arizona State University, and I moved to Calaveras to teach theater. I'm an actor with Shakespeare on the Vine at Bryce Station. I'm also an actress with Murphy's Creek Theater. I remotely teach for Arizona State. I teach theater philosophy. And I am here with my LGBT community members, echoing what my friend Sean said about this is a human issue. And this is not about exclusion. Homophobia has no place in government. Separation of church and state is there for a reason. And this is, again, a human issue. The fight that we are still fighting as communities, be it Black, Muslim, gay, straight, Christian, Buddhist, whatever it is, we have those rights, but the people who represent us should be representing all of us. And they should be examples that I can look at my students and point to that person and go, that is a leader you need to emulate. That is a leader you should be like, a person who treats other people, regardless of who they are or where they come from, with respect and dignity. I know we're talking about the Planning Commission, and that's a big, big job because they directly report to you. We want somebody in there who's going to have the same level of respect for all of you, the same level of respect for everyone in this room. And we are asking for the same respect from you as your constituents. Please think about this, and I will quote Yoda on my way out: fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering. We keep seeing that. I trust you make good decisions. Thank you.
Right.
Mike Falvey, District 2. If I hadn't been attending some of your board meetings for the last few years, actually longer than that, I might be kind of neutral as far as how I stand on the candidates here. That's number one. I will agree with the first speaker that, you know, it's always been whoever, it seems like it's always been whatever person the supervisor wants on the planning commission. That's their choice. That's what happens. It's, as Mr. John Colt said, it's rubber stamped. But the times, they are changing. Due to the fact that I have come to the meetings like I have for the past few years, more than the previous couple, 3, 4 decades, has led me to be exposed to one of the candidates. Don't need to mention names. And I have seen vile spewed from right here, directed at many hardworking people in this county. Some even still live here. Some of them left. I have seen this person, excuse me, I have seen them threaten the Board of Supervisors. And, you know, let's not water the seeds of hate, you know, and of dissension. Let's pull the weeds of hate and dissension. You don't need to rubber stamp this. Like I said, the times are changing. There's got to be 3 people up there that see this, can see how this would disrupt and divide this county even more than it already is, and it just can't be allowed. This isn't a personal attack on anybody's beliefs. They're free to believe what they want, but in a powerful position like that, I don't think we should have, we shouldn't have Cheech and Chong on the Planning Commission. We shouldn't have disruption and hate on the Planning Commission either. There's no room for any of that. So please, forget the rubber stamping, go with your hearts and do the right thing. Thank you.
Mike, next speaker.
Good afternoon. I would like to say that the citizens of Calaveras support the Board of Supervisors having the right to appoint their own planning commissioner. Supervisor Toffanelli was elected by the majority of his constituents to be their voice. So to have someone else appointed to the commissioner that he didn't choose is not being that district's voice anymore. Also, separation of church and state is a non-issue with Trent. I have spent many hours working with Trent on various issues that the county is facing, and not once did he try to use religion to influence my thoughts or my decisions. Nor did he base his decisions on his religious beliefs, but on the facts presented. He's always treated me fair and with respect, even when we've disagreed. Those who truly know him know he is a fair and reasonable person willing to listen to all sides of the issues and look at the facts to make a determination. There are many clergy in politics that are able to set aside religion to deal with political issues. Trent should be no exception and should not be discriminated against due to his religion. And I also brought for the board a list of clergy in politics, Christian clergy in politics. The list of Christian clergy in politics is 5 pages long. And I think that people are saying that the county needs to stop being divisive, then people coming up here and speaking should stop trying to divide the county. And let's get on the same page, and let's respect Supervisor Toffanelli's decision, and let's let a person do a job before we judge that person and say, well, they can't do the job. It should be based on performance and not personal thoughts of how he might perform. Trent is clearly the best choice for District 1 Planning Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker. If you intend to speak, if you could line up so I can keep track of how far we've got to go, I'd appreciate it.
Good morning, Vicki Reinke. I too want to give my support to Trent Fiorino. I met him also just probably about a year ago, and since coming to these meetings, I've heard him get up and speak, and he's a very common sense kind of person, and the conversations I've ever had with him, he's very thoughtful. Again, never has he tried to preach to me personally. Yes, he's a minister, and he ministers at church. I'm sure he talks about the Bible in his church, which is what he's supposed to do. I don't think Trent's trying to get on the planning commission so he can preach to people. That would not be right. He's a very thoughtful person, will do a great job. So here's my take, because I watch national politics and local politics, and this is just the same old stuff we're seeing coming out of the progressives at the state, at the federal. Let's bash the people we don't want and get our way so we can get our person in. What I see this about is the marijuana. The people that are getting up and opposing Trent and making up stories about him so they can get their person on, I see it as that's what they want to do. They want to get their person on so they can control the district, so they can control us. Well, I don't agree with that either. So why shouldn't I get the respect to say, no, I don't want that person on the planning commission, because you know what? They don't agree with me. I don't agree with what they believe. No, we don't do that, because we know we have differences of opinions, and we have to be respectful of that. So I assume that you all will be respectful and realize that Trent is a good person and he will do an excellent job, and that what's happening here today is just a tactic that is being used that is very disgusting to people who want to get along, because that is not getting along when you get up and say such horrible things about such a good person. So I hope that Trent can be our our commissioner, and I know he will do an excellent job. Thank you.
My name is Jim Lewis. I've been a resident of this county for about 15 years. A couple of things I want to say. I've been on this planet for 68 years. Over half of the cumulative knowledge of mankind has been acquired during my lifetime. A lot of these people choose to believe millennium-old dogma that's been proven wrong. I personally cannot believe in a God that would give babies cancer or create the Zika virus. That being said, this whole argument today about this being about religion is total, I can't say it, but you know what it is, comes out of a cow. Because this has nothing to do with religion. It has everything to do with the man spouting hate and vitriol towards a group of individuals. And that kind of a person has no business being in county government. Thank you.
Next speaker.
My name is Rosemary Brock. I actually live in District 5. I've known Sharon Romano for several years. I think she'd be a fine candidate. When I heard she was running for the position, at the time, the only candidate I heard running was Sharon. I subsequently found out that Mr. Fiorino was running basically against her. When I looked into Mr. Fiorino's Facebook site, initially there was a lot of stuff available on Facebook. It has since been taken down. I happen to know legally, even though it's been officially taken down, it quite often comes back up. People have it through Wayback Machines or other devices. My concern is that anybody on the Planning Commission receives money from the county government, and that is an implicit approval. And if the county appoints somebody for the Planning Commission, and there is a lawsuit, that is an implicit approval, which opens the county open to a lawsuit, which is a very real concern in the deep pockets world we live in. a lot of me says, yes, the supervisor should be able to pick the person they want to represent their district, but that also means that you have to pick a good candidate, somebody who is not going to open the county open to lawsuits. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker. How many speakers do we have left? If you could raise your hand, it'll help us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, we'll keep going until we finish this item. Bill, the microphone is yours.
First of all, I'd like to say that we need to bring some honesty to this discussion, which doesn't exist right now. For over a year, the past year, attending board meetings, I watched Clyde Clapp be taken apart by a group of people that didn't agree with him on a completely different issue. I think that's the case here. Mr. Fiorino has his own values, his own job, whatever. He has also been identified as a person who is opposed to cultivation of marijuana in Calaveras County. I think the faux outrage, the fog that they bring to these meetings because they disagree on one topic and try to extend it to everything in their life. You know, I'm not ashamed to acknowledge someone who has a moral compass and follows it. If I can examine Trent's moral compass and say he follows it, I respect him for that. I may not agree with his views, but it's something I don't get to do with any of you. Where is your moral compass? Where is it pointing? We don't get to ask that. We expect you to set all that aside and do the job that's best for the people who elected you. If we talk about separation of church and state, people who make that statement don't know what they're talking about. They are not constitutional scholars. They have no idea what that means. Yet, in this meeting, in this hall, when we were going through the Office of Emergency Services presentation, this board reached out to the faith-based community when it came to disaster relief, to putting people up that are out of their homes, providing meals, services, all sorts of things. This board reached out to the faith-based communities for help. Is that separation of church and state? No, it's cooperation. It's not freedom of religion or freedom from religion. It's allowing people to do what they do in their private lives and trust them to do the right things in their public lives, just like we do you. I'm sure I wouldn't agree with a lot of you, how you judge issues, other issues, totally unrelated issues in your private life. But I trust you to do what's best for the people of the county. I trust you to do what's legal. I trust you to follow the law. I trust you to represent your constituents. There are people on this board who continuously violate federal law and state law, and in some cases, county ordinances. Is that immoral? Is that any more immoral than what Mr. Fiorino is being accused of? No. So I think Mr. Fiorino should be given a chance to do the job. He's a smart guy. He's been to the meetings. He knows the issues. Thank you.
Next speaker. Come on, guys.
Well, my name's Mike Gosman. I'm District 1, 30 years, and just in that location. Yes, I voted for Supervisor Tofinelli, and when I voted for him, I expected that he would do what he said he would do. And I also expect that he will appoint the people when the opportunity arises that he feels are the best people for the position. I don't know what the fear is in here today. There's a lot of fear. I've never seen so much fear. I got to tell you something right now. I'm a Christian, and I'm proud of it, very proud. And I'm proud of that man right there, because I don't know him that well. But I do know him as a very good man, very good. If he was if people just like him were the commissioners of every one of you, I'd be happy, very happy. I've seen some commissioners I'm not proud of. All I can tell you is, like I said, I don't know where your moral compass was pointing. Put this Christianity religion out of it. It has nothing to do with this. If you're afraid of what he's going to do, then you got issues. Real issues. I support Trent. Thank you.
Ms. Romano?
Almost good afternoon. Hello. There's been a lot of statements made today that are attributing values to both me and Pastor Fiorino, and I wanted to get up and just say something. I applied for the Planning Commission actually before it was even announced. So anyway, I want you to know a little bit about me. My husband and I moved to Calaveras County in 2003, and it was a really deliberate choice. This area reminded me of where I grew up, and that was in Concord when their population was 3,000 people. And I spent a lot of my time at my relatives' ranches and farms, feeding chickens, gathering eggs, milking cows. And when I moved up here, I kind of felt like I'd come home. And I want to make contributions that is going to constantly improve the health, the safety, and the well-being of Calaveras County and its residents. I've been involved with a number of organizations from the time I moved up here. My community service includes having served on the board of directors for the Calaveras County Arts Council, as a member of the Commission on Aging, and as an AARP driver safety instructor. I was also, in 2007-2008, was a member of the group that worked on the San Andreas Community Plan. Additionally, I was with a group that worked on upgrades and renovations at Turner Park. My professional background includes designing and creating websites, conducting training seminars, and developing business plans, marketing and sales strategies, and financial reporting for new businesses and organizations. A couple of the groups I worked with include the Valley Springs Youth and Family Center and the Calaveras Women's Network. Although I continue to donate my time maintaining websites for the Calaveras Senior Center, the Volunteer Center, and the Parkinson's Support Group in San Andreas, as well as updating the Calaveras Senior Resource Guide that I offer at no cost to any organization that is serving the senior community. I truly believe that a good commissioner, it shouldn't matter if you're a Republican, a Democrat, a conservative, a liberal, a progressive, what color your skin is, where you are from, or who you love. What matters more than anything is that you leave behind any personal agenda so that you make thoughtful, informed decisions for the benefit of the community, the entire community. There's been a lot of division and stuff. Oops, I'm going to run out of time. Anyway, I'd consider your vote for my appointment. Thank you very much.
Ms. Romano. Next speaker.
Marty Crane. So I've been attending all these meetings and so many planning commission meetings that I can't even count. You can't come into something at the last minute and read the index and think you know all about what happened in the past. And we build off of what happened in the past. Sharon has paid attention to all of this for many, many years. A lot of times quietly under the radar. Most of the time, as a matter of fact. And I heard something earlier, I think it might have been with the very first speaker that said this, that the Planning Commission, this appointment had nothing to do with the budget. It has a lot to do with the budget. You make good plans and you make bad plans. Let's make good plans. And the only way we can do that is to have people on the commission who understand that, like the Board of Supervisors, they may come from one district because we want voices from all over the county. They may reside in one district, but they're coming because and presenting their information and their knowledge about that district, so that the entire group, the entire board or commission has knowledge about that district. But ultimately, when they make decisions and make plans and policies, it is for the entire county, not for your district. It is, you present your
your understanding of your district, and then work with and through your board, with and through your committee, your commission, to create fair and balanced policies that ultimately provide fair and balanced opportunities for everyone, and that's everyone. And when I hear people say, well, we've been casting disparaging remarks, well, when you repeat people's words back to them, that's just their words, and that's what we've heard today. So we don't have to make a divisive decision. We have two candidates. You don't have to go down the road of divisiveness. And we've been that road before. And I don't think it's been that long. I think we could all remember. So, thank you.
Tom, how many more speakers do I have? All right, if you could please line up, I'd appreciate that. We're going to get this done before lunch. Tom?
Okay. So some of the most outspoken anti-cannabis crusaders in the county have said they think that opposition is about cannabis. I'll go there. Mr. Fiorino is among those outspoken anti-cannabis crusaders. And you may recall Supervisor Garamendi, a little sermon on sacrificing our children at the altar of marijuana at your town hall meeting, which illustrates my point. And so I have a question, which I don't probably expect a clear answer to, but if a person has displayed a clear bias repeatedly and consistently on a particular county policy, and this board has directed staff to come back with an ordinance that is going to cause a spate of zoning changes to be heard by the Planning Commission. Would a person with a clearly articulated bias in advance have to recuse themselves from all those hearings? And if so, I just question the utility of appointing someone who would have to recuse themselves so frequently. And I'll just stop there. Thanks.
Hi, Susan Morse, District 4, Angels Camp. I'm here today to speak in favor of the appointment of Trent Fiorino for District 1 Planning Commissioner. I have known Trent for about 2 years. I first met him here in the chambers as he regularly attends the Board of Supervisors meetings, and also when I'm not here in person, I'm watching at home on video. He is respectful to all, listens to all views, and when he speaks before the board, he addresses the issues being discussed with no personal attacks. I was curious about his background, as on occasion he offered information at these meetings having to do with environmental issues such as testing soils, concrete, water sampling. I wanted to know what his work background was and what his experience was when I heard he had applied for planning commissioner. I learned his work background included he was a lab manager and then he was a senior lab technician, both positions being responsible for conducting soil and concrete testing, and number one, maintains lab certifications with American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, Cement and Concrete Reference Laboratory, Army Corps of Engineers, and the Division of the State Architect. He's also worked as an environmental technician and earthworks technician performing soil compact testing. I believe those are things that we need as a commissioner. Experience. And we've all talked about today, he's also a pastor of a church, a historic McQualmie Hill Community Church in downtown Moke Hill, a non-denominational church. With Trent's background, to me, he's surely qualified to serve as a planning commissioner and to make decisions and recommendations on land matters in this county. I believe Trent will accept
his ethical obligations and has already demonstrated that. He will put the community's interests above personal loyalties. He will work with the commissioners and its staff with a willingness to solve problems and consider alternatives. He will be respectful of others, as he always has been here, and I've known him outside of here, and he is always respectful. Now for a personal comment. This applicant, I'm going to cut out part of what's going to say because I'm running out of time. This applicant has been attacked and disparaged as others have been.
Thank you very much.
I ask you to please
Thank you.
vote for Mr. Tuohy.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Aurora Weatherby, currently District 5, formerly of District 1. With the redrawings of the lines, I supported Gary Tofinelli in his first run. I did not vote for Sharon Romano because I did not have faith or anything in any of her agendas, items that they spoke on or that they debated. The Constitution, the First Amendment, politics and everything have been thrown around here today. And kind of, I agree with Vicki Reinecke. This is a hatchet job. This has nothing to do with a person's religious beliefs, their sexual orientation, or anything else. This is purposely a political hit. I've known Trent for 2 years. I've heard him speak here at the board where he never maligned or abused any of you verbally. He did state facts, and yes, he is against marijuana. I'm not pro-marijuana either. But I've heard many things about how he projects his values on other people. I haven't seen that with Trent. But I do have here, I've heard many people support Sharon Romano, and they have nothing but good to say about her. But apparently they haven't gone and checked her Facebook pages. I'd like the board to take one page of each of these, please. I believe in Mr. Tofinelli's choice to be able to choose his planning commissioner, as everybody has done in the past. I wish each of you on the board, because I already know that there are 2 of you, one who has spoke personally to Trent and said she would not support him, and another who worked on the
Easy, everybody.
Recall on Garamendi. Now, I expect you to put all of those things aside and to make good and sound and just decisions. That's what people put Gary Tofinelli in this office for. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Well, good afternoon, Board. My name is Kevin Ost, and I want to say that I do agree with what Carl Stoughton did say. I do believe that the respective representative should be the one to have the say in who they should appoint. I've seen how character assassinations work firsthand. I would follow up with Susan saying that that is not how we should make decisions. It should be based on what they're qualified to do, not just trashing the person. That's not right. And I know Trent for a couple years now. He's not an evil guy. He's a good guy. He can make a great planning commissioner. I support Trent.
Next speaker.
Board of Supervisors, Trent Fiorino. I want to first just thank my supervisor for even considering me as possibly being on the Planning Commission. It was said that I once threatened supervisors. I didn't threaten supervisors, I threatened one, and that was Gary Tofinelli. And we have spoke. What I liked about Gary is that he came and sat down with me and talked to me and shared his views. And I began to watch and appreciate how he is thoughtful and brings a lot of thought to any decision he makes. And while we still don't agree on everything, I've come to appreciate him a great deal. It seems today that there are a lot of people that have come up and they want to make a religious test for this appointment. The Constitution of the United States says in Article 6, no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States. It also says in the First Amendment, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech. I've been attacked because of a post I had on my Facebook page. There are a lot of lies about that. They said that my Facebook page is full of posts against the LGBTQ community. It is not. There was one, and it was not against them. It was in defense of a pastor who lost his job. I was under the impression when I posted that my Facebook page was private. I didn't know that it got switched to public. It was never meant to be a public comment. I have since taken it down because of that reason. There are other things that were said about what was on my Facebook page. A lie, and I just want to remind you, the word slander is oral communication of false or malicious statements that damage the reputation of another. It was said that I passed out a flyer saying that the next election is not between Republicans and Democrats being good and evil. That was not a flyer. That was a post on my Facebook page to my friends on Facebook. And if you read the comment, it doesn't say the Republicans are evil or that Democrats are evil. It just was a comment on the nature of the way the elections were going. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to make a comment to the LGBTQ community, because a lot of them are here. I love everybody. I do believe the Bible. And I don't want to go into a lot of that in detail because I don't think it belongs in here. This is a government function. However, so that they understand how I view love on that issue, I would like to read a statement by Penn Jillette, a magician, who is a devout atheist. We couldn't have more things that aren't common. It says, I've always said that I don't respect people who don't proselytize. I don't respect that at all. If you believe that there is Can I finish that statement?
Wrap it up.
Can I finish that statement?
If it's just another sentence, just finish it up. We'll be fair.
Okay. Well, I would like to ask if any of the supervisors would like to question me. Let me feel.
Thank you.
Question. Answer question.
So last speaker? Great. You're up.
Tim McDonald, District 1. I am a card-carrying Republican. I've listened to the representatives, I guess, of the Republican Party of this county, with which I won't even associate with because they do not believe in the same things that I do. Started out that they're supposed to believe in, property rights and all of those things. Clearly, that's not the case. The other thing is that as far as the religious freedom and all of that stuff, that's great. And he's a pastor, and I'm sure he does good for his community. But there are no allegations of bigotry. There is evidence of the bigotry. If you did any research, you could have looked. There are people here that have screenshots. Wasn't just on his Facebook page. Multiple comments on the Enterprise, multiple comments elsewhere, on multiple threads where it all comes through. So this isn't an attack. This is just a replay and a rewind of words that came out of his mouth, things that he said. I don't know Sharon Romano. I have heard good things about her. I know that I do not want this man as our representative on the Planning Commission. He's been very clear that he is biased on the cannabis. He makes no bones about it. So I don't understand how he could be put in a position to make those decisions. Some are saying, well, he can just leave that behind and his biases and all that behind him. I don't buy it. I mean, if he's preaching it from the pulpit and he's putting it out on the media, which is there forever, it doesn't go away. I just don't buy it. I don't think he can do it. And this will reflect on you come the next election. I would also like to state, I remember back in the day, you said you went and walked your neighborhoods, and you didn't ever come to Circle 20. I promise you, you didn't. So if you ever get a chance, why don't you come out and see the people who actually do live rurally.
Thank you very much. With that, we will bring it back to the board for further discussion or a motion. Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yeah, before we go into that, I got a couple responses I want to talk about to some of the comments that were made on both sides. First, nobody's been nominated for anything at this point. Zero, nobody, none. People filed applications. It was out there. It was in the clerk's office. I broadcast it. And you fill out an application for it. 2 people filled out an application for it. 2. Apparently only 2 in District 1 that lived there were interested in this position. And I got to tell you, I'm going to first address some of Sean's comments. Sean, you and I have been friends for a long time. You know me. We've been on stage together. I came to your LGBT thing in the park that you put on, so you know where I am, okay? I'm not biased to anybody, and that's including the growers, whether they believe me or not. I tried to negotiate at that time, back then, some type of thing that we could have some regulations to begin with in this county. Ultimately, I voted for a ban, and I was subject to a lot of stuff and a lot of comments for a long period of time, took the brunt of it, just like Dennis did and like Clyde did, for how we felt was best and how we voted on something. So I understand some of the people that came up here and where their positions are, because I've lived it for the last 2 years on it. And I believe that some of the things that they were saying had to do with cannabis more, and having this guy on there because of his position, of some of the comments that he made during that time when we were going through that period. I have to disregard some of those comments about it. However, as far as church and state, I had some comments, or I postponed this because I had some issues that I wanted to discuss with county council, and some, not only that issue, but some other ones. And after meeting with Megan, I don't think between church and state separation disqualifies him or puts him out. I think people need to understand that who's ever chosen, no matter who it is, one or the other, much like every one of us, all of us have personal feelings on issues. That is being human. That's how we are. The problem is when you sit up here or you sit on a planning commission, you have to set those aside. And you have to deal with what's in front of you, what the law says, and what all of the stuff that's been presented to you has weighed in on what is right and what is wrong. And that is how you sit up here. You won't be sitting up here very long if you can't distinguish between the two. It's not a place for you to push your own agenda, regardless of what some people may think because of how you voted on an issue. Believe me, there's a lot of times when an issue comes before us that we have conversations with county council and department heads that we've researched that issue that's coming before us. So we have a lot more information maybe than what the general public thinks. When I first ran for this office many years ago, I had my personal opinions on issues, but when I got elected, I found out that as a member of the public, I didn't know a lot of stuff. I had my issues and my thoughts on how it was. When I talked to and found out all the information, it changed my mind on a lot of things. And I think that's what you have to do when you sit in this position, or even on the Planning Commission. The one thing about the Planning Commission, though, if you make a decision, a Planning Commission makes a decision, and your vote is on the favorable part of that decision, that decision can always be appealed to this board. It's not permanent. You can appeal it. If nobody appeals it, then it does become. But when it goes through that commission, this is the next layer that you can appeal to. So it's not written in stone what those commissioners have made a decision on. People need to realize that. You can always file an appeal. Unless one's filed, then you go forward, then it is. I did meet with both candidates, both people that applied for this job. I knew Sharon for a number of years, her and her husband. I never met Trent before. He came in here and was up there talking at the first meeting when we had on cannabis. I've had very limited conversations with him during the time. I've never seen him or met with him anywhere outside this arena, never in public anywhere. The only time I've met with him was, like I said, I met with Sharon, and then I met with him, and that was the first time outside public I ever met with him. Although I did meet one other time, and that was yesterday. I had set up a meeting with him and Supervisor Callaway to have an open discussion. And we did that in Angels Camp yesterday, right out on the sidewalk in front of Starbucks, right out in the open. I'm not one that's not hiding anything and never have been. I tried to come to these meetings prepared for anything or any challenge that comes before us. And a lot of times in the position we're in, especially this issue right now, you have two separate sides. And I'm going to bring up one comment that was made today by Marty Crane. Matter of fact, I've known Marty for a long time. We've never seen everything eye to eye. Sometimes we do, but a lot of things we don't. But we are friends. At least I hope so. She's not shaking her head. Marty made a comment in the last item about when we all come together, things work. There was a comment that was made by another person when this item came before the board at the last board meeting, and I asked to have it postponed, about healing this county. Well, healing, you got to come from both sides. It can't be one side seeing their views, boo-boo-boo, and one side seeing their views. You're not going to heal. You have to come together in a common ground in order to do that. And I've certainly have tried in many issues. Mr. Garamendi is board chair, has the discretion to run the meetings how he does, and he has somewhat of a stern fist. I ran it to give everybody an opportunity to say what they had on their minds and try and openly go with that. I was criticized for that. And I'm going to be criticized for this because one of the candidates ran against me. One of the candidates openly signed a petition of recall for me. One of the candidates actually made statements that she was going to be running during that time of the petition. I find it very hard to nominate somebody that is openly ran against me and made disparaging remarks about running against me and signing a petition of recall against me. Had that not happened, I would make some considerations for it. But again, only 2 people filed applications for this, 2. And I told that to Sharon when we met. Now, what I propose, and I want you to listen to me, because Sean, I respect you, and you know that completely. This term expires on December 31st, 2019. Is that correct?
So in looking at the website on the previous commissioner's term, there is a typo in this item, and it is 2020. December 31st, 2020, not 19. It's a typo. There are 2-year terms.
Do we have to adhere to that 2020? Can the board make a decision? And I asked Megan, can we go to 12/31/19?
I'm fairly certain that the county code for the planning commission is a 2-year term. I can pull the county code up and confirm that.
Can I weigh in on that?
I don't think Supervisor Toffenelli's done yet.
I'm not done yet.
Excuse me, we could...
I'm one that am a participant of equal opportunity. I'm one that am not, again, biased against anybody. I try and go out, when I go out there, I go out and try and shake everybody's hands. I try and say hello to them. I try and be cordial to everybody. Some people turn their heads away, don't want to talk to me. People won't extend their hand and shake my hand. Okay, fine. Doesn't stop me from the next time. So I've had conversation during our meeting with Mr. Fierro, and he has assured me that he will not have any bias in his decision. He will set any decisions aside, any of his personal feelings aside, and deal with what's in front of him only. And so if Megan can come up with an answer, my suggestion is that I would nominate him at least through the end of the year, and at the beginning of next year, we can evaluate it. There's also a mechanism if something happens that we can bring it back to this board and remove him from that office if something drastically happens. I don't think it will after talking and discussing with him. I believe that just seeing his change on some items in a conversation with him, and he has changed his stance a lot on the cannabis. He realizes regulations are coming in. He wants to be a participating in part of those regulations. So, Megan.
According to section 2.44040 of the county code, that is the term of office for the planning commission. It does say that members of the planning commission shall be appointed by a majority vote of the Board of Supervisors, and that a member from each supervisorial district shall be appointed to serve for a term which shall expire on the last day of December in each even year. So it's each even year. So that would be a 2-year appointment. I would also just point out to the board that section 2.44060 is removal of planning commissioners, and that provides that prior to the end of his or her term of office, a planning commission member may be removed from his or her seat upon a majority vote of the Board of Supervisors.
So, there we have it. And so with that, I would nominate Mr. Trent Fierro as District 1 Commissioner, Planning Commissioner.
We have a nomination. Is there a second or further discussion? Supervisor Mills, your light is on.
Chair, my concern is that the date that's listed on the agenda item is incorrect. Does that have an effect on this decision today? I'm asking council.
For purposes of this appointment, it was properly agendized, and that correction can be made during this hearing, so the motion would be to appoint the replacement to fill the vacancy for the remainder of the existing term, which would be December of 2020.
So that's what the motion would be.
Okay. Supervisor Mills, are you done?
For the moment, yes.
Supervisor Stopper?
I do want to carry up on a few things I do agree with him on. I don't think the separation of church and state has anything to do with this. I think that if you're a pastor, you're more than willing to participate in government from any level, top to bottom. It's the position of objectivity and be able to weigh in on your decision without stating your personal opinion on it, while listening to everyone else and the conglomeration of the facts put before you. Before I was originally appointed to the Planning Commission in 2016, I was very strongly spoken about a few things, and I definitely said some stuff not on the highest level on social media a few times. But I had respect for the position, and I learned my objectivity there. I think a majority of people raise themselves to a certain level once they're in that type of position. A few other things. I think Gary's been very strong about not going out publicly and saying what his nomination was. And from the emails I got and on most of the public comment, a lot of people are saying that the decision's already been made, and that's why we're here discussing it today. Other than that, I'll pass it on from there. Those are my comments to the issue for the moment.
Supervisor Mills?
Well, let's, so that everybody kind of understands a little bit about what is the role of the board in these land use matters, is that we are quasi-judicial. That means that we, in essence, act as judges in these issues. And Supervisor Tofinelli is correct. We cannot put personal feelings into these things. We have to deal with the facts that are in front of us. Sometimes we don't have all of the facts, and we ask for more information. We look to try to get as rounded a decision as possible. That oftentimes is a very difficult process, and I appreciate Supervisor Stoppers having served on the commissions and understanding that what that took to do that you oftentimes you have to set aside your personal feelings and only deal with the facts. If you had judges that didn't do that, think of what our judicial system would be like, as an example. So it is important for us to not to deal with this from a qualifications view, because I think that is not it. It is how is Mr. Tofinelli and his planning commissioner going to best represent the wishes and desires of the district that is there. I rely on the planning commissioner for District 4 to be what he is, and I appreciate every minute of time that he spends doing what he does. And I will tell you quite clearly, I don't interfere with his world. And I do that on purpose, because I think he has to have his own view and his own opinion on things. And if it doesn't look correct, then it comes back to this board, and we have an opportunity to look at it again. And that's our job. So I want to be sure that we don't set a precedent where we override the wishes of the voting public in a specific district and move down that road. I think that would be a very dangerous road to run. So with that, I will second Mr. Tofinelli's motion.
Very well. We have a motion by Supervisor Tofinelli and a second to support Trent Fiorino for the remainder of the existing planning commission. Any other statements? Shall we go to a roll call vote?
No, I will make a comment.
Supervisor Callaway.
I have concerns on Mr. Fiorino's written comments on the LGBT community that he made public on social media. I want candidates, whether it's on a committee or a commission, that will represent the diversity of people and viewpoints that exist in Calaveras County. And for those reasons, I cannot support this appointment.
Thank you. We will go to a vote, but I will make my statement just for clarity for the future. I certainly respect tradition. It's very important to me. But as we all know on this board, we have ignored tradition in the past. And I regret that. This is not a religious issue, in my opinion, at all. It is an issue about the ability to fairly adjudicate disputes between individuals and the county code and our county policies put forward by this board. And I don't believe Trent can do that based upon his past public statements. So, roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Sorry. Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yes.
Supervisor Garamendi?
No.
Supervisor Callaway?
No.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
And Supervisor Stopper?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That is 3-2. Congratulations. Welcome to the Planning Commission. We stand adjourned for lunch. We will return here at 2 o'clock.
Why is the fire department here? They've already got their money.
Because we miss you.
I'll take it.
All right, let's start it, guys. Hello, welcome back from lunch. This is the June 11th board meeting. We'll move on to item 22.
Item 22 is from the Administrative Office to conduct the fiscal year 2019-20 recommended budget hearing, receive presentations on the recommended budget from the CAO and various department heads, and provide the CAO with direction for any requested changes to the recommended budget.
Thank you. I will hand this over to Mr. Alt, who had all 4 weeks to get this budget together, so I'm sure he's mastered it inside and out. And Al, lead us.
Thank you, Chairman Garamendi. Good afternoon, members of the board, and thank you, members of the public, for being here. I'd first like to start by saying it's an honor for me to be able to present this budget to you. I wish the numbers were always stronger, but I appreciate having the opportunity, and it certainly is an honor to be your CAO. I'll start here real quickly by saying this might be a different presentation than what you're familiar with. I intend to be quite succinct. I had about a 60-page presentation, but I saw all the tabs on Supervisor Mills' budget book, so I'll reserve as much time as possible for questions and discussion from the board. Next slide. And I apologize for technology challenges. Krista is leading the flipping of the pages for the presentation for me, so if you hear me pause for a moment, it's to get on the next slide. So go ahead and please move forward. Okay, we won't stay here long, but just quickly what we're going to cover, just the overall budget, some background information for you. We'll talk about the influences and why I made certain recommendations that I have, and then we'll dive right into the substance of the budget. And so why don't we go to the next slide, please. So overall, just a general message about the budget. This budget overall is balanced. We have reserves funded at the board-approved policy level. We have contingency funded at the board-approved policy level as well. This budget, the 1920 fiscal year budget, reduces imbalance in expenditures versus revenues compared to last year's budget, and I'll show you some detail that evidences that. There is a however to that. We do balance our budget in this year using cash carry, as you'll see, and a substantial teeter transfer to make the budget balanced. Moving on to the next slide. Some background on the budget. This is our second consecutive year we've had opportunity to use the OpenGov system. I think it's important to note one of the things maybe the board and certainly the public doesn't know is not only do we use OpenGov, but we use WorkEva as a publisher software, for lack of a better word, for the budget book. So what we found in this year's budget development, and probably last year's as well, is the interface between our financial system to OpenGov to WorkEva causes us challenges in some of our data. So we have to work quite extensively to try and weed out those challenges. I'll say we, but in the acknowledgments we'll reference people who do that work particularly. More budget background. If you just cycle back to the final budget, in the year we're in, CAO Tim Lutz did that budget. In the mid-year budget, interim CAO Manuel Lopez did that budget. And now here we are with me presenting this budget. And that's significant to have 3 different budgets in 10 months, because as I present in the budget book, or at least suggest in the budget book and the budget message, while the numbers are science, there's a lot of art that goes into interpreting this. So you're seeing the influences of 3 different people putting together budgets, and that's why you'll see some of the moving parts in this budget compared to what you saw in mid-year and in last year's final. We'll talk those through a little bit, but hopefully I'll weed out those issues with consistency as I've spoken about being here long term. So the department managers, some more background. The department managers were provided their budget instructions on March 27th. The suggestion in the instructions at the time was the budget was to be status quo for positions, but for where they could be justified additional positions. Status quo was intended to include our natural salary progression, negotiated agreements, and PERS lump sum, which you'll see is a significant part of the budget this year. And the budget instructions specifically said personnel requests were to be kept minimal. And so what I can say to the credit of the department heads, there wasn't as much work as I may have needed to do in previous years, because all of the department heads kept their budget requests pretty tight, and everything that they did put forward, they had specific justification for, and we'll dive into the details of that more. So one important piece on the next slide I'd like to speak to, probably one of the biggest challenges we had in this year's budget, is our budget timeline. And I don't necessarily intend to review all of it, but if you'll draw your attention to the red text in the budget timeline, all of those meetings were delayed. And so the first 2 weeks of those budget meetings with the department heads were scheduled before my start. And so they were all moved out to when I started. So in addition to overlap with Manuel and getting on board with other county processes, we were also having these meetings. And so they were extended well beyond what we intended for the completion. And that certainly impacted the budget book, and not the data so much. Your budget book has all of the relevant data, it has all the necessary schedules for the state controller's office, but you'll note it doesn't have much in terms of color or graphics in it to try and be illustrative for the data that you see in it. So my term for it is it's a budget book light based on the tight runway that we had. Okay, moving on, some influences, moving past that slide into some data. I think this is a really important reflection of what you see before you here today in terms of my recommendation, is if you look in particularly the last year, I think we've lost sight a little bit of the fact that our expenditures last year that were adopted at final were 70 million versus 60 million of revenue. So I don't need to do the math for you. It's a big number there that we were in the deficit when we approved last year's budget. So you'll see through all of the discussion and my recommendations that that was a significant influence on everything that I recommended as we're going forward. Next slide, please. Okay, another big influence on my recommendation is, and I pulled this right from the LAO's economic outlook. I'm not in the business of trying to predict the national or state economy, but the LAO is. And so a specific quote from them, I've added the emphasis here. There's an anticipation in not only the state, but the national landscape that we will see slowing in the rate of economic growth. And not so much even slowing, but a slight decline and progressive decline in the out years. And I wouldn't describe it as what we've seen in recessions in the past. It's not projected to be a deep decline, but certainly not economic expansion as we've been experiencing. Another influence on my budget was the mid-year projections, and so I was really quite concerned about the review of the mid-year budget and trying to navigate my own way between how I would present my recommended budget to the board when not so long ago you heard in a presentation in this very room that there was $9 million of cash carry being projected. So an important point I want to make about that is that wasn't exclusive of contingency. At the time, there was over $3 million worth of contingency, which was included in that number. So it wasn't purely $9 million of cash carry, it represented contingency as well. In addition to that, I'd like to remind that we also approved about $500,000 worth of expenditures at mid-year. There was a COLA for one employee group that came in at mid-year. We saw an increase in positions being filled in the second half of the year versus the first half of the year. And then we had appropriations available for the department managers or the department heads to expend in the last half of the year. And so when you put all of those things together as we got closer to the end of the year, that we've seen that our cash carry has reduced over what was presented at mid-year. Moving on to the next slide, and this is more for the public than it is for the board. I know you know the theories behind forecasting, and you yourself do a lot of work in this, but it's really helpful to understand that, and this is right from GFOA, or Government Financial Officers Association. I'm happy to send that link out, but really there's two ways you can see we can be conservative in how we project the budget, and that's revenues low and expenditures high. That's straight out of the CFO handbook. This really gives us the benefit of reducing the likelihood of a shortfall, and that's certainly a circumstance that we're in where we can't, at the end of the year, run the risk of having a shortfall. The downside is, what you'll see here is the numbers tend not to balance. It's not as easy for us to balance, so we had to do some more work with Teeter and some other things to make the budget balance. Hopefully, as we move out into the out years, we'll be a little bit more on the objective side of things. But the last thing I wanted to do in my fourth week or fifth week here and my first budget with this board is put a very aggressive budget forward and have us hit the end of that before the year ends in the next fiscal year. So I went with the conservative route, and that could mean for us at final that we have a better position than what's being projected here. In fact, that's pretty likely. So we'll have some more to talk about at the final. Diving quickly into our revenue trends, I just wanted to give you a quick look here at our revenue. So I'm catching up in my own notes here. So probably the most important note, the trends are important, but probably the most important note I'd like to make here is for our county, we obviously know what makes up taxes, and we can see a nice progression here in our taxes, but if you start looking at all our other revenue numbers, for example, state revenue and federal revenue, it's all over the map here. This really makes it tough for us to figure out what our revenues are going to be. State's up, federal's down, and you'll see in all of our other areas there's some pretty wide swings in what we've had over the past years. This is unique to our county because some of the disasters that we've had, and certainly because of some of the legislative decisions that have been made here as well. It's certainly caused that revenue to swing pretty widely in the past few years. The next slide is, won't hover here too much, but when we went to OpenGov, there was a work group that set about deciding service categories and identifying our service categories, so over the years we could compare longitudinal data across our service categories. I hope I'm stating it correctly, but last year and this year were the first 2 years we've done it, so the data is not all that relevant yet, but in the out years we'll be able to look more closely at how we fund our different service categories. Next slide, please. This is simply a pictorial view of how we've our general fund revenue by type, and so I won't stay there long. We can always come back to the revenue slides and talk about particular revenue sources if there's an interest. After reviewing our revenue projections and our comparisons, we'll move on to our budget requests. This is the roll-up of all of our departments and what they've requested, also compared to the 2018-19 year. So this is all funds as well. So we'll go ahead and we'll move to the next slide. This is just an overall look, and we didn't actually in the budget emphasize many of our programs that are not general fund, where we really drill down on the general fund in the rest of the presentation. Let's move past that one. So much like we showed in the revenues, I wanted to give an example of our trend for our expenses over the last 4 years. So this is a little bit more steady than our revenue's been. So you can see in the current year, we're proposing expenditures of $77 million. I know there may be questions about that, so I won't hover over that number too much, but as a reminder, in those expenditures are PG&E settlement funds and other funds that have associated expenditures as well. So it artificially inflates our revenue on one side, but also inflates our expenditures on one side, on the other side as well. Moving forward quickly into how I made my determinations. I'll say mine. I certainly own them in the CAO's recommended budget, but we had a work group of folks that sat and looked at what would our criteria be moving forward on if we made any recommendations. I will tell you, I alone considered at one point simply just moving a status quo budget forward to the board and just looking at what departments had last year, zeroing everything out in additional requests. Quite frankly, it probably would have been an easy way to go about it in my 4th week, but I felt it unfairly put the board in a bad position where you would have to consider a lot more requests from the podium, and it certainly wouldn't have been fair to the department heads who had significant justifications for the things that they moved forward. So ultimately, with help from a work group, I came up with this criteria on how we would put recommendations forward. From a personnel perspective, it's pretty simple. If it fulfilled a mandate, we were quick to approve that. We also focused on public safety, and you'll see in the recommendations, in this case, it translates into a recommendation for an additional officer. Wherever there was a recommendation and the department head had a justification that included revenue generation, we put a focus on those as well. Certainly, we need more revenue. And if we bring positions on board that will help generate that, we emphasize those. There were also requests that were net zero budget impact, or in some cases savings, that department heads put forward requests that if they had a particular position, they could move forward without other unfilled positions that they previously had. And there's 2 particular positions that improved operational efficiency, and we can talk about those when we get to those if you'd like. So that was a criteria for positions, and as we go along a little farther, I'll stop and we can review the positions in a handout. But moving on the criteria, in capital improvements, you'll notice that the capital improvement project budget is less this year than it was last year. And it really nets out to anything that was requested in the new budget I didn't put forward. And my request to the board is that you give us an opportunity to do the work that you've already prioritized in previous actions, and let us fulfill that plate of work, and then we can layer on at a later point in time, either in this year and next budgets, where we have additional projects. But you know what some of those projects are. One that I'll highlight is, in particular, the old jail demo, and that was a subject of a lot of discussion here in the mid-year, and so we're committed to getting those done and completing those. And so that's why the capital improvement projects budget is really pretty slim. Well, actually, it doesn't have any new requests in it. And then of course, capital assets. I'm not going to speak to every one of the capital assets. We may get into that discussion in the discussion from the budget book as we move forward. We can always come back to it if you like. In the case of personnel, I provided the public has and the board has a handout as well. It's one sheet, front and back. It has a list of all of the positions that we recommended, and it has those positions that we also deleted. And I'm going to make a particular note for the sheriff who's here. Of the deleted positions, there are 3 that I think he will speak to, and I'll comment on as well, that upon further review, I would suggest that, and Rick will give you the information on them, but that we support putting 3 of the deleted positions back in. If you want to talk about these positions now, we can do that, or we can move on and come back to the specific positions and talk on them.
Let's do it section by section.
Okay. All right. Then I won't stay on those long. We'll move on to the next slide. And so one of the things I wanted to give you a picture of as we move forward is we talk about what the reserve position and what the contingencies are going to be. I want you to understand where some of our money resides as you're considering this budget. The general fund reserve fund balance isn't something that we affected at all. This balance is the same as what you've seen in previous years. So there's not a concern that we're using reserves per se to balance the budget. However, if you go to the next slide, we show you the transition in teeter fund balance, which is projected to be pretty strong at the end of the year with $6.4 million, but we rely on a significant amount of teeter funds to balance the budget, and I just want to make sure that as we move forward that we understand that we're utilizing that fund, at least in my recommendation, to balance the budget. And the next slide. And that's important that we're relying on teeter fund to that extent, because you'll see a pattern. If you could go back to that. Oh, that one's fine. Any of these slides that say 18-19 on them are from the final presentation, the final budget presentation last year from CAO Lutz. And what I wanted to do is come back to that and highlight some certain things that we see as a pattern from that budget to this budget, because once that was adopted, that pretty much set our footprint for this year. We have worked as much as we can to minimize expenditures over revenues, but there's some things that are considerations in what came for you in final that might prompt some more discussion as we move forward. It's still absolutely a necessity for us to consider revenue-producing activities and where we might have opportunity for additional revenues. Why don't you go to the next slide, please? One more, please. And so what I'm referring to, same thing that CAO Lutz referred to, is just, as you'll see as we go forward, we either have to address the expenditure side or we have to address the revenue side. In other slides, you'll see Tim's suggestion is that we're at the point that our services are really detrimentally impacted if we make any reductions. So it really makes a more viable approach to look at revenue enhancements, and that will be the case in this budget as well. I won't go through each one of these because we can talk about the status of where they're at or whether they're generating revenue in the discussion, but it is important to note that we need to continue to pursue those activities. Next slide, please. Okay, so prior to having completed the budget, one of the things that I've heard just in the hallways talking to supervisors is about economic development in particular. And so I wanted to touch on that while we're here. Catherine knows that it's an important goal of ours, and we're putting forward as a goal in my office that we'll have a business plan for economic development. And that's certainly one of the important areas we need to look at revenue enhancements. Moving on to the next slide. This is an important slide because as we go through the budget, it's easy for our employees that sit out beyond us in this room to hear the budget and hear the numbers and get concerned about what does this mean for us? How's it going to impact the services? How is it going to impact my particular department? And in the final budget, Tim introduced a discussion, and maybe years past, that we could look at freezing or deleting vacant positions. And I can tell you in the budget we're in, I've already referenced that we've removed some positions that had been vacant and unfilled for multiple years. I don't see in our current circumstance at least in the recommended budget, suggesting that we freeze positions. But depending on how our cash position is at year-end close and what final looks like, these are things that could potentially be more difficult discussions we'd need to have there. I'll go back, though, to the forecasting slide that I provided earlier. We've been very conservative in our forecasting, so I don't anticipate that we're going to have any shocks in a downward way at the year-end close, that we're more likely to be in a better position at year-end close just because we've been so conservative. And I make that point because I don't think it'll make these discussions a reality, at least in final. So where do we go from here? I said I was going to be quite succinct in this, and I've gone through it pretty quickly, but I want to live here for a moment as we move forward. You all have heard in the interview process, and many others have heard in other meetings, that I've talked a lot about me providing a 90-day assessment as to where I see we are after being here for 3 months, what my recommendations and what my goals would be. And I think we have that plan, depending on general plan, being a study session in July. And so as we move forward from this budget, it will help us inform where we are in July and moving into the new year, new fiscal year, and how we align the CAO's goals as you see them with a review of the board's priorities, and using that for our fiscal year footprint on what our priority of our work's going to be, and help us move out further into developing longer-term board priorities and leading to us having something closer to a priority-based budgeting, and that we're really connecting our funding streams to our priorities as opposed to that which we've always done. And also us having regular presentations to the board on how we as department heads doing the work meet the objectives and how we're being accountable to the board, so that when you're adopting a budget, you know there are activities that are going to get done as a priority of the board, along with the funding that's been allocated towards those. I know I've gone through the detail quite quickly. We can obviously come back to anything that you'd like to, but I would like to provide some acknowledgments. Obviously, I really appreciate the board and giving me this opportunity, but I see Rebecca here. I don't see Barbara Vidick. There aren't enough gift cards in this county. We'd have to go out of county to give enough gift cards to Barbara for the work that she did. Just absolutely tireless, and Rebecca as well, giving us a lot of support. Krista really led the development of this because she was caught in the transition between Manuel and I, which is kind of a tough transition. We're a little bit different in personality and approach, and so she had to navigate that, and our staff helped her do that quite well. HR had a significant contribution too in how we developed the criteria and what positions we were going to move forward. And then really the department heads deserve a lot of credit. There wasn't as much work as there could have been in this budget had they just put forward, what they would hope to get. I wouldn't say a wish list, but there's a deep list of justification, good justification for needs out there. But the department heads were quite respectful about what they put forward, and their fiscal staff in their areas, I see a few out there, did a lot of hard work to make sure that I could understand what they were putting forward and understand what their department goals were as well. So I said I'd be relatively brief. I got through it pretty quick, but I know by all the tabs in the budget books, we're about to get ready for some questions.
Thank you very much, Al. Let me check with the board really quick. What I'm thinking might work is if anybody has any really broad general public comments, not getting into specifics of this budget, this might be a good opportunity. Then we have the budget presentations by, looks like the sheriff, the DA, and the library want to make presentations. And I thought what we do is, as they do their presentations at that time, we take on that section, then we do our comments, and we'll just work and move our way through the list. Does that work for everybody? Gary, Ben, good? I'm kind of okay with that. How about you, Marita? Kind of too? If anybody's got a better way to do this, I'm wide open. Okay. Al, bring them forward.
All right, first we have the sheriff. If you wouldn't mind coming on up, Rick, and I know you have a presentation, sheriff and undersheriff. I understand you have some material as well.
Oh wait, did you want me to do Is there anybody who needs to make a general, broad, public comment about the budget before we start getting into the details? If it's like about the sheriff's budget, wait till we do the sheriff's thing. It's about environmental health, wait for the public works, same. But if you want to make some really broad statement,
Like I'm in the queue up.
and sorry about that.
No, that's okay. We need a couple minutes to set up anyway.
Perfect. And you don't mind the sheriff setting up at the same time that you're talking? Bonnie, you up?
Yes.
All right.
As I look through here, I'm wondering if there's been any consideration for the 330 home care workers that are working at minimum wage. Is there any...
Bonnie, would that be under HHS budget?
HHSA.
We're going to
Yes.
take on HHS, we're going to take on Health and Human Services as an item.
I'm sorry, you're going to...
We're going to take, that would be best put under, when we get to Health and Human Services, because that's going to be sitting in Kristen's budget.
Okay.
It's pretty hard to find something that's broad enough to cover the broad comments.
Well, I hope it doesn't hurt anybody else's budget when I come up here and demand we have consideration.
I would
'cause
expect
that's-
nothing less, Bonnie.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, I just have a general question of the board. On your, still facing a long-term structural deficit, it mentioned the cannabis and 6.8 million of Measure C monies. Earlier this year, it was brought up that there were 3.5 million still outstanding on those taxes collectible. Have any of those taxes been collected, and are they part of this budget in any one of these departments?
Ms. Weatherby, what we'll do is we'll collect all the public comments, and then if staff want to do a rebuttal, they can.
All right, thanks.
There are other general public comments. Patricia? Excuse me, sorry, Patricia. Al, you got to look over your shoulder.
Did I cut off somebody?
You cut off Patricia. Al, go ahead, let's go.
My comments are short. If you look back over the years, it seems like not only our county, but other counties have been suffering from major catastrophes, fires, and I wonder, what we basically do now, we don't plan for this. We look to the state or the federal government and for them to help us with disaster relief. And this pattern is followed not only with our own county, but all over the United States. Well, the effect of this on the taxpayer is quite an override of expense. We're paying much more than it would be if we had money set aside for expected disasters or insurance premiums, and then handled it ourselves under our own control. And I know we're not going to change anything right now, but it could be a good source of discussion with CSAC and other associations to start to change the accountability for funding disasters. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia?
I've been attending the general plan meetings at the commissioners, and one of the things I noticed is that they're trying to get people, more people, and they're going to go around and examine people's homes and their properties, and requiring a giving up of a certain amount of privacy. And then, of course, those people need to be paid, and it's going to come out of somebody's pocket. Either the people that supposedly don't comply with somebody's idea of what ought to be, and so I'm here to tell you that I asked them, I go, where are you guys going to get all the money to pay these people that they intend to hire to go around and cause havoc with people? And to me, it's havoc. Maybe not to you, but to me it is.
needs a break? Okay, we're going to have no more public comment. We will have a quick rebuttal from the CAO, and then we're going to take a break while they deal with IT issues. The sheriff gets set up.
I don't necessarily have to reject
Okay. Supervisor Stopper? Oh, they got to go.
Okay, never mind.
Okay. That's all right. Under Sheriff, you got the ball.
Chair, you got the handouts right there.
Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon, Jim Macedo from the Sheriff's Office. There's some additional copies of our PowerPoint presentation up here on the dais while you get yours organized. The Sheriff and I are going to work back and forth through this budget. Before I get started, I'd like to just make a couple of quick introductions. Next to Ms. Von Lotta is Sheriff Services Technician Wanda Maddock, and to her right is Oscar Flamenco, our new Senior Financial Analyst. Oscar comes to us from a very reputable CPA firm in the Bay Area. He has a lot of experience in private budgeting, but he's getting his feet wet in governmental budgeting, which is an entirely different animal. So with that, we're going to jump right into the first slide is just an overview slide. I'm going to move quickly through the first couple of slides. Next slide, please. We're going to discuss our total operating budget briefly, provide the board with a staffing update, go through the Sheriff's Office requests. We're going to talk about how those requests impact the community and the organization. We're going to recap our critical needs, and then we'll take any questions at that particular time. Next slide, please. So the Sheriff's Office total operating budget is roughly $20,386,000. Of the departmental requested, the general fund contribution is 19.8. 1.4 million of those dollars are being transferred in from what formerly was referred to as designated funds. Those are now special revenue funds. And an additional 2.2 million in taxes and one-time refunds. And lastly, the Sheriff's Office is generating $1.35 million in revenue and grants. That's for work or grants or contracts that the Sheriff's Office has that we bring in to offset the general fund contribution. At the bottom bullet, our departmental requested general fund contribution, the net cost is $14.8 million. Next slide, please. Okay, we're going to get into staffing. I know that's been a big concern for the board, as well as it's been in the public's eye. We've had a lot of success in recruiting. The sheriff's going to come up and discuss a couple different types of employees and how that affects our staffing and recruiting. Next slide.
Okay, if you take a look at the graph or the slide there, on the left is the general fund. Back in 2010-11, we had 65 sworn personnel. Back to 2015 and 16, we were at 56 sworn. 9 of those were put in the parking lot or frozen positions, if you want to term them in that aspect. Take 9 from 65, you end up with 56. We have one school resource officer right now, and that was a position that the county gave us a couple of years ago. I'm going to put another school resource officer in place with one of my deputies. That'll occur in July when they go back to school. We have one on one side of the county and one on the other side of the county like we had many, many years ago. We've got 3 detectives right now and a sergeant. What I didn't put up there because it just takes too many lines. At one point we had 6 detectives, 1 for each beat in the county, 1 sexual assault investigator, and 1 elder abuse investigator. So we're actually down 3 positions right there. Our marijuana enforcement team, we have 5 positions available. We have 2 vacant positions right now. Again, with the staffing levels, we just haven't been able to fill those 2 other positions. In 17 and 18, we were down to 52 sworn position, and out of that, 5 of those are in the MET team. So back to, if you compare notes between 17 and 18, we have 47 deputies, and in the general fund back in 10 and 11, we had 65. That shows you how far we've gone down and not been able to backfill positions. And a lot of those positions were frozen and no longer exist. Patrol right now, we have 17 on staff and 4 sergeants, which gives us 21. to run the program that I'm looking at with the extra beat deputy that we started talking about is going to take 24 deputies with 4 sergeants to do it efficiently and correctly. And what that'll do is that'll take and bring down calls for service times down. We'll have more guys out on patrol, so the public's view, they're going to see more cops out there. When bad guys see more cops, they tend not to do as many bad things. So that's the goal that I've been working at getting at. On the right hand is our contracts and grants, our court security services. There's 5 of them over there, and actually you can jump those 5 off of that 65 sworn and now the 47 sworn, because those are specific to the court services. We have 2 of those that are vacant. We've been backfilling with our extra hire annuitants. Our East Bay Mud, we have 1 full-time, and then we have 1 position that we supply to East Bay Mud, all on grant funds from March through October. So there's 3 months that we don't have that 3/4 position out there. Hogan, the new contract we talked about today, that's done on overtime. The Forest Service is done on overtime. Maloney's is a contract position. We don't have the ADA JAG anymore. We have 1 person that works specifically with probation out of the AB 109 program. The state gives us 1 off-highway vehicle person that's full-time, and our marine safety, we have 2. And the marine safety, the contribution, the county matches some of the funds, but most of the funding comes from boating and waterways. Next slide. I'll let Jim do this one.
Yeah, the point we've made with this slide is if you look at the contract and grant positions, you're in a constant state of trying to balance the general public's needs with these contracted position needs, and what that involves is it's monthly, weekly, and sometimes daily management of staffing, and it does put some pressure on other departments, and I'm going to walk through that later when I talk about how we respond to vacancies and backfilling positions. But the previous slide, you can see the balance of how many obligations we have, and the easy answer would be let's not have all those obligations and just fund the general public's patrol staffing. However, the county's become reliant upon the revenue generated from those contracts, grants, and revenues.
Right now with our operations, as you can see, I have 1 undersheriff, 1 captain. You'll see in our request that I asked for another captain on the operations side because of what we've got coming up, and the fact that when Undersheriff Macedo was promoted, it left a hole in the captain position. So now is he not only doing the captain's position, he's also doing, or the undersheriff's position, he's also doing the captain's positions. We have 3 lieutenants, and for those board members that weren't here years ago, at one point, I'll step back to the captains. We had 6 captains at one point, and now we're down to 2. I'd like to see the 3rd. We have 10 sergeants. 2 of those are funded through grants, 1 being in the courts and 1 being in the boating and waterways. We have 11 corporals. 1 of those is funded out of the AB 109, and we have 27 deputies, and 12 of those, almost half, are from grant positions. Current vacancies right now, we have 4. 1's a corporal position, and then we have 3 other vacant positions. And I've got, the reason I put that 5 leaving before the year end, we have 1 that's retiring out on the medical. We have 1 that is a sergeant that's going to be going down to another area. We have 1 that actually lives up in Butte County. He's going to go back up to Butte County. We have 1 going to Oakdale, and I'm drawing a blank on what the other one was. But we have 5, and they'll all be gone by the end of the year. And that'll kind of play into my discussion later on about the recruit positions. Custody, we have a captain, a lieutenant, 2 correctional sergeants, 4 corporals, 1 sheriff services tech, 6 correctional technicians. That 6 correctional technicians, for those of you that I've taken through the jail, those are the ones that work in those control booths that control all the doors in and out of the jail. Again, trying to get those numbers up. 2 cooks and 5 correctional officers, and 3 of those are funded out of AB 109. 2 of those we're utilizing One is with the work crew, and one of those is a female that we're starting now with the new program for the work
Just wonder
crew.
if this is typo, because it says 25 correctional officers.
20, no, that's 25 correctional officers
That's
that we
what
have.
you're requesting.
No, that's just what we have right now. Those are current numbers. And then currently we have 5 vacancies, 1 being a corporal and 4 correctional officers.
I want to discuss just real briefly the impacts of employee turnover, and if you take special note to the circular motion. When we have a vacancy that's created, specifically if it's created in an area where we are at bare minimum staffing or that involves a contract or a grant, we have to fill that staffing position immediately. Based upon our seniority levels in our department, we have some very experienced folks and some very inexperienced folks, so it limits the ability per se to transfer a brand new deputy with less than a year or a year and a half on into an investigations position. It makes it difficult. So what happens is when we make a transfer to fill a vacancy, it often causes 2 to 3 subsequent transfers. And what that actually looks like is we have a sheriff services technician that drives a document, not physically but electronically, through the human resources department. It also goes to the auditor's office, and then sometimes it has to go out externally to another organization, especially if we're providing a service to them. All of those transfers place 2 and 3 people in a new position, and I think Supervisor Mills has mentioned this in the past, and I think Mr. Alt did as well. What happens when you transfer people into positions, especially if they're specialized positions, they don't walk in the door that day and have all the experience they need. We often have to send them out to training. Training's expensive. We have to develop their expertise. If they don't have the training and expertise, it negatively affects how they're able to write a search warrant, testify in court, and it potentially interferes with the criminal justice system. So there's a cascading effect with every transfer, and especially when you're limited with positions. And this is going to tie into what we're trying to do with some succession planning here in the future, but it also has to deal significantly with retention. We also have to train and equip those people. There is a cost to equipping people. Not everybody is the same size. We try to reutilize equipment, but the reality is not everybody fits in the same size equipment. Then we have to start a recruitment through HR. That involves interviewing, background process, and again, those are all at a significant cost. There's hiring costs for the new employee to replace the vacancy, and that also requires equipping them and training them as well. So you can see it's kind of a circle, and it's not a good circle. It's a problem that's been going on for a significant amount of time. However, you'll see towards the end of the presentation, we've had a lot of success in recruiting people and hiring people, and some of them are quality people, and if they're not, they don't successfully pass our training or probationary period. But we are in a pretty good place right now. The sheriff just noted about the correctional officer positions. We were fully staffed in the jail about 2 months ago, and I'll talk about known vacancy rate here shortly. Next slide. The Sheriff's Recruit Program, so we've been sending a lot of folks to the academy, and it's been very successful. It allowed our staffing issues to recover. We had 11 go through the last academy, 9 of which graduated. They're all in the FTO program. The previous group has all graduated from the program. We are really trying to emphasize hiring local people. However, that's not entirely possible. We have to hire the best candidate available. But this has been probably one of our strongest. The last 2 years, staff has done a great job of going out and recruiting people that didn't necessarily want to apply here. I don't want to slip off base in applying and what draws people here. That's probably a whole other study session. But I do want to let the board know that when you look at our starting salary, it is not very competitive with other agencies, especially when you start talking about additional signing bonuses. But our staff's done a great job of hiring people, both locally and bringing new people in. That coupled with an increase in our background investigators, we've really pumped a lot of people through the system, and we've got them now. And I think it's important to keep them because if we can keep them, we can save some money. Next slide. I mentioned a vacancy rate. We know we have a known vacancy rate in the department of about 8 to 9 positions per year. This is a fairly recent trend, I would say the last 3 to 5 years. For those that may want to politicize this, this is not about any one single sheriff or any one single policy decision. This has a lot to do with a variety of factors. Obviously, I mentioned pay, but we are hiring and recruiting millennial individuals, and a lot of millennials are very interested in free time, a lack of a structured environment, a lack of a paramilitary environment, and they are also very tech savvy, and also the economy is just doing well. There's other places to go to work. So I could be here for quite a while talking about what we're competing against, but the bottom line is we have a known vacancy rate right now of about 8 to 9 employees per year. And that involves retirements, us removing people from their employment as well. This slide is important, and we've never shown you this slide before, or this. It's important that we continue to recruit in all divisions. Unfortunately, we just lost a bailiff. He passed away, and we were having a really difficult time recruiting additional bailiffs. They really help us in court security. We've had some recent success using social media. We've got 2 people that are interested in right now, which is good. But we have to recruit for all of those positions up there, and that also includes the interns and the recruits on the bottom. For those of you that have been on the board for a while, you'll recall we came to you and asked to institute an intern position. It took us a while to get that up and running. It's working well. We have a couple of them in the academy right now. We have another potential intern that we're likely going to be sending to the academy. So we're able to get a hold of them at a younger rate, kind of train them and fill them out through the organization before we invest that money in sending them to the academy. So that's working well. That coupled with a lengthy hiring process, and I don't want to underemphasize that, our hiring process right now it went from about 6 months, and we're able to get them done in about 2 to 3 months, which is good, and that's largely due to the addition of the background investigators. Next slide. The sheriff talked about some savings to the county. I'm going to address AB 443 specifically for you, Supervisor Toffanelli, in a moment. That's $500,000 that we receive per year. The Department of Boating and Waterways, the number the sheriff spoke to you was a little higher this particular year because we're receiving a boat, and that was included in that. But these are just some notes of offsetting dollars that the sheriff's office brings in. The Friends of the Sheriff has agreed to donate $50,000 to the Bearcat, which we'll talk about later as well. I noted the revenue again. Radio and communications infrastructure is also going to come back up. We installed a new tower this year up in White Pines, and we're also getting ready to do 2 generators. I noted one, but there's another generator, and we're going to talk about backup power today too for emergency communications. But we are making some good progress. Search and rescue volunteers, sheriff's office volunteers, and we'll also touch on the inmate work crew here in a moment. Okay, AB 443, this is for the public and for new board members or those that may not be familiar. This was established for rural sheriffs with a county population of less than 200,000 in population. There have been times when we have utilized this money for purposes probably other than what it was intended for. Those days, I think, have passed us by, thankfully. But to be real specific about the intent of this law, it was specifically designed so that rural law enforcement agencies did not fall behind technology-wise. We've tried to maintain utilizing that for that intended purpose. Obviously, during the recession, all bets were off, and there were some other sheriffs that had some specific desires about utilizing that money. But I really want to make the point that the sheriff's office really wants to utilize that money for advanced technology purposes and or safety purposes so we don't fall behind. And Calaveras County is behind on many fronts, unfortunately, when it comes to technology. And I just don't think, from a safety standpoint, the sheriff's office can be falling behind. We'll talk about some additional expenses to that amount. And also, if the board wants to discuss this, we can talk about why we hold on to that money so tightly and why we want to save that money for a rainy day and not lower that special revenue fund to too low of a balance. Next slide.
You're not going to AB 443. You're not going to salaries or anything.
No. Replacement vehicle request, I won't go through this line by line, but it goes back to 2013, and I think I've said this before at board meetings, between 2008 and 2013, we didn't buy any vehicles. We did some leases, and after speaking with the auditor, leases are not a good idea. They're not a good idea for the public, and they're not a good idea for us. It's a big headache. Go ahead to the next slide. This is some of our older vehicles. These are vehicles that are all, I did this list on Friday. So these are all vehicles that are out there on the roadways right now. We have a 2005 with 252, almost 253,000 miles, another 05 with 215, and 06, 279. As you can see, I won't name them all off. And you can see between 7 and that 10, but just so you know, that 2010 vehicle was bought in 2013. It was a vehicle that was sitting there that we ended up purchasing. And then 14 and 15. And then in 2016, that one with 70,000 miles on it, that's actually a 2017 model that we purchased at the end of 2016. And as you can see, in 3 years, it's got 70,000 miles on it. So again, we're back to that. We need a 5-year replacement plan, something I've come to the board before and we've talked about. With the amount of vehicles and the amount of miles that we're driving, it should be about 6 vehicles a year. I've come to the board and said, look, if you do 4 vehicles a year, we can stay ahead of the game and not have vehicles that have 252,000 or 279,000 miles. So it's a huge safety issue that we have this rotation. Yes, sir.
What about those 4 vehicles that we approved last year? They're on the road now?
We've got those. We're still having radio issues, and we'll talk about that later, too.
Okay.
Emergency patrol, we've got 4 marked patrol sedans, inclusive of upfitting, it's $291,000. We have 1 marked patrol SUV to replace one that got crashed. We're going to end up kicking in $20,000 for that. The 2 marked diesel transport van, one of those is going to be paid for out of AB 109. The other one is a general fund. And I'll show you in the next slide once we get there a little bit about that transport van. And then we have 2 unmarked mobile communication command vehicles. Those are pulled out of AB 109. Go ahead to the next slide, please. Oh, we pulled that slide out. There's a picture. Go back one, please. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Go forward. Maybe it is in there. Go one more. Yeah. Is it in there? Okay. Right there. That's the van that our jail crew is out running around in. That is a 1999 half-ton van pulling a 2-axle trailer with all of their equipment in it. It's got a little 350 or 351 Ford in it. It's overloaded. It's over miles. It's unsafe. That's the reason I'm asking for the jail van, not the AB 109 van, but the new jail van. And we also can utilize it for transporting, so it'll have 3 different compartments. So if we have a female that needs to go down to Tracy DVI, we don't have to drive the female down and then come back and get a male and then take the male down. We can transport them at the same time. So it's upgrading the vehicle. It'll be a 1-ton vehicle, and it'll be able to pull that trailer also. Go ahead and go back one for me. Okay. We're now doing the male and female work crews. As you see around campus, we quite often have our crews out there cleaning up. I won't tell you that they've killed, I think, about 22 rattlesnakes this year already. Not just here, up at the airports, down at the Rock Creek landfill. So they're busy not only cleaning out weeds, but they're getting rid of some rattlesnakes. Next slide. The inmate work crew, we've been expanding it. When Captain Ballard was over in the jail, he actually got us outfitted to run 2 full crews. We didn't have the staffing to run the full 2 crews. Now that we have the female work crew, we'll be able to do that. I'm not sure that we're going to be using the females for doing the weed eating and the heavy stuff like the guys are doing, but they've been cleaning up around our campus up there, pulling weeds out, and it gives them time off. It gets them out of what I call the house. It gives them an opportunity to get some time off of their sentence. Yes, Supervisor Mills.
Highway 26 has a litter control problem.
It does. There's a lot of places, and we can work on getting them out there for that. And actually, I got an email yesterday. God, I can't remember where it was, but they were looking for some help. And it's all public property, so that's what they're there for. Okay, have been out on Milton Road in 26, under sheriff was telling me. I don't know where they're at all the time, but when you see them out, say hi, don't stop, don't talk to them, don't offer them a beer, don't offer them a candy bar, just be glad that they're out there helping us out.
And Sheriff, we could tell they're ours because they're not in orange anymore?
Correct, yeah. Yeah, because they were running with CDCR too much, yeah. Do not. Don't offer them anything. Yeah.
Are they going to be out cleaning Cosgrove Creek again this year?
Actually, Cosgrove Creek, I talked with CDCR, and CDCR is pretty much, they're the ones that have pulled all the weeds and stuff out of there. There's some fish and wildlife issues. CDCR already has the permit, so we're just going to let them do that. Okay. But what we're doing is we're trying to make this program so that we can start charging private entities that want to utilize the system. So again, the sheriff's office will be bringing in some revenues, so it'll help. So, do you want to say any more on that, Jim? No. Okay. Next slide. There you go. Average inmate work crews log approximately 40 combined hours of landscape per week. That's with the 5 male inmates and 1 to 2 female inmates. They're everywhere. They're all over the county if you see them out there running around. Over the past 11 months, the male work crew has logged 614 miles and over 328 hours of landscape-related work. So they're actually doing quite a bit of work out there, and it's good. The public likes seeing them out there. And again, they like to get out of the house. The budget for the inmate work crew program provides the necessary personnel, protective equipment for the inmates, as well as essential landscaping tools. Again, we've gotten a lot of new equipment for that. It's just keeping them updated so that it's not old, so that we can continue with the program. Okay, this is, we were talking about utilizing these folks to bring some revenues into the county. The program will be partially self-funded, allowing an expansion of the program into the future. Right now, I believe we have 2 female inmates. We opened it up to them, and they got outside and realized it was hot, and they decided they want to go back in the house. But it's still, there are females that want to get out there. So our female population is down, knock on wood, is a good thing, but it makes it a little more limited. We've also allowed them to do more work inside the jail, doing laundry and stuff like that, again, so that gives them credit. So we're trying to give them the same opportunities. It's the Me Too movement. Next one. There you go. Next slide.
So these are our closing slides. I mentioned some good news earlier. The recruit hiring program that I mentioned has been very effective. I think Mr. Alt decided that he was not going to object to the remaining 2 going into the academy to send us to a full 5 going through the academy. Our behavioral health partnerships with Health and Human Services, I mentioned that it was award-winning last year. That program has been fantastic. We're expanding that program. We're diverting a lot of mental health, those suffering from crisis and mental health issues out of the jail, out of the emergency room at the hospital. That is going really well. We just are on the cusp of hiring 2 additional people to supplement that, and the deputies are very happy with that because we're really diverting a lot of those calls, and they have some teammates with some expertise in the field that are able to help these 21, 22-year-old deputy sheriffs deal with people in crisis. We have some organized succession planning underway. This is incredibly important. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go into the last 3 or 4 sheriffs that I've worked with, but Sheriff DiBasilio has committed, and he's driving me to develop an organized succession plan underway, which involves training the replacements for the sheriff's administration. We have some retirements coming up, and this is something that has been lacking in recent history, and we really need to get some of these folks ready to go. There is a significant gap in our staffing and experience levels. The inmate work crew is going well. Our marijuana enforcement team is very active. They are holding those accountable who are violating the current ban ordinance. They've increased their efficiency as it relates to speeding up their investigations. We are teamed up with Fish and Game full-time. We have a Fish and Game warden co-located in our office, and albeit he's responsible for 3 different counties, he's spending the bulk of his time here, and that team partnership is going well. The vehicle replacement program, the sheriff has worked incredibly hard on this. For those of you that have been on the board for a while, you know we were in a bad way after the recession with not buying vehicles for all those years. So the sheriff, working closely with the mechanic and some vendors, and specifically the board, deserves a lot of credit for helping us get our fleet back into shape. Emergency communications, I mentioned that they are expanding with the addition of the White Pines Tower. The board and the sheriff's office and the chief information officer and the local fire agencies, we're going to have a very serious conversation about emergency communications in the very near future, and we need to discuss long-term planning. I have some concerns about the PG&E rolling blackouts. I have some concerns about backup and support in our emergency communications, and that, unfortunately, while we've continued to make some really good progress, we've got a lot of work to do, and I think we need to move that towards the top of our priority list. Also, our use of technology is starting to really save time and staffing. The sheriff and I have a video that we're going to share with some folks that really showed a new piece of technology, not only potentially saving a life, but certainly making our officers more safe. And selfishly speaking, it made a very critical decision that I had to make a lot easier, because I was able to use some observations on a drone on whether to determine whether to send a SWAT team into a subject who was recently arrested for a homicide and was threatening to kill our staff. So the use of technology is starting to show some benefits for this office as well as the public. Next slide. Okay, I'm going to let the sheriff take, this is a recap of our critical needs, and I believe this is the last slide other than the questions slide. These are the areas where the CAO has made their recommendations, and we still have to work through some issues that we need to get some answers on as to whether or not the board is going to support us.
Back to the academy deputies. I understand CAO Al has agreed that we'll be able to continue to send those 5 deputies. I think there was a miscommunication. We thought that they were all limited terms, where they're not. They're extra. 3 of them are extra hired, 2 of them being limited term. The extra hires are people we bring in off the streets, so they're an extra hire. They're not. They're being paid a salary, but there's no medical benefits, there's no retirement, anything like that. The limited terms are positions that we typically take from either out of the jail or out of our internships that are hired and currently working for us. So they'll go into that program. The patrol cars and the inmate work vans. The patrol cars, I requested 4 patrol cars like we had spoke about in a little earlier, and he reduced that down to 2. And he agreed about the van. I'd like to see us stay with the 4 patrol cars so that we don't start falling behind in our fleet again. The Bearcat was a position, if you remember the ones that were on the board last year, when the board came to us and said we need to take a 5% cut, we had put $200,000 on the table that the board was going to pay to help pay for this Bearcat. When we did the budget cuts, I pulled that $200,000 back out, and then I had asked for that $100,000 to be put back in. We pulled it back out. We're going to fund that out of 443, trying again to save some money for the county. The captain's position, again, that's a position that we need. It's not something that I want. It's a position that we need. We have marijuana on the horizon. I have 3 areas that need to be supervised by a captain. I really need to have that position so that it starts bringing the department back to being whole, and again, as part of the succession plan for future people that come into this position if for some reason I don't get reelected or beyond. It's something that needs to be done. The HNT phone is a $26,000 unit. The phone that we have right now And HNT, for those that don't know, it's hostage negotiation team. And what that is that's a phone that we can actually, it's hooked to a cord, we can throw it through a window into a residence or wherever we need to throw it. They can't grab the phone and run off with it. It has video, it has audio, and we can make communication with the barricaded subject. The phone that we have now is, God, how old is that, Jim? I don't know, it's probably 20 years old. It's old. It needs to be replaced. To me, it's a safety issue for not only my hostage negotiation team, but for the suspect and anybody else around. Again, $26,000. The repeater site battery backup, it was $14,000. The CAO pulled that $14,000 out of the budget. To me, this is a no-brainer. The batteries that we have for backup at our repeater sites are old. They're decrepit. They need to be replaced. If our repeater sites go down, we have no generators at a couple of these sites. We have battery backup. If we don't have battery, we have no communications with our people. That's a huge issue. Again, compensation to the staff. Let me jump down to number 8. The drone. Again, the drone is a $17,000 unit. The drone that we're using right now is a drone that any private citizen can go in and buy. It's a couple of $1,000s, about 12 inches by 12 inches. Has a camera on it. In order to view anything clearly, you need to be about 15 feet off the ground. If anybody flies a drone, they know. It's a good drone. It again helped Under Sheriff Macedo decide whether to send the SWAT team in on the subject that we had the other day. But the benefit of the drone that we're looking at, it's a commercial grade drone. It's something that is used by law enforcement. It has FLIR, which is can detect hot or cold. So if it's up in the air, it zooms in. It's an amazing unit. And what it does is it makes everybody in the area safer. It is utilized for numerous other issues. He just whispered in my ear, search and rescue. It's huge. We actually used one of our other drones up at search and rescue up in Bear Valley last year during the wintertime. This has FLIR. This can find a warm body to keep somebody from freezing to death. It's a very cost-effective piece of equipment. And then back up to the number 7, to compensate staff to minimize turnover. Again, this is an issue. I've been in this county working here for almost 17 years now. And Under Sheriff Macedo talked about staffing levels and the turnover. As we all know, he talked about the millennials, and we've all been in business. People leave. That's just the nature of any business. You know that. People leave the construction business all the time. So we're always going to have that turnover. But if we can give these people the compensation that they need, it might make them think twice about going down to Stockton and getting shot at, or down to Roseville to get shot at, as opposed to working up here where they make a little bit less money, but not a lot less money. It's going to help. So after that, you had a question, Dennis? You were leaning towards your mic.
Yeah. How many search and rescue runs have you done in the last year that would have been drone capable?
Pretty much any search and rescue can be utilized with a drone, and we do numerous, not only in the wintertime, but in the summertime for lost hikers.
That's my point, is that this is an ongoing issue, literally involving 50 to 60 calls a year
Yeah, go
out
ahead.
of your department.
Yeah.
With respect to the drone, night operations is a legitimate concern, or dark hour operations. We had one particular drowning case last year where we could not find a male that was in a very narrow ditch that was full of blackberry bushes. I made the decision to not send divers in there because I did not want to risk the life of those divers based upon the amount of time this person had been missing. But the water was incredibly high, and that drone could have flown right down the middle of that ditch that was covered with blackberry bushes and saved us probably 2 days, maybe 3 days worth of searching with 10 to 20 searchers, Chinook helicopter from the National Guard. It really could have saved us some time and some money.
How much time do you think the battery backups are going to run, the 24 hours? Or, in other words, if we're going to be in a 5-day shutdown potential, what's the point of having a battery that's only lasting 24 hours?
Well, it depends on how much that repeater site gets utilized, on how long the batteries will last. So I can't give you a definite, yes, it's going to last for 24, it's going to last for 72 hours. I don't know. We do have a couple of sites that have battery backup. We also have generator, but we have to have somebody go out there and continually fuel the generators. Still, if we know that the power's going to be out for 5 days and we have an area that doesn't have anything but those batteries, we can take a generator up there to at least charge those batteries. Without those batteries, we've got nothing because we can't hook the system up to just a generator. It's not wired for that.
And I noticed in your public meetings that you're spending a lot of time in D3.
I should hope to shall be there.
Well, Marita's got us on a real short leash.
Is that it?
So that's part of, all of you have us all on a short leash. That's why we're looking for that extra patrol deputy, so we have that fifth beat so those people aren't leaving your areas. I'll turn it any way you want, Gary.
I'm sure you will, Rick. I've known you as long as that.
Yes, you have.
Are we supposed to ask questions about critical needs? How do you want to do this?
Just all say yes on the count of 3.
It's not called CA no for a reason.
Oh, okay.
Well, so I just wanted to have the board understand some of the dialogue between the sheriff and the undersheriff and I. I was working in the context of a status quo budget. So there was some theory where we put nothing but a status quo budget forward, which is ultimately what our directions were to the budget managers. And so what we were trying to do in the context of particularly this budget is be reasonable with not necessarily just sticking to status quo. I certainly won't say that I know better than the sheriff or the undersheriff of what is most important in their departments, but we focused, absolutely put a primary focus on, we said public safety, I said public safety in the introduction, but all of the things we did approve were driving right at officer safety. The E-beat and backing our officers was important to us, me. We did approve vehicles. Rick knows I support the vehicles. We can't possibly continually have people out running Code 3 in vehicles that are 200,000 miles plus. We realize that isn't safe. But what we did approve, I mentioned the E-beat officer. We approved SWAT vests, patrol vests, tasers, SCBAs in the jail. I think there is one van in, right, Rick?
The one van you gave, there's 2 vans. One's being paid for out of AB 109, and the one that I spoke to was the one out of the general fund.
So I think for clarification on that one, I think in our view on, I was trying to pull it up here, but in OpenGov, I think there was 2, and then there was...
Yeah, it got messed up in OpenGov.
So I think in OpenGov, there reflected 3, and so we didn't touch the AB 109 van. It was just we split the ones that were in the general fund, right? That's my recollection.
Sorry. I believe we left, and there were 2 vans requested, and we left the AB 109 van.
Right, and you took out the general fund van.
The general fund van.
And so my point has been through this in the context of us viewing it as a status quo budget. We went for the things that I felt really strongly supported our officers in the field. We went to the primary things that are equipment that they wear and use every day to focus on what our officers do on a daily basis. So, beyond that, as I mentioned in the introduction, Rick and many of the department managers have an excellent plan. He lays it out well. I wish we had the funding to support everything that he's asked for. Certainly you can choose to do that. He's got a clear plan that we could tie funding to, but that which was already included, we felt very strongly that our officers deserve that support in the field, and our public deserves that when our officers respond. So, beyond that, there certainly are needs, but I wanted to help you understand on how when I made the decisions, we split the list on what we were going to put forward, and then leave up to this hearing process beyond that.
Yeah, the positions, the one deputy position and the captain's position, I was tying that to the new TOT tax money that was coming in. That's going to be coming in. We know it's coming. Those funds are, portion of those funds obviously come to the sheriff's office, And you can check with Rebecca, who is sitting right here, I know with a big grin on her face, because she likes talking when I talk money. But there'd be enough money in that TOT tax to fund those two positions, so there would not be a cost to the general fund as we know it now. So it was new money. So that's why I was trying to go for those positions at this point in time. So that was not a hit to the general fund.
But TOT is general fund money.
No, you're right, it is, but it's not revenues that you have seen in the past. It's new revenues that are going to come in. So you haven't counted on it at this point, and I was kind of counting on it, that you weren't counting on it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does. Where's the shell game?
Yeah.
I'm sort of like not clear, but so we're going from 2 patrol cars to 4. Is that what you said?
I put in my budget 4.
Have you agreed to that already, or is that something he's now asking us for another 2?
We split the request in half. We did approve 2 patrol vehicles.
Okay.
And I don't care which, Rick and I have discussed this, I don't have a preference whether it's an F-150 or a car or whatever they think
Okay.
is appropriate for their department, but in essence, we split the request in half, so
As
they're
long as
asking for
it's
2 additional.
4-wheel drive and it comes up in D3, I'll be happy. The Bearcat.
Well, if I'm only getting 2, I'm only going to buy sedans. They won't be able to make it up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen to these guys. Yeah. Oh, but you don't need it there because y'all just shovel your own roads.
We do, but we don't solve our own crime.
I thought for the Bearcat, 50,000 was coming from Friends of the Sheriff, so.
Correct. The other 100,000 to finish paying it off is going to come out of my 443 funds. So there's going to be no general fund contribution to the Bearcat at all.
So, but really, 443 money is sort of in the essence
Not even
in your
close.
department to utilize as you see fit, right?
Correct. It's designed to keep us technology savvy. However, we can utilize it for some other things, and this is one thing that we're going to utilize it. So that, again, it's not a cost.
So the
I'm trying to save the
Bearcats-
county money, Marita.
Yeah, right. So the Bearcat's 150,000?
No, we've already paid the first patient. That Bearcat's about $343,000.
Okay, got it. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, I know, you're getting caught up, yeah.
Okay.
We've already purchased, we've already given them some monies up front. We owe about another
Got it.
$153,000.
Okay,
So I'm going to pull $3,000 out of my own pocket to put in there for that.
thank you. The captain position, why do you need a captain as a supervisor versus a lieutenant?
Well, right now I have a captain in the jail that
Right.
oversees the jail with a lieutenant below him and then 2 sergeants.
Right,
On the patrol side, I have no captain right now. I have an undersheriff that's assuming the captain role, and he oversees Captain Ballard, who takes care of our OES side, our dispatch side, our vehicle purchases, and everything else that I can figure out for him to do. The other captain would be overseeing a lieutenant who watches over patrol staff, our marijuana program, and our investigation division.
so the third captain would be overseeing the patrol.
Patrol, investigations, and the marijuana program.
Okay. So what's the undersheriff doing?
The undersheriff is overseeing the jail, the patrol side, and Captain Ballard doing the OES, dispatch, and everything else.
Okay.
Sure.
Supervisor Callaway,
I'm
I'm also dealing with all the litigation, all the Public Records Act requests, records management, sheriff services tech, the evidence room. I think that's enough. But part of this plan, I need to be able to train a captain in that captain's role, not where that captain is scattered out wearing 10 different hats and doesn't actually work with me, which is what's going on with the lieutenant now. I'm trying to get captains ready to go and lieutenants ready to go that haven't had the experiences such as the Sherman Tyne Herzog, the Layla Fowler, the Butte Fire. A lot of that stuff is going away. I've been through that. I've been through 4 sheriffs. When Sheriff Kuntz passed away, I had no time to work with Sheriff DiVasilio before he took office. As you know, Sheriff Kuntz and Sheriff Downham didn't have the warmest of relationships, so there was not a smooth transition there. We're trying to correct a long reoccurring problem and establish, like most other sheriff's offices in the state, a very smooth, warm handoff and transition with well-trained staff.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. I guess sometimes the perception is that we get top-heavy.
Right, and that's why I was saying at one point we had 6 captains. We were definitely top-heavy back then. We're not. Having 3 is a need. It's something that would make the department run one heck of a lot smoother. Not that it's not running smooth, because I have some great people behind me, but it would make it a lot easier. And it would relieve Under Sheriff Macedo. Again, there's so much going on, especially with the new laws that are coming out, with the Records Request Acts, the use of force laws that have all come out. So there's a lot more going on than what there has been in the past. Every time the legislatures go in to the board or to their sessions, they enact more laws. It just
Makes you want to become a libertarian.
It
Okay.
does. I'm thinking about changing them, Maria.
All right, yeah, I know you'd be happy. On the repeater site backup, would that not be a sharing thing you do with fire departments?
No.
I mean, we had a meeting here not long ago, and we talked about that.
Okay, right now, let's go to that cell tower in White Pines. That was something that was donated by Red Cross. We've worked with CCWD. That's a site that, if fire so chooses, they can attach to by working with CCWD. Chief Dickinson is sitting in the back of the room, and we're going to allow them to put a tower or one of their repeaters down on our Ross Drive. So the county as a whole is working together to get these repeater sites up, but those batteries are for our repeater. They're specific to the sheriff's office. The road department, the fire department, the ambulance services, they're not using our repeaters because we're on different frequencies.
Okay. So they have to pay for their own?
Well, I don't know what kind of system. I know Chief Dickinson is talking about putting in a generator up at the top of Ross Drive so that it powers their system when it goes down, but it will benefit us because we're letting him use our towers, and if I'm speaking out of turn, Rich, hit me in the head. They will allow us to utilize their generator for Ross Drive. But there's other areas that we have repeater sites that do not have generators, like up on top of Fowler Peak, up off the top of Appaloosa.
Okay.
Please do.
Supervisor Callaway, we're doing a pretty good job of cobbling a bunch of groups together to make things work. In the rest of the world, there's a general services agency with radio engineers and a chief engineer, and they have recurring ongoing funding that comes into a fund that helps expand these radio communications projects and build them. We don't have that here in Calaveras County, so we're having to limp through this with the best partnerships we can. It's certainly not ideal, and it's certainly not industry standard. I think that's part of a broader discussion we all need to have, though, as it relates to the fire situation in the state, PG&E, and overall antiquated emergency radio communications infrastructure.
Well, I was just sort of going back to the study session that we had regarding the towers and the repeaters and so forth, so I wasn't clear on why we weren't sharing that cost, and so. I'm not going to comment on compensating staff to minimize turnover. I think I've heard that for about 22 years.
And you have?
I have. And we're in negotiations now. So, I mean, I think we'll hear that from most of the departments. The other thing I guess I'm not clear on, Mr. Ott, are you recommending on these positions for the SO where it says not recommended, you're recommending that we fund these?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't address that when I spoke. Rick and I talked after I put CAO's recommended forward. I was under the impression at the time I made the decision that we had one position open and maybe 2 recruits coming out of the academy. So I thought we'd reached a point where we're a little bit more full in terms of our staffing. That not being the case, and the information that Rick's presented here today, I wouldn't in any way suggest that we cut back on that. And had I digested that all in their presentation originally in the department meeting, I probably wouldn't have made that reduction. We, in my opinion, and my recommendation would be that we continue to backstaff those and make sure that we have prepared recruits coming out of the academy to staff the open positions that they have.
But they have open positions. 5
And-
people
and more
either will be going in, coming out. Those positions will be filled by those 5.
Provided we
So-
put them back in. So there was originally 5, and I think we reduced it to 2, so there's actually a net of 3 that I would
So,
suggest that we add back in.
okay, so those would be 5 going into the academy. And
Correct.
so the one position on the position sheet where you recommend or don't, where you have not recommended for the captain, you've changed your mind to recommend, because that was the one I asked the sheriff about. So you're recommending that one go back in, correct?
The
Captain.
limited hires on the back page, item 1, 2, and 3 that are deleted, the CCSO patrol vacant, LT deputy trainees, those are the ones that we removed.
So you want to put those back in,
Correct,
those 3?
correct.
So,
Number 1, 2, and 3 on page 2.
That's $210,000.
Correct.
so plus the captain.
I'm not
You're-
making a suggestion on the captain.
Okay,
I'm supporting
got
the-
it.
the backlog of the recruits.
Got it, so it's just the 3. So on the service tech 1, 2, 3, it's still a not recommend.
Correct.
And the deputy 1, 2 for marine safety, it's still a not recommend.
That's correct.
What you are recommending are the 3. What the sheriff is asking for
Just so we're
is-
clear, it's not $210,000 to send 5 recruits to the academy.
No, we're not talking that.
Oh,
We're
okay.
talking
Fully weighted salary.
At 69,498 apiece for CCSO patrol. We're talking about 3 of those right now.
You
It's
want
on
to add
the
those
list I
back
sent you
in?
this morning, Rick, that the board was going to get.
Right, I didn't look at I didn't see any costs associated to that.
We have that cost that was inputted in OpenGov. It's the academy cost.
We're not talking academy costs, we're talking about when they graduate, he's putting those back in. Their positions were eliminated, so you would have had 5 graduating, but only 2 positions open, because you took 3 of them out, correct?
I see what he's talking about.
That's what I'm understanding.
No, there's a cost that we pay to put them
Correct.
in salary through the academy. We had 5, we had a pipeline of 5. I reduced it to 2. Now that I have more information, or better understand the information, I would say, is that I support the 5 that they originally requested in the budget.
He thought that we were
So
almost
this is
fully
not fully
staffed.
weighted, yeah, but he's got fully weighted salary here.
Well, that is what it is.
Can I address that real quick and I clear it up for everybody? The academy's not set to start until August. So they're going to be paid at a certain rate for the 6 months while they're in the academy. That is the extra hire recruit and/or limited term. Upon graduation from the academy after the 6 months, then they will be paid a larger salary at Deputy 1 with benefits.
Okay.
That what was entered in OpenGov by Sheriff Services technicians is accurate for the 5, which is what I think you guys are discussing.
Understood.
There is an additional net effect in that in OpenGov, they did put in the academy cost for 5 recruits, and we reduced that to equal the number of recruits that we were putting forward. So I don't remember what the exact cost was, but I'm generally estimating it was about $10,000 per recruit.
Yeah, something like that.
It's a nominal add back in to go with them. If those were approved, we have to pay for the cost of the academy as well.
Okay.
So the only,
These are 5 positions that we're trying to fill right now. Are they currently vacant, all 5?
I have 4 vacant right
4
now,
vacant.
and by the time that those guys graduate, I will be short. I will be out 9 positions.
Okay,
So those 5 will fill, and I'll still have 4 vacant. Again, it's that attrition rate.
Just so for an overall understanding, those 4 vacant positions at this time, we're accumulating salary savings. So at that time,
Correct.
then this 69,498 could be backfilled with those salary savings from those 4 positions until they're filled, and then you go on to the regular.
Correct.
I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
I think those salary savings are going to be swept, most likely here at the end of the budget, at the fiscal year. They'll be swept into the general fund. I did try very hard, and our staff has had a difficult time to be able to provide you with an estimated savings from our budget this year, but it's looking, I'm hesitant to put out a number because we have 2 payroll periods left, and those involve a homicide and an extensive search for a missing person, so they're probably going to be high. But we are estimating and hoping right around $1 million of returned savings from the sheriff's office budget alone, so that would more than cover a substantial amount of the requests. However, the CAO probably is utilizing that to balance the overall county budget, so I can't say the sheriff's office gets to speak for that money. That's up to the board.
But what you're talking to is the 18-19 fiscal year on the savings. But working into our 19-20 budget we're putting together here, at the time we're paying the $69,000, there's just 4 open vacant positions.
Yeah, you'll have
Right,
you'll
so
have
during
salary
that
savings.
time, they're not being paid because they aren't physically in that position.
Correct, but we're budgeting for next year. We want to be crystal clear. This is
Understood.
This is about balancing for next year.
Okay.
And what's in the budget now is not anticipated vacancies per se. So if we don't have a resignation, we haven't plugged salary savings into the budget next year. So whatever positions they have now are mapped over in open gov and show as fully weighted salaries. So they're
Correct.
not programmed. If they have, however, a vacancy that they know about and they anticipate filling it, say 3/4 of the way through the year, they'll have 3/4 of the salary and a quarter already programmed into salary savings.
And there's salary savings on top of that, because one of the guys that's going to be leaving is a sergeant. Person that's going to come backfill him is going to be
Absolutely.
one's first step deputy. But again, that's next year.
Rita, are you done?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be willing to consider the captain and 2 more patrol cars at final budget, but not now.
Any questions?
Yeah, I want to be clear on this presentation and this slide of recap of critical needs.
Yep.
I want to be crystal clear. These are critical needs, and these are not funded from the CAO's recommended budget this year. These would be additions to what you've already agreed to fund. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So there's no number for the 2 patrol cars and the work vans listed here. There's numbers for everything else. Do you have any numbers for those?
I think he's proposing 2 more patrol cars.
2 patrol cars and another van and 1 van.
If you put the 2 patrol cars and that 1 inmate work van on there, I'm going to say you're,
I want to get a clear picture of this amount, because
Right.
the amounts that are here right now add up to $400,000.
well, you're not adding my Bearcat money in there,
No,
are you?
I'm not that 100,000,
Okay, I'm just making
no.
sure.
No.
Okay, 93 for the van, and what's one of the 150s run?
291 divided by 4.
And the 4 patrol cars would be 292,000.
For the 2?
For 4.
For all 4 of them, so
For 4 of them.
divide that in
About
half.
$140,000.
Another 140,000, right, so you're
So
looking
there's
at
about 200 and...
about 2 and a
No,
quarter.
no, no, you're 240 divided by 4.
No, by 2.
290.
Well, yeah, by 4,
I'm
we
looking
tell you
at
how much
page
each one is.
389, you've got it listed here at 291.62 for 4 of them.
Yes,
About 145.
yeah, about 140, 145. Plus the 93,
For the van.
so you're looking at about $240,000 for that.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, 240,000, so you're looking at $640,000 to give him all his critical needs that he's talking about on this page that he asked for.
It's a nominal addition, but the cars, the vehicles, and outfitting the cars are separate line items, so there is still equipment, radio equipment, light bars, et cetera. that are
No,
separate line
that's fully weighted, those cars,
They
that's
were,
fully weighted.
I thought we
Yeah.
had those on some of the.
It is added on,
separate.
but those numbers that he has is fully weighted for the vehicle, that's outfitted also.
So, my question to the CAO is, other than the general fund reserve, where's that money going to come from, if we agree to it? Since you presented your budget, where would that money be coming from?
Well, in the current budget, it would come from additional teeter transfers or reductions in other places.
Or general fund reserve? if we had a 4/5 vote to say, pull
Well, I would
that
say
money out of general
contingency
fund reserve.
first, or contingency teeter, or,
We're already at the minimum at 160 on your contingency on the
No, you're
proposed
right.
budget, so it can't come out of there unless we want to dip deeper into that. And I do not want to do that because we don't know forecasting what's going to happen. So it would either have to come from reserve or reduction from other places, or you've already tapped down theoretically on your teeter funds to $900,000, and you're projecting a $1 million income during the year as we progress into that. So we're barely at the bottom of teeter now. You take another $640,000 out of it, you're going to be down to less than around $200,000 in that fund before you had your $1 million projection coming in during the year.
So
So
you
I'm just
summarized
pointing
the
out
whole
where this money would have to come from to vote if we go forward with all of his wish list that he has in front of us. It's a significant amount of money. I'm not saying you don't need it. I'm just saying it's up to this board to decide and give direction to the CAO on where to find those funds. Because he's already has his recommended budget with the numbers forecasted out. And we would have to start going line item through line item on other departments and everywhere else to find the $640,000.
The only thing that I can suggest is what Supervisor Stopper just said, the $1 million that we're going to probably save in our budget this year. If that has not been swept, there's your money.
Have you
it's already been
accounted
swept.
for that in your carryover cash fund?
According to,
already been swept.
according to auditor, it's already been swept.
It's already been swept.
Yeah.
well, swept is an interesting term. I mean, to close the year.
It's been utilized.
I'll agree with that.
Close the
So
year out.
It's been
it had
utilized.
multiple meanings to it.
Oh,
It's like under the rug, out the door, in the
Back to the
dustpan.
general fund.
In trying to trend what we think the cash carry is going to be for the end of the year, we've projected what the impact with the remaining payrolls, what we're seeing with regards to trends for revenue that will be happening through now until June 30th, and also a burn down of expenditures that are going to occur through June 30th. So all that's been taken into account. So any salary savings that is likely to occur, that's already been factored into that cash carry number. So any movement of that or anything, you're just reducing your cash carry amount, which means then we have to rely on a larger teeter transfer or a reduction of the general reserve.
Or
Yep.
general reserve.
Yep.
That's the only other places, other than hurting other departments, to find the money for this. And that's something that we have to deliberate on. It may not be on the preliminary budget. It could be the final budget to give time to CAO to find or come up with some suggestions to us or whatever. But this is something that we're going to have to deliberate to find.
And I understand that. I wasn't asking you to tell me right now. You
No, and
got
I-
like 30 minutes and then you can tell me.
And I completely, I know you and I know that. I just pointing out
Yeah.
so everybody here and watching knows
Right.
what's going on. So, okay.
So the only thing it sounds like, though, that we would need to make a decision on before we get to final budget are the individuals going to the academy, since it starts in August.
Yeah,
So
that,
if we don't agree to
that
that.
and the vehicles so that we can get those vehicles ordered. Otherwise, we're a year out from receiving vehicles.
Right now, what I read in the current CAO proposed budget, that there are two that are in. So we're going to add, we're talking about adding three. I'm not saying we are adding three. With that, I think with the current 4 open positions, is there a way we can look at writing that down, knowing those four positions are there, so that we have our salary savings already in line with the money we're spending on these people in the academy, and once they come out, bam, they get into the position, and, I mean, we're actually saving money right now with the 4 open positions.
Well, yeah, but that's what Rebecca was just saying, is that those monies have been
It
utilized.
wouldn't start until July 1st.
Right.
That's what I'm saying,
So
is
from
the
July
July 1st, I'm showing it in the new budget.
Right.
You know, I'm talking our next fiscal year is what we're talking about.
You'd have almost 2 months, because I don't think they start the academy until like August 25th. So you'd have 2 months of salary savings.
And there'll still be 4 people that are at vacant positions that they're working.
You may
for.
have more. You may have a couple of the other guys leave, so you might have more than that. I don't know.
So that's where I'm working at, is I can almost justify those being in those areas while we have that salary savings on the other end during the 1920 fiscal year.
Right.
That's all I have to say about that.
Sheriff, you had in the Bearcat, we originally had planned on splitting that, the board and your 443 funds.
Correct.
And then things got exciting, and I think you decided to take the whole thing on yourself.
Right.
I mean, I regret that. I mean, we had a commitment to you on that. On the cars, we have 2 in this budget. You asked for 2 more and an additional transport van, right?
Well, yes and no. I had originally put in my budget the 4 plus the van.
2 vans.
Well, one's an AB 109 van, so I won't even count that.
Right.
So I had 4 vehicles and 1 van, and because of budgeting, the CAO left me with 2, but pulled 2 vehicles and the van. Correct.
Van seems to be one of those things that's going to save us money.
Well, and it is, it's going to last. I mean, geez, the one we have now is in 1999. It's lasted a little while.
Yeah. So,
How many miles are on that van?
The van's got a little over 100,000 miles on it right now.
Dennis?
Thank you. Sorry. It's been a spirited discussion so far. Back in April of 2017, you remember there was an ad hoc committee that was created by this board for the purpose of discussing your budget, your situation, and at that time, we said that in order to keep this fleet in somewhat of a stable condition, you needed to have 4 vehicles rotated every year.
Correct.
I'm not going to step away from that, because there is a definite cost to maintaining an older fleet. And it's not just the safety factor, it's the fleet maintenance factor.
Absolutely.
So I am thankful that the department has decided to go with the recommendation, because remember I brought up the idea of why not pickup trucks? And our roads are better designed to be around pickup trucks. So, I'm sticking to the idea that if we can't figure it out right now, but somewhere before the final budget, we find a way to keep the commitment to the 4 vehicles. Your fleet depends upon safe vehicles. And we figured it out then. I would like to hear reasoning why it's still not in place now.
And just to add a note to that, the sedans are more expensive than the Ford F-150s, and the Expeditions are close to $10,000 more. I think the sedans are $4,000 or $5,000 more, and the Expeditions are almost $10,000, about $8,000 more than the Ford F-150. So I picked a vehicle that works throughout the county and is cost-effective, so I'm doing my part, guys.
Okay. The other part, too, is that in CNEU, you had a position 3504, Deputy District Attorney. That position's been vacant for a while. You remember? I'm looking at your position control for list from this year, and I got the one from last year. So,
That was
have
originally
we done anything with that?
That was originally part of our narcotics enforcement unit,
Right.
and the requirement that originally established with a grant that we had a multi-agency unit. So we still have a partnership with the DA's office, but that had not been funded. The grant went away, so it would have rolled back to general fund dollars. We still have a marijuana enforcement prosecutor that assists us, that's dedicated, but that, you're correct in your observation.
Okay. Marine safety contributing $212,000 this year into the system. Lake Tulloch carrying over half of the calls for service, highest demand for service, most number of deaths and injuries per lake. We need to do something with that. And if we can finally put together a JPA with Tuolumne County, how long is it going to take you to get a marine safety officer in there to cover the position if we can fund it?
I'll get it covered. You get it funded, I'll get it covered.
So it won't take you that long. You're going to have a boat and everything.
Yeah, we have a boat that's available that we can utilize. You got to remember, I have 2 marine safety guys right now, and I have 3 boats.
Okay.
So I can utilize another person to fill that spot. That's not a problem.
Very appreciative of Copper Fire stepping up and providing a
Yeah.
paramedic on Lake Tulloch over the holiday season. I hope that that continues to work out. that
Yeah, I talked to
relationship-
Joel down there, and that's a done deal.
Okay. You've made a note on page 389 about working mandatory overtime. Is there some way that you've calculated the cost of overtime based upon the number of open positions that you have or vacant positions?
Overtime fluctuates depending on how many guys you have on vacation, how many you have on sick leave, how many you have out on an IA.
Investigations.
Investigations, yeah. So that's a rolling ball, and you never know which direction it's going to go. We could be not running any overtime for a couple of weeks, and all of a sudden something happens. You have guys going on vacation, you have guys going to school, and then your overtime costs are going to go up. To give you a hard number, I mean, we can give you a number of what we spent in overtime. I mean, that's on the record.
Well, I'm trying to find a way eventually, and this may be more of a question to the CAO, is to find a way to correlate the cost of turnover and trying to figure out what is it costing HR to maintain an open position or to onboard an open position? What is it costing in moving people out of position, or because we do temporarily move them into a different position. So calculating all those numbers, I think, has to be in our heads when we're figuring out a budget. And it's just eventually we're going to have to do that. So talking about your drone, the FLIR drone, that's a very cheap cost when you figure what benefit it can bring to the county and to bring to the safety of our citizens and the people who visit here.
Yeah. Well,
So although it probably is something we're not going to prove in the preliminary, I definitely would like to find a way for us to fund it in the final. We're not dealing with any meth labs here?
not like we've had in years past. I mean, most of the meth that we're seeing coming into the county is just that, it's coming into the county. We're not running across the meth labs in the county.
Coming from Mexico or coming from Modesto or whatever?
Modesto, yeah, it's
Right.
probably our biggest supplier.
Okay. You mentioned a cash carryover approximately $413,000 from last fiscal year on page 392 on court security.
Captain, Undersheriff, keep still calling him Captain.
Supervisor Mills, we don't have the document you're referring to, but yes, we have a fund balance in court security via utilizing the annuitants, although we've had to staff that with full-time people due to a lack of annuitants. So that's shaving down, it's lowering. I'm concerned about that. The sheriff and I right now are working with other sheriffs in the State Sheriff's Association to try to get the leverage or the legislature to move on that. That's something I would ask that you guys bring up at CSAC, because right now the state of California is underfunding bailiffs statewide, and they've been underfunding us for a while, but it's hit home with LA County and Orange County. Their numbers are astronomical, so Sheriff DiVasilio has been working with the Sheriff of Orange County to try and elevate that up on the list of issues to be resolved.
And you and I agree, you and I have never talked about that, but it's going to bite us if we don't pay attention to it here in the shorter term.
Sooner than later.
Okay. Just wanted,
If you
I
recall,
wanted in the record.
we went to litigation over that issue with the new courthouse.
I don't know who built your book, but on page 398, it said you requested 2 people and you wanted to add or delete 20?
I would have to see what book you're referring to,
The budget
Supervisor
book.
Mills. Do you have the OpenGov? Because if you have the initial entry for OpenGov, most of the questions you guys would have asked today, you would have seen our actual request, so I'm a little confused. I may make a recommendation for housekeeping purposes.
Eventually, we'll get to where we can have that available to us.
I would like
love
the
it.
board to see what our requests are
Yeah.
in unredacted requests in the future.
What he's referring to is what you submitted to us in the first place in the budget meetings that we had. He's
Okay.
reading from your document.
Right.
As far as the removal of 20 positions, I don't know what that's
It's
referring
just
to.
backwards.
Okay.
There's some discussion, I know you've brought this up about mental health beds in the county.
Right.
Do you feel that's going to be a separate discussion that we're going to need to have before final budget, or do you think that this can be worked out?
No, that's something that's probably not going to happen until sometime after the fiscal year starts. I've been working with county council and HHS to get mental health bed brought into the sheriff's office, into the jail, but that's a discussion down the road.
would that also have 87 impacts?
No, because it's going to be fully funded by the state. Basically, instead of them
It's
building
not
new...
federal then?
Pardon me?
It's not, there's no federal money involved?
No.
Okay. All right. That's about all I have for now.
So just a comment on what you see in the Schedule 9s on page 14 is the first one for the Sheriff's Department. There, if you work left to right, you'll see what last year's budget was, well, actually, I'll skip 17-18, but you'll see 18-19 actual data. You'll see the final budget for 18-19. You'll see the department requested budget.
What page are you on?
413. It's the first schedule on the Sheriff's Department budget. And then you'll see what I recommended. So there isn't any redacted information. This is populated from, this is a pictorial view of what's in OpenGov.
Okay.
Those aren't those schedules. They haven't seen those yet. The narratives are what each department produced. And the undersheriff is correct that once they lock in their recommendation, and then, or their request, and then I lock in a recommendation, they don't see it until they get this paper copy. So if they hadn't wound their way through every page of this, they wouldn't see that it's just a paper rendition of OpenGov.
Okay, thank you.
If it's all right, I want to jump in here really quick. We're coming up on 4 o'clock. I think we had to line out how we'll get through the rest of the day. We'll continue to go through this. At 5 o'clock, I want to stop. There's some people who spent their whole day to make a couple comments on items that we're not going to get to today. And I want them to have the opportunity to say their piece before we break. They put in their hours, and they deserve a chance at the microphone. And then we'll break when that's done, and we'll return tomorrow morning to continue. Does that work for everybody?
Thank you, yes.
Okay.
My one last thing has to do with the captain.
Okay, and then after this one last thing, we're going to take a 5-minute bathroom break.
I think that your thought process of a way to fund it is through TOT. If that would work, I would be in approval of wanting to go in that direction. I do understand the critical nature of that position, so I would approve it based upon the fact that you can find the funding for it.
Okay. All right, if it's all right with everybody, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 4:01. Back. What we'll do is we will wrap up any questions for the sheriff. We'll go through the rest of our presentations, and when we return tomorrow, we could dig deeper into the line items as we go. So are there further questions for the sheriff? Public comment on this?
Are we going to get any answers to the questions that we asked earlier?
Ma'am, the way we go about this is you could ask any questions you want, and then we can ask the staff for a rebuttal on those questions.
Because I did ask a question, and I understood you to say that you would be able to answer that question.
Said we may do a rebuttal. Yeah, we'll come up to the mic and we'll take it on. Why don't you do that again, the next question? I'm sorry?
I did write her question down originally.
Very good. We'll get to it. Let us begin.
I've been attending the Planning Commission meetings, and one of the things they brought up was that because of regulations from the state, that they want to have electric cars, including for the Sheriff's Department. And I was wondering how the Sheriff's Department feels about that.
Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is about the sheriff.
I'm sorry, what?
This is about the sheriff's office.
Yes.
Okay.
I was well aware that the sheriff has some needs, needless to say, and I commented to the board, it's probably been a year ago now, about the fact that City of Stockton was using major area money there to fund the recruitment and hiring of police officers, which, of course, were going to be paid at a much higher rate than the sheriff's officers here. And they had money available to them. They were even giving a $66,000 signing bonus and paying for all the academy costs. So I recognize that the sheriff needs some money, especially after listening to the presentations. And I just wanted to make you aware of some numbers. These are funds. $257,000, $285,000, $4.4 million, $897,000, $13,450,000, and also $10 million. Now, these are funds that presently are identified to go to Public Works for road work. And I know two members of the board here hear me every month at the Council of Governments, Supervisor Mills, Supervisor Toffanelli, being very critical of non-delivery of projects. And for those members of the board who don't know, previous cycle to this last one for CMAQ, which is federal money, was $770,000. It was going to lapse. The county couldn't or wouldn't use it. Last cycle was $1.1 million. Now, the county again was going to let it lapse. Fortunately, the executive director of the Council of Government was able to find a way to loan those amounts to other counties. And again, I'm on the case of Public Works, and it's not the new Public Works director, because the county's been through a lot of Public Works directors recently, and it's been building up for years. And one of the things that came to my mind after looking at the quarterly report, Caltrans now requires the Council of Government to submit a quarterly report on the status of their projects. The county has, the COG has 21 projects on the overall work program. 90% of the fiscal year has expired, roughly.
Thank you very much, Gary.
I'm sorry.
That was 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, well, my suggestion then, if I could wrap it up.
No, I have to hold the line. They're going to have an open public comment. You're speaking about the sheriff's budget initially, right?
And I was going to say, tap these monies to fund the sheriff's department.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other public comments on the sheriff's department budget? Okay, we'll move on to the next set of, any rebuttal or questions from the staff? Any of the questions? Ben, you had a question?
No. When are we going to have rebuttals to?
Let's do it now, since we're talking about that. Sheriff, there were a couple questions headed your way. Al, there was a question headed your way on budget.
As far as the electric cars, it's a great idea, and I know that there's a couple of departments down in the valley that are now using electric cars like Fremont. Problem is, Fremont doesn't have roads like we do. They don't make a four-wheel drive vehicle. Well, they do. They make a Tesla that's four-wheel drive. I would love to have some Teslas up here if you want to do that for some of our staff. I'm good with that, but as far as getting around in the snow, and most electric cars only run for about 250 miles a day. Our guys are running somewhere between 250 and 300 miles a day. So they would have to stop and charge the vehicle up. So it's not practical for us at this point in time.
We'll put a charging station at Frank's.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
Get the lunch.
I might get back out on the street. And I'm not sure, Aurora, what was the other question?
Other question had to do with, Ms. Weatherby, I believe it was cannabis funds?
Yeah, the major C funds, the 3.5 million that was uncollected.
Oh, that's on you guys, not me.
Has it ever been collected? And if it hasn't been collected, why not? And what are you doing?
Well,
Chair.
That's a pretty long
She
question.
needs to come to the microphone.
Yeah,
And
I apologize. She
yeah.
needed to come to the microphone. She did that, you actually did that in your original statement, so I think we got it
That was in
on
our
the
original
record.
statement. Yeah, and the answer is no, it has not been collected yet. We are coordinating with council and the administrative office to look at collection possibilities, but it's still being reviewed.
Thank you.
I believe there are just a few cases where people did voluntarily come in and get themselves up to date on it. but it's an insignificant part when it comes to the total.
It's very insignificant.
When it comes to the total number.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go on to the next set of presentations. Is the library or the district attorney going next? District attorney is deferring to the librarian. Always a safe bet.
We have some young constituents that have been waiting all day for this.
Thank you so much. I really
Wonderfully patient.
They have an awful
appreciate your
quiet.
They've been wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, I do have a multimedia presentation, but it's people, not electronic media. So I just want to tell you something, and then I want to ask to change something that the CAO recommended. He and I have talked about this, and he's okay with it, because it's not really my style to be adversarial in any way, and I'm not being. But in this fiscal year that we're in now, I had actually gone to CAO Lutz and asked for the position that I'm putting forward now. He suggested that we do a one-year test of this position, which is now a limited term position, and ask the Friends of the Library to fund it, which they did. So we've had almost a full calendar year of this library assistant one position, whose mandate is to offer STEAM support and educational services to our children and our families. I've come to you before and reported on this. We have an ongoing program on Wednesday, morning and afternoon in San Andreas. We have had intermittent programming in the Copperopolis branch, and we started in May to have regular programming in the Valley Springs branch library after school. We have served roughly 972 children through the month of May with these services and programs. I think that's great success, and in my plans for this year, in my goals that I gave to you, I have suggested that I would like to expand to 2 more sites with ongoing program. One of those sites is West Point. In West Point, we also have our library branch at the school, so it's very simple for kids to come over if they're in the after-school program and participate in this, and I would love to serve this underserved area. We have a lot of intermittent requests. Copperopolis has been very proactive in asking us to come for shorter-term projects. Angels Camp, I was able to do a demonstration there of our 3D printer a couple of Saturdays ago, and there was huge interest in that. The Scouts and other groups were saying, "Oh, can we do this in our branch?" So there's a lot of need, and so I had as a goal to expand this program into 4 sites. Because of that, I asked for moving this limited term position to a permanent position, but rather than 18 hours, I had asked for 24. And the reason I did is because my part-time people basically work for 6 hours, and that would give us 4 days, which would give us another day to move around and travel. However, when you reach the 20 hours, you have to offer, well, you want to offer, but you are mandated to offer full health benefits. And so that made this position, as you can see on the CAO's excellent summary, $36,553. I'd like you to hear from some of the participants and also from the Library Commission. A commissioner is here to recommend this, but if you would just put into your minds that I am willing and would be very happy to put forth an 18-hour position, which would just give me the 3 days, but it would cut this figure to about $14,000. So I'm suggesting that. It's not my ideal proposal to you, but I realize that $36,500 on my little budget is a lot of money. So I'd like to invite, first of all, Allison Wright, who is a library commissioner appointed by you, to give the perspective of the commission.
We are blessed to have Nancy Giddens as our librarian. She is amazing. We had a chance, the entire commission a couple weeks ago toured all of the county library facilities to see what they were doing with the facilities, the resources they have. Awesome. We got to see Marina there too. Just what our county is doing in the librarian resources, what she's added in the way of services is phenomenal. Everything that she does is successful. She keeps bringing in resources on pennies when she needs dollars, and she makes us all want to give more and help our kids more. Calaveras is a challenged county. I love it here since I've been here. Anything we can do for our kids, they're you in a couple of years. We have to help them grow. So if you want to really see the commission in action, you should come to our commission meetings. We've had some of you visit us before, but we're on the fourth Monday of every month. We start at 8:30 in the library. Well worth attending, and you would get a really good feeling for how hard the library works and what we do for the community. So I would tell you, with the amazing results that Nancy achieves with all of her programs and the way she squeezes that dollar into these amazing, successful ventures, please say yes to whatever she wants to do. This is such a nominal amount. Just say yes. And here is the reason that we're doing this. This is our resource.
This is a family that's participated in our program in San Andreas since its beginning, so they would just like to share a little bit with you.
Hello, I'm Annette Packinger, and these are my four. We homeschool, so we don't have the resources that the library has made available to us with the position that she's asking for to do the STEM, or STEAM as they called it, to teach science and things like that. Standing for the parents who weren't able to come today, some of them on vacation, some of them gone, I would like to say as a parent, it has been wonderful. My children have learned a lot of things, and the young man that's doing the program has been fantastic with dealing with all of the different children that come to the program. Because they're, during the daytime when we come, it's homeschoolers. In the afternoon, it's the students of the local schools. And I understand from some of the friends my children have that go to that, they are also enjoying it. So I'm going to let my daughter speak first. She has prepared a speech for you.
Thanks to our STEAM leader, we have learned many important things about STEAM, which stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math. He has taught us about science using items found in everyday life. For example, he taught us about potential and kinetic energy using the matchbox cars. This made potential and kinetic energy interesting and simple to understand. He also combined technology and engineering when he asked us to make miniature vehicles. Everyone had to use engineering in order to make the fastest car. Some used technology to motorize their vehicles. He also taught us about art when he allowed us to be creative or decorate our projects. Some miniature vehicles were decorated. Mine, for example, was decorated as a race car. Last but not least, Mr. Hawkins taught us math. We had to use math in order for our timeline of creation to be accurate. We also used math when we made our simple yet effective model of planetary distance. In addition to STEAM, our leader has also taught us how to take notes, be good sports, lead, and be kind. Without him, there would be many things that we would not know. Thank you.
My name is Joseph Pagninger, and I would just like to say, Mr. Alt, you have a really great haircut. But this STEAM program has allowed not only my family and I to have fun while learning, but also it allows for other families to have fun and for their children to learn. And it really helps when you are homeschooled or public schooled, because once when you get into math class, or math, science, and technology you will excel in those classes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's
quite a presentation.
Yes,
Nancy.
aren't they great? And we have about 20 of children like that every Wednesday at the library. If you want to come by and see us, it's great fun. In the afternoon, after-school programs, we have usually about 10. So I really feel that during this year, we have proven the benefit of this program to our county, and I would love to do more and in other locations. So I hope that you will consider. I really will be happy to reduce this to 18 hours, which makes it much more affordable. If you can add this small paltry sum of $14,004 to my requested budget. Thank you.
Any questions? Everybody's talking now.
Nancy?
Nancy?
I just have a quick question for you.
Sir.
Of all the Friends of the Library branches that we have, including the main one here, how much of your budget do we contribute?
A good question. Last year, the Friends of the Library gave a very significant donation to the library, about $55,000. But that is because they had the Calaveras Community Foundation grant of almost $8,000 and the end of a large donation that we had that a community member passed through the Friends. So we had about $22,000 there. So about $30,000 of that
About $30,000,
was funded by others. So on average, I would say about $25,000 is what they normally give, 25 to 30. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Mills.
So the next question is, on this library assistant, is this the 6541L or the 6542L position? Is this the library assistant 1 or assistant 2?
Library Assistant 1.
1.
One.
Okay.
The Library Assistant 2 is our First 5 employee that's funded by the federal grant from First 5.
Okay, so what you're asking for then would be the assistant 1?
Yes, Assistant 1.
Okay, I
Yes.
just wanted some clarity there because you had
Thank
2.
you, yes. Anyone else?
Any other questions? So you need $14,004 more added to make this thing reality.
Yes, for an 18-hour position. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll kick in the floor.
Oh, thank you.
Great. Any public comment on this item?
Good job. Good job. You have come so tall, I didn't recognize you. Marty Crane, I just wanted to say that when we invest in our people, we can't go wrong. And this is investing in the future of our people. So I know it's $14,000. I know what that could buy in the Sheriff's Department. I know what that could buy in the District Attorney's Office. I know what that could buy in the nonprofit world. But I just want to say, on behalf of all, for 21 years, all the people that got involved with the annual melodrama that raised money for our libraries. This is the first year we weren't able to do it, but I understand we might bring it back. But anyway, it's just a wonderful thing. So please invest in our children. This is what it looks like. Thank you.
Great. Any other public comment on this? No more questions from the board. We will take this up when we go line by line, and I want to thank the Packenger kids. You guys are very well behaved for a very long day, and I hope you learned a little bit from homeschoolers how your government works. So thank you very much. Great example.
And thank you for sitting there so patiently. You did very well. You know, I could not hold my daughter down for more than 5 minutes in that position, so very, very well done.
Thank you.
Echo, good job. Good job, guys. And girls.
Very well. Well, thank you guys very much. Great presentation. Barbara, I think you're up. District Attorney's Office.
I was happy to let them go first, maybe get you guys in a better mood. Barbara Uke, District Attorney. I'm actually not here to ask for money. I know Marita's probably about to fall over. Well, what I'm asking for is not to be cut, so I'm kind of turning that around. I don't know if you guys have the same numbers as I do, but I pulled this offline. It would be page 173 of the budget book. It should be page 2 of Department 30, Schedule 9. The first line item I want to address is the... 173 would be page 2 of my Schedule 9 for Department 30. If we have the same numbers. It's okay. 5289 expert testimony. I only have a couple of areas that I want to address and ask that they not be cut. The budget we had for this year was $52,000. Traditionally, that line item has been budgeted at about $25,000. This is for all our expert testimony, witness fees, any consultations that we need. And we really think of this more as a litigation expense line, not just for expert testimony. I don't know how many years we budgeted it at $25,000, but it was a number of years. And if we don't use it for that year because a trial resolves or there is a stipulation to what the expert would testify to, or the case gets continued to the next fiscal year, we just have been rolling over those funds. We do not spend them. We preserve them specifically as litigation expenses. I believe County Council does something very similar with their budget for, no, you don't anymore? Okay. So what we do. So it got bumped up to $52,000 last year because of the forensic accounting services contract that we wanted to be able to utilize if we had such a case with law enforcement coming forward. We didn't actually have any cases this last year, so we have not spent that money. So that's where the $52,000 comes from. It's $25,000 for general litigation expenses and $27,000 for specifically forensic accounting services. Now, the CA recommendation is to cut that down to $20,000. My request is that not be cut. We did not spend very much of the expert line this fiscal year, but that is because we did have a trial that we anticipated going a couple months ago that got continued. We also had a couple of trials resolve. The year-to-date is actually, I think, about $2,000 or $3,000 because we did have a trial go out last month that we did require the use of an expert. So the reason that I do want to have a reasonable amount funded in that line, I do believe that $20,000 is too low just for the general litigation expenses, is based on our experience, based on my experience over the years, that the $25,000 is a good amount to plan for and not have to come to the board every time we need something in a case. If you imagine what that would look like, we'd have to prepare a board packet for a particular case, revealing very publicly the facts of the case and what our strategy is, and have a 4/5 vote on whether or not you will allow us to go forward on any particular case. And I think that that is problematic for a number of reasons. One is just the staff time involved in preparing the board packet and the timing of such board packets. Sometimes we require an expert in the middle of trials, not something that we know is coming, and so that would just be completely unfeasible to have that kind of delay. But regardless, there's not, without resources and staff time to bring a board packet forward, hopefully get the 4/5 vote to approve us to have these funds for the use of the expert, to retain the expert, and then the case might not go forward for one reason or another. Either there's a plea, or there's a motion to continue for some reason, or maybe the defense stipulates to what the expert would say. So it's incredibly wasteful to have to come to the board to request funds for an expert for any particular case, and besides which it would then be very public. The other thing is, because it would require your vote, it abdicates my constitutional authority to decide what cases we go forward on. And I don't know that any of you really would want to be in that position, that you're making those decisions, that it's really in my purview to make. So we do request that we are able to maintain the reasonable amount in the expert line item. The $27,000 that was the bump last year, that is a different issue. That is specifically for the forensic accounting services. I know that some of the marijuana esque funding has been put aside, not all of it, but maybe is being carved out for a separate debate. However, that particular piece of funding goes with supporting a ban, supporting a regulation, supporting whatever's going to be happening in the county. During my meeting with the CAO's office about our line items, I expressed that I am completely fine with giving up that $27,000 if the sheriff's office got the position that they were requesting for the forensic accountant proper. I don't believe that has happened, so since there is not the forensic accountant position being established, I would request that the $27,000 remain in that line item and not be cut. The other reason, something I just want to throw out there as far as the basic $25,000 that I'm requesting remain in that line is because it really disadvantages the people in our litigation practice with the criminal cases, because the defense, indigent defense, they have basically a blank check. I know some of you have heard me say that in the past, but they do. They have a blank check as far as experts go. It's something that they submit to the court. Only the court can say yes or no. There is no debating it. The court either approves it or not approves it, but the court says yes, then the county is stuck with the bill. They don't have to live within a budget. It's a blank check, and they don't have to have any public vetting of whether or not it's an appropriate use of funds, and they are not coming to you asking whether or not they can spend these funds. It gets decided elsewhere, and then the county is stuck with the bill. I think my department does a very good job of living within its budget. We've historically lived within the $25,000, and if, like I said, if we don't use it, then we don't spend it. So I'd request that that budget line not be cut. Going to the next line item that I'm asking not be cut is training, our training budget. And the other line would be office expenses. So it's $2,000 out of training and $1,000 out of office expense. It's a total of $3,000 that I'm requesting not be cut. And I'm putting it in those terms because we had $10,000 of overtime that we budgeted last year that we did not use. I cut that down to $5,000. I moved the $5,000 over to services and supplies, $2,000 into training and $1,000 into the office expense lines to match the reality of where we are this year. We were short in training and we were short in office expense. So while it looks like it was a request that was not granted, really, I think it's better thought of as a cut because of the status quo budgeting, and if you look at the bottom line, my services and supplies line is being cut. Now, the training, I know it looks like it's a sufficient amount, but what you can't see when you're just looking at the $8,000 that's being recommended is that $6,000 is earmarked by CCP. That is CCP money. It is more for one specific class for certain of my deputies, and it is also for restorative justice training for the position that is CCP, partially CCP funded. So when you take that $6,000 out, that leaves me $2,000 for training of my entire staff. That's for all my deputies and for my non-sworn investigators, because the non-sworn classes are not reimbursable by post. So, before I decided to request that that line not be cut, I did want to do a reality check, and I checked with county council to see if $4,000, which is what I'm essentially requesting for generalized training, was reasonable. And after an email exchange with county council, I do believe that the $4,000 I'm requesting is more than reasonable for the training of my entire staff. So I'm requesting, once again, that $2,000 not be cut, and with the office expenses, that $1,000 also not be cut. Those are my requests on Department 30.
Questions?
It's pretty straightforward.
Barbara, I'm just trying to be clear on the training. You requested 10.
Correct.
Of the 10, 6,000 is CCP funded.
That's correct.
So that means the recommended you're needing 4. Al, what is it that I'm missing here? Is that, because it says 8,000
So
of
she
which...
requested 10. Our budget directions were status quo, and in many cases, we tried to hold to that. So In this particular item, she had 8 the year before. She requested 10, and we put it back down to status quo for a reduction of 2,000. What's behind that number, I don't know that. That's what Barbara's explaining there, but frankly, I just moved it back down to status quo in that particular case.
Okay.
And we did that,
maybe
we used that as a standard in many budgets, to
Not
just,
the-
particularly where it was unexpended.
Okay,
previously.
that's fine.
Same
So
thing on
maybe-
office expense. Status quo from 16 last year, she was requesting 17, and you went status quo with 16 in your recommendation. Line item 5241.
Supervisor Callaway, I don't think you're quite complete. Finish that.
That's all right. I mean, yeah, I'll finish when Gary does.
No, I'm sorry, Maria, I'm just
Okay.
along the lines of status quo, so, go ahead.
So I guess if you could look at that, because if 6,000 of the 8 comes from
CCP.
a designate fund, then we'd only be talking
$2,000.
2,000 from general fund.
Right. Which was not enough this year. We had to pull from other lines. So the CCP has agreed to fund the sentencing class, which is it's an expensive class, but it's a felony sentencing class. It's only for certain of my deputies at a certain level, and we can't all go at the same time. One year I was able to send 3 people, which was great, but it's a once-a-year class, and so if I can't send people to that class, we don't use that money. So when you're looking at that $8,000 that's being recommended, it's really only $2,000 of the general fund money.
I'll let the CAO work out.
Well, so a gap in our process this year was, and we talked about the timeline, and Barbara was one of the department heads that asked this on the way out of the department head meeting. Will I have a follow-up so I know what's being recommended versus what I request? So the opportunity she's had to speak here today, she didn't have that opportunity in our process, and I've talked to the department heads about that. That certainly is a gap. But as a standard, when we went through the budgets, I certainly had help. I don't want to infer that I did all the work, but as I was putting my recommended budget forward, we did this in many of the budgets. We stayed as close to status quo as we could. We looked back, particularly where there were areas, and you can see the tracking of line items. If they were unexpended, and they were unexpended in 17 and 18, we didn't stay at a particular line item. Now, I probably would have rethought to a certain extent cutting expert witness, but even if you track the expenditures, even in that case, 25,000, at least in the history we can see, hadn't been spent either.
Actually, none year to date.
I'm sorry?
Actually, none on that line item.
Year to date in the current.
Well, we do
year.
have, we have an
see.
invoice
It's
coming.
3 or 4,000 according to
So,
Miss Young.
I think we understand that. I'm just, fine, you can figure that out. I just want to make sure I was clear on the difference between the 8 and the 6 and the 2.
Well, from a general fund perspective, this is the request. Whatever other revenues come in and how those are used are already incorporated into the budget. They're not subtracted out here unless they're reflected as there's a revenue source offsetting that. So there's opportunities for that to be documented, that we can't necessarily see that if some other help on that particular line.
Got it. Barbara, on the expert testimony, it says 52, that we cut it to 20. Are you saying 25 in that column?
She
Or
wants it
25 plus the 27? I wasn't.
The 52 comes from 25 that we have historically budgeted, and the 27 that was specifically for the forensic accounting services. And we did not use any of that. We do have an invoice coming against the 25, and we really would have spent all of that this year had it not been for 2 trials that got put over. So we are currently looking at, if they go, spending all of that this coming year. I can't predict 100% that they are going to go, but that is our intention, and we have to be prepared. Maybe something will happen and we don't spend that money. That's, that's kind of what tends to happen, and we don't dip into that, if you will, because that is very specifically for the litigation expenses.
I have something else, but let Gary go. Gary?
No, I was done. I just wanted to make sure that we were status quo.
And for the $6,000, that CCP money, that is confusing when you look at our training budget. It looks, if you just think about $8,000. That's probably sufficient for my whole staff. But when you look at that number, you have to realize it's not really $8,000. It's really only two. And, yeah, and we went over it this year. We had to move some line items around. I was just trying to match reality. And the same with office expense. We went over. And so our year-to-date's $18,546, and we only budgeted 16, so we're going to have to move some lines around that. So that's why we upped it to the 17. And I suppose what I could have done is I could have just left the $10,000 in overtime and moved it later. But I didn't. I spread it around the line so we could try to really have, the clear budgeting. And then $3,000 was cut.
Okay, we like to cut. I'm just sort of throwing this out. The district attorney brought up the thought that if she needs an expert testimony and she's over budget or at budget, and then she has to come to the board to allocate more money, is there a system in place where the CAO can authorize that money without, and maybe this isn't an example, but this might be a good example, the CAO can grant that without it having to come to the board, as long as bottom line is she's within her budget?
Yes, within the line items that are already appropriated. Probably the bigger challenge for the district attorney would be here is that she doesn't, if you look at the line items, she's budgeted pretty tight to what her expenditures are in most of them. So, and she wouldn't have a lot of room to be able to do that if she needed $30,000. She can't put money in a line item that she doesn't already have in a neighboring line item here on this schedule.
So she cannot move the money?
She can, but she can't do it if she doesn't have the money. So if a budget's already expended, she can only take from each of the line items where she has money there.
Okay, so is there a way, doesn't it just future discussion that the CAO can have authority under circumstances maybe like this? Yes.
Well, go ahead. Government code does not give the board the authority to delegate that authority. So that's the law that we have to follow.
So, skirting the law, just staying on this side of it.
So the bigger issue is if that all happened, and we have seen where there has been a skirting historically, depending on who is where. And when the bill comes to me, I have no authority to pay the bill. So then she could have engaged into expert testimony. I get an invoice to pay that, and I can't pay it. So at that point, it would have to go to the board in order for me to have authority to cut a check. So the authority, the government code, the Budget Act does not allow the board to delegate that authority. There's certain things you can. So as long as there is appropriations within the budget, then she can move money between line items. But if it's not there, you can't invent the appropriations.
So, but if we have an emergency, the CAO can spend money.
But the emergency is also defined per code, and there is a difference between urgency and emergency. So in this case, there is no code that allows for urgency. It only allows for an actual declared emergency. So if there was a true declared emergency, which generally it's not a case that causes the emergency, it's more of a natural issue or some sort of what we've all been experiencing, then at that point, we can go ahead and pay what we need to pay. The CAO would have to sign off on that, and then they bring it for blessing to the board after the fact at the next available point. But urgency is not an emergency per code.
There's no wiggle room that
No.
we could say you have authority up to
No.
20,000 in a
No.
budget year?
No. I'd love that authority for me, but I don't have that.
No.
Every department would love that authority.
Council, you got anything you want to add?
No, I just wanted to clarify that, I mean, the distinction here is whether the board has already given authority within the budget or not. As Rebecca Callen indicated, if the board has already allocated the funds, the DA and, through the CA, they have the ability to move funds that have been allocated to her budget to cover things that are shortfalls as needed, because those funds have already been allocated to that budget. The issue that we have here is if the board doesn't, for instance, if they cut it to, hypothetically speaking, you completely blow your budget and there's no funds in any line item at all, then obviously nobody other than the board would be able to allocate additional funds to cover a contract or cover those expenses without it coming back to the board. But I would imagine that particularly with a case, and if you're seeing that a line item is starting to get depleted, that there would be sufficient time to either move funds around to cover any invoice and or come to the board long in advance of a case going to trial to cover anticipated expenses for expert fees, I would imagine.
So, for example, at this point, this year, there's $614,000 remaining appropriated in this budget that have yet to be expended.
Supervisor Taffaroni?
Barbara, are these expert witnesses generally under contract? You sign a contract with them?
Am I supposed to say yes for the contracts? They invoice us and it
so
gets
there's no
paid, yeah.
contract.
So, yeah. And it can be things like every time if we have a homicide and we have to have the pathologist come, there's a fee that goes with that. If we have, Dr. Akiza is our expert that we use for child sexual assault accommodation syndrome. And so when these trials go and we need an expert, it's very important. It's important for proving our case beyond a reasonable doubt. And we can't say, oh, come, and then I'll go to the board and ask that they pay you. We can't do that. And we can't be coming beforehand, because that's a big, huge waste of time. Because anything can happen with a case, or things can put over. And I'm telling you that if our trials had gone this year the way we had planned them to go, certain things happened that were not in our control, we would have spent the $25,000. I don't know if that makes you feel good or bad, but what I'm asking for is a reasonable amount of money to stay in that budget so that we do not, with good planning, so that we do not have to go through this exercise of coming to the board every time we need something. There's the whole spending authority issue that Rebecca explained, and that piece of it, and what you can and cannot abdicate as your authority. And then there's my constitutional authority to decide and use my discretion in what's going to go to trial and what's not. And I'm not going to defer that to anybody.
Mm-hmm. Supervisor Stopper.
Couple things. You had a proposed budget of $4.3 million approximately. The CAO is recommending it's 2.2.
$2 million of that,
was
just to interject, pardon me, but that was for the DA building that is more
Right,
budgeted.
but that money's still set aside, right?
No, not all of it.
From the judicial
Yeah,
construction fund.
and that was because when we had the budget training, I asked the question, because it came up that if there was capital projects that you wanted, you were supposed to put some money in your budget. And, I asked somewhat facetiously, but not really, because, we didn't put money in last year. And I said, well, is that why we didn't get our building? Is that why things didn't go forward? Because we didn't budget for it? And, it was kind of, it's all new, and so, when it came down to it, I said, well, let's just err on the side of caution and put some money in there. It was just, out of, a sense of what if that is what happened, and there was no clear answer at the training, because it was all new, and so I just put it in there. And so it's not in there now, because it needs to be someplace else, and so it is in the other. The CIP budget is the $1 million. So that's how that happened.
Overall, getting to the 18-19 final and the 19-20 recommended, we're approximately $22,000 over that, is that mostly raises and other things? Because I know we take out $52,000 or $32,052 here. Where is this? I mean, I'm not chasing down where the extra costs are. Is it in employment? Salaries, wages, I mean, it's salaries and wages. It shows it when it's going down on recommended. So I'm trying to chase it.
There was actually in this
Typo?
case, most departments know that there was a delta increase with the unfunded PERS liability in
Oh,
this
okay.
particular budget unit.
I see it now.
It actually went down. And then there were two personnel.
The unfunded
that
liability
went
is
down
significantly more.
By then $96,000. So that actually helped out this budget unit quite a bit. There were two positions, the one that's being recommended, the senior department analyst, and then a PCF-based fix that we incorporated into this budget. That was a technical error that was uncovered and remedied in this budget, which is why it's a net add there.
Understood. I just, a little bit off subject, I just have one other question, 4608, who writes the DA's office a bad check? That's it.
Very good. I don't think that answers.
That's the program that we run in-house.
Supervisor Mills, you had some questions?
Thank you. So we're still holding $1 million in 5763, the CIP section?
I have to double check.
Or
because
56,
that-
it's
but yes.
5673 or 5763, depending upon which CIP you look at, by the way. The number seems to jump around.
Karen,
Just a point,
but
I'm
yes,
showing $1 million
from the
there.
Judicial construction.
Okay, and we had it in last year, $1 million, and we didn't do anything with it. Didn't start anything, didn't do anything with it, just sat there. So we're going to put $1 million in, and it's going to sit there again for another year? I could be collecting interest on that.
Oh, we are.
We are.
Right.
We are.
So,
Supervisor Mills, I think that comes to the ad hoc, why we exist.
why we exist. It was interesting, I'm trying to figure this out, because in 5121 in communications, you spent almost 3,000 more than 4,800 budgeted. And so there was a reduction. In other words, when you look at your department request at 6180, that's a shift. And yet I don't see that same shift when it comes to 5241, where you were over again by $2,500 in office expense, and it wasn't even accounted for. So are you going to be upside down again in both of those budget line items?
I don't think so. I don't think we'll go, well, if we don't get it back up to 17, we'll do our best to keep it at 16 as far as the office expense goes. We did have a number of employees that needed to have stand-up desks. There was some equipment, one-time purchases that I don't anticipate coming up for this year. Some of it was also computer upgrades, and we moved between lines for the computer upgrades. I think, and I want to say, well, our phones, I think, were the minor equipment down below, so we didn't budget anything for minor equipment going forward. I've discussed it with my staff, and the numbers that we requested are our best estimate on what we're going to need for next year.
Okay.
So,
So
yeah, and there definitely were some things that I hope are one-time expenses for last year.
when I look at the position and control list, you had 3 positions, a District Attorney Investigator 1, a 4, and a Program Coordinator that were vacant in this list, but they were also vacant last year. Any hope?
The DAI position I'm hoping to fill within the next few months. I don't want to jinx it, but I am hoping to fill that finally. And the program coordinator is on the list to eliminate, I'm combining the program coordinator with the part-time staffed for the senior department analyst. The CCP has agreed to use the funding for the program coordinator for half of the senior department analyst position. We think that's a better fit. I worked with HR on choosing that position as the one that would be a better fit for the mission for that position. And so it's the two positions becoming the one. So
from
the
last-
program coordinator is my hope to fill the senior department analyst, but the
Okay.
program coordinator is going away. And the DDA 4, that is the cannabis attorney, and no, I've had no luck so far.
Okay. So you removed position 3024 in Office Tech 2 that you had in the list last year. It's not in this list.
If it's not on the list, then it was
And then
it
you
was
added
removed.
position 3030 at DDA 3. Position 3030 is, but it's filled. I mean, it was filled, but it was added from last year.
Yes,
Okay.
with the elimination of the administrative assistant position.
Because I
So that
did
was a
run
wash.
into, it's not in your area, but I did run into one position that miraculously appeared without the board ever knowing about it, and I will discuss that when that particular department shows up.
So it wasn't mine.
No, it was not yours.
Shoot.
So
that's good.
I'm very concerned, though, that
Oh.
when we talk about reclassifications or adding or removing positions, then, I got to take the time to go back and dig through the record to find out, well, did they show up before the board? Did the board authorize it? How did this position appear? And so sometimes you get into these shuffles of
Right.
shuffling positions
Right.
and also pay rates and also job classifications. So there's a whole realm here that can happen outside the realm of the board if we're not paying attention.
Well, I think the HR and the auditor's office are working very closely with the departments now to make sure that you don't have unfilled positions that you're paying for, essentially, because there is that cost that goes with the position, even though it's unfilled. And we met and we went through a whole spreadsheet of what they thought we had, what we thought we had, and made sure that everything was aligned, especially with our victim services division. We have the 2 grants, and there's multiple positions in those 2 grants. We figured out a way around trying to maneuver quickly to do recruitments when we get money without having to have all these positions on the books that you're paying for with no one there. So they've been doing a lot of work on that.
Ms. Shook, I'm
And I
just
believe all my positions are cleaned up.
Sorry. I'm
That's
just
okay.
concerned that we would have vacant positions for hopefully not 2 years running in any department, that we either fill it or we give it back to the CAO to find some other home for that money. And I'm just using that as the example. That's all I have. Oh, by the way, how's your WASP car doing?
It's parked.
It's parked.
It's parked.
So you don't use it at all?
I have a couple of staff that will use it now and again, but it does not get used much.
People can talk to you offline about what that means,
That's
but
fine.
we are spending some money on off-site storage costs as well.
That is for a case that we have to store evidence. We have been very fortunate over the years that our partners store stuff for us for free, but we have definitely reached a point where they just don't have room, and we finally have to start paying for some of our storage. We had an incident where another agency actually threw away a piece of evidence, so we are working towards being a little bit more self-sufficient and having at least a little bit of control, even if it is off-site. For that reason, and because we've kind of used up all our favors, and it's been a number of years, it's been a good run. But the sheriff's office, CHP, Angels Camp, they do what they can to help us out, but sometimes we have certain cases where the items are just too big, or we have too much, and it's got to be stored somewhere. So we did have to finally bite the bullet, if you will, and find another location to store some evidence.
Can I ask you about victim services now?
Sure.
Or is that a separate issue? You have 6 budgeted, but you've maintained 4 vacancies.
Yep. It's a recruitment and retention issue. They've been filled and vacated, filled and vacated.
So
It's
it's
been
just been a
challenging.
constant rotation for you?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
That's,
and
that's
what we're going to do, I believe we're bringing that down to either 1 or 2 positions, and then we will be recruiting on an extra hire basis with the understanding that if someone is going to be staying, then we can come and seek permission to have the position be a regular position. That way we're not carrying so many vacant positions.
That's what I was looking to the CEO to ask him just to rethink this a little bit, because we're sitting there with 4 vacant positions year over year. That just doesn't make sense. Even though it's a rotational problem, we just need to rethink how we're looking at it.
And that's the issue with the grants. The money comes in, and then, it's maybe 6 months to use the money or a year to use the money, but it takes 3 months to get the position established, and then you're recruiting, and then who wants a 6-month job? It's been this constant cycle. So we met with HR in the auditor's office and figured out, I think admin was there as well, trying to come up with a solution. So that's what we're going to try.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, any further questions for the district attorney? All right, we will go to a little public comment, and then we will break till tomorrow.
Hi, Susan Morse. I wasn't prepared to bring this up, but I spent 45 years of my life in a law office. I'm a paralegal, and I was the administrator of the law office. I'm kind of stunned that an attorney has to come to a board and discuss expert witness fees and whether they have enough money to be able to get those funds when they're about to go to trial and they have to have expert witnesses. And at budget time, I'm not even sure how she may even know what trials or when she needs expert witnesses throughout the next 12 months. I mean, you can plan some of it, but sometimes you don't. The district attorney is she is the district attorney. She's the one, her office prosecutes the crimes in this county. When we first moved here, we went to the DA's office within probably a month or two, just looking around the county, and we were stunned that she was in a trailer. I mean, literally stunned. I couldn't even imagine the DA's office, any DA's office in California being in a trailer. Hopefully someday she will not be in there. But also training. She mentioned training, legal training. Training for lawyers is very expensive. Training for paralegals is very expensive. So if that's what she's talking about, that's an expensive proposition. Megan probably can talk about that too. Supplies, I don't know how law firms could not, it would be disaster if they ran out of supplies. Ran out of paper. I mean, ran out of all kinds of things. So all I'm asking is, and I'm urging you, please, think about what the position of district attorney is, how that fits in this county. She's the prosecutor for the crimes in this county. Please, I urge you. I've been through here, I've been on 3 or 4 years now, and every year our district attorney, many years has been rejected, and every year I kind of burn inside, but it didn't really get to me until today, that even she has to make sure she has enough money from you for expert witness fees. So I'm asking you, please give the district attorney what she needs on behalf of all of the community and you and the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, I will recess us until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Does that work for everybody?
No 8 o'clock?
Well, everybody, 9 o'clock.